Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗏𝗏192 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Not all individuals are created equal, and this has always been a reality in the world. Superpowers, known as quirks, have become commonplace, leading to a profession built around them. Heroes risk their lives to save civilians, earning praise, fame, and even wealth for their efforts. However, this recognition is primarily reserved for the daytime. When night falls, true monsters and villains emerge. Heroes who work the night shift are constantly occupied, striving to protect the civilians who are asleep, hoping to see the dawn. Yet, there is one phenomenon that neither heroes nor police can control: street racing. Nights are filled with people from various countries gathering with their modified cars, fueled by excitement and the thrill of competition. Even some popular pro heroes indulge in the street racing scene, finding joy in settling differences through their driving skills rather than their combat abilities. Sometimes, a truly gifted driver emerges. Izuku Yagi, a 12-year-old boy without a quirk, discovered that his passion lay not in heroism but in the exhilarating world of racing. The roar of engines echoing through the city at night brought him joy. However, being quirkless subjected him to neglect and verbal abuse. He endured it all for the sake of his younger sister, but he had reached his breaking point. One evening, a knock on the door startled Izuku as he sat by his open window. He turned to see his sister, Izumi, standing in the doorway. She asked him why he was still awake. He shushed her, urging her to listen to the distant sounds of racing. Izumi joined him at the window, and they shared a moment of calm amidst the chaos of their lives. Izuku hesitated before asking if she would hate him for wanting to run away. Confused, Izumi inquired further, and he confessed his struggles with their parents and the bullying from Katsuki. Izumi's concern for him was evident, and she asked if he would return for her if he left. He assured her that she would not be alone for long, and she smiled, leaning against him. He carried her back to her room, where she usually found him listening to the engines outside. The next morning brought a new day at school, and Izuku felt indifferent to what awaited him, consumed by his longing to drive, despite lacking a car. As he navigated the hallways, he faced the familiar taunts of his bully, Katsuki Baku. An explosion sent Izuku crashing against a wall, causing a painful jolt in his back. Katsuki, with a smug expression, continued to unleash his powers, picking Izuku up by the collar and delivering another explosive blow. Izuku had grown accustomed to this treatment, but it was becoming increasingly unbearable. Katsuki's cruel words cut deep, suggesting that Izuku should simply end his suffering. Just when it seemed like all hope was lost, a blonde-haired girl stormed in, demanding to know what was happening. She unleashed an explosion of her own, forcing Katsuki to back off and helping Izuku to his feet. The girl, now identified as Katsumi, stood up for Izuku, declaring that he deserved respect and should not be bullied for something beyond his control. Katsuki, momentarily stunned, struggled to regain his composure. Katsumi noticed the blood seeping through Izuku's uniform and rushed him to the nurse, who quickly treated his injuries with her healing abilities. After a brief visit to the nurse, the two made their way to class. As the teacher began the lesson, Katsumi found it difficult to concentrate, distracted by Izuku's quiet mutterings about cars and racing. The school day passed, and as Izuku packed his belongings, Katsumi playfully snatched his notebook. She teased him about focusing more on cars than schoolwork, but eventually returned it, reminding him to keep up with his studies. As they walked home, Katsumi reached into her backpack and nudged Izuku, revealing a braided tornado necklace in black, orange, and green. She explained that it was a birthday gift, meant to accompany him on his journey if he decided to leave. Grateful, Izuku accepted the necklace and put it around his neck, thanking her for the thoughtful gesture. Izuku promised to send letters as well. They exchanged nods and embraced each other before Izuku dashed off through an alleyway, taking a shortcut home. He was aware that no one would be there when he arrived, as his aunts and uncles would only show up to celebrate his birthday, but this time would be different. He hurried into the house and up the stairs, only to overhear his father and sister talking. Tashinori instructed Izumi to listen carefully, emphasizing that what he was about to share must remain a secret. He revealed that her birthday was the next day and that he wanted to give her something special, his quirk. Izuku paused at the mention of those last two words, straining to hear as Tashinori unveiled his identity as All Might. All Might explained the significance of one for all and the formidable villain, all for one. Once All Might finished, Izuku turned to Izumi, asking if she would accept his power for the greater good. Izumi questioned why he couldn't give it to Izuku instead. Tashinori responded that Izuku lacked the qualities necessary to be a hero, focusing too much on machines rather than the well-being of others. Izuku felt a jolt of shock at Izumi's subsequent declaration that she wouldn't accept the quirk if it meant rejecting her brother. After a moment of silence, Izuku quietly chuckled and returned to his room, feeling disconnected from his family. He began writing notes for his aunts, uncles, and Katsuki, one for Izumi, and another for Katsumi. Hearing a car pull into the driveway, he recognized his mother's vehicle. Shaking his head, he left the notes on his bed, opened the window, and climbed down, sneaking out unnoticed. Hours later, Izumi knocked on Izuku's door, wondering if he had returned. When she received no answer, she realized he was gone. A smile spread across her face, knowing this was what he wanted, and she headed downstairs. A knock on the door revealed one of her favorite people, Uncle Shota. She greeted him with excitement as he knelt down to embrace her, holding a wrapped box in his other hand. Shota asked how she was doing, and she replied that her parents were pushing her to train more with her quirk. He assured her he would speak to them about it. A honk from outside announced the arrival of Present Mike, Midnight, and Principal Nizu, followed by the Bakugis and Todorokis, all bringing gifts. As they entered, Sir Night-Eye, Gran Torino, and Recovery Girl joined the gathering. Tashinori came downstairs and was surprised to see everyone in the living room, noting that Izumi's birthday was the next day. Night-Eye inquired about Izuku's whereabouts, and All Might froze, realizing that today was indeed July 15th, Izuku's birthday, marked on the calendar by Izumi. Katsumi looked out the window, shedding a tear, sensing his absence. Fuyumi stood up, offering to check if he was busy with schoolwork, and Enji encouraged her to go. As she ascended the stairs, Inko entered the living room, greeting everyone. They exchanged pleasantries, and Aizawa expressed his disapproval of the media's relentless pursuit of Inko's secrets. Suddenly, a scream echoed from upstairs, Fuyumi's. Enji rushed up the stairs, followed closely by the others, to discover what had alarmed her. Upon entering Izuku's room, they were met with a sight that was far from welcoming. The room was sparsely furnished, with a bare mattress, a worn desk, and a trash can containing old bandages. The walls were a faded green, marred by patches of stains. Aizawa stepped inside, immediately detecting the lingering scent, and demanded to know what had happened. When no one answered, he grew more intense, questioning the state of the room and where Izuku was. All Might, visibly shaken, admitted he didn't know where Izuku had gone. Inko, adding to the tension, pointed out that they were there for Izumi's birthday. Aizawa's scarf wrapped around her, and Nizu entered, noticing the pile of notes on the desk. He picked up the notes, realizing they were addressed to specific individuals. Enji struggled to contain his anger and suggested they read the notes downstairs. Rei attempted to calm her husband, and they all made their way back down, where they found Katsumi seated on a couch, deep in thought. Once everyone settled in the living room, Nizu cleared his throat and prepared to read the notes. He announced that there were 4 in total, one for the aunts, uncles, and cousins, one for Tashinori, Inko, and Katsuki, one for Izumi, and one for Katsumi. He began with the note addressed to Tashinori, Inko, and Katsuki. Nizu read aloud, revealing that if he was reading this, it meant everyone was gathered. The note expressed Izuku's feelings of neglect and abandonment since Izumi's quirk was identified. He stated that he would not heed Katsuki's advice and urged him to reconsider his choices if he intended to continue with his harmful behavior. Izuku contemplated the choices he made, especially when it came to how he treated others. He felt that Toshinori should be more careful about sharing secrets, especially in his bedroom, as it could lead to serious consequences given what Izuku knew about his quirk and his identity as a hero. He addressed Inko, expressing his feelings of being forgotten, believing she only cared for Izumi because of her stronger quirk. He warned that her longing to train Izumi to surpass her could lead to harm. With a heavy heart, he declared his disownment of the Yagi name, confident that Uncle Nizu would take care of the situation. He wished them all well, but with a bitter farewell. In the room, everyone turned their gaze toward Toshinori, Inko, and Katsuki, their expressions filled with disappointment. Mitsuki lightly reprimanded Katsuki, signaling that he would face a serious talk later. Nizu, wiping away tears, prepared to read another note. He addressed his aunts, uncles, and those he considered siblings, apologizing for leaving them. He reassured them that he would continue to live until he could return, even if it was on his birthday. Aizawa chuckled at Izuku's cleverness, encouraging Nizu to continue. Nizu promised he would be back and urged everyone to stay united and continue being the heroes they were. He reminded them to hold onto the gifts they had brought for him, as he would open them together upon his return, reminiscing about their joyful moments, including pranking Uncle Hisashi. As everyone reflected on Izuku's words, Mike broke the somber mood with laughter, recalling the pranks Izuku had pulled on him. Nizu then focused on Izumi, reading a note that simply said her name. He reassured her that she wouldn't hate him, but it would be a while before he could return. He hinted that her birthday present was waiting in a place they all cherished. Izumi smiled, knowing exactly where he meant. Aizawa offered to take her to the location, and Nizu turned to Katsumi, suggesting she read her note herself. Katsumi opened her note to find a message from Izuku expressing his decision to leave his parents behind to pursue racing. He asked her to look after Izumi and keep her company while he was away. He assured her that if she heard news of him racing elsewhere, it meant he was still following his passion and would eventually return. The room fell silent as Katsumi read the note again, her emotions evident. Nizu stood up, capturing the adults' attention as he announced changes in their circumstances. He revealed that Toshinori and Inko would face a significant pay cut, while Katsuki would undergo anger management treatment with a quirk-canceling device until he enrolled in UA. Nizu emphasized that they would keep Izuku's gifts safe until his return, urging everyone to store them in a meaningful place. Shoto turned to Endeavor, expressing that Izuku would likely want a car, and Enji smiled, considering who to consult for advice. Aizawa mentioned that Izuku might choose something suited for street racing, while Mike chimed in with excitement about drag racing. As the atmosphere lightened, they left the house, taking Izumi with them to celebrate Izuku's birthday, despite his absence. Meanwhile, Izuku was on a plane, resting as he flew across the ocean. He was eager to find a place he could call home and collect cars. The flight attendant announced their cruising altitude, allowing passengers to move around. Izuku reflected on his first act of rebellion, stealing a card from Toshinori, and wondered what other trouble he might encounter. He closed his eyes, letting the plane carry him toward the United States, marking the beginning of his new life. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Izuku stepped off the plane, greeted by the warm weather. He noticed the casual attire of the people around him and made an effort not to stare, feeling a bit shy. Navigating through the crowd, he reached the airport entrance, where busy streets awaited him. He approached an ATM and used a card with Toshinori's name, grateful for Uncle Nizu's lessons in English. After withdrawing some money, he headed toward the beach, yearning for relaxation. As he settled on the sand, he marveled at the brightness of the sun and the warmth enveloping him. He watched people enjoying their lives, pondering what his future would hold once he returned to Japan. Lying back, he let the soothing sounds of the waves and laughter wash over him. Realizing he needed a place to stay, he stood up, put on his socks and shoes, and continued walking until he spotted a small establishment at the top of a hill labeled Toritos Market and Cafe. Relieved, he approached the cafe, eager to find something to eat and drink. A girl behind the counter noticed him walk in and smiled at him, asking if he would like something. Izuku looked at her and saw she had long brown hair, a slim figure, and a welcoming face. He requested a sandwich, asking for her recommendation. She smiled and gestured to one of the stools, inviting him to take a seat. Izuku sat down, placing his bag on the floor as he waited for her to prepare the sandwich. Once she finished, she opened a can of soda and handed it to him, saying it was on the house. Izuku nodded and smiled in gratitude. As he began to enjoy the sandwich, he tried to savor each bite. After finishing, he sighed with relief and took a sip of the soda. The girl leaned on the counter and remarked on his appetite, offering to make another sandwich for a price. When he inquired about the cost, she informed him it was $3, with an additional $1 for the soda. Izuku retrieved a $5 bill from his bag and placed it on the counter. She smiled, accepted the money, and opened the register to give him change, but he shook his head, telling her to keep it. She smirked, returned the cash to the register, and prepared another sandwich for him. Izuku then heard a noise from the back of the cafe and saw a large, muscular man with a bald head walking to a fridge to grab a drink. The man noticed Izuku and squinted, curious about who was dining at the cafe at that hour. The girl presented Izuku with another sandwich, calling it a house special. He thanked her and introduced himself as 𝗧𝗵𝗵. She introduced herself as Mia and pointed to her brother, who was still observing Izuku, saying his name was 𝗲𝗵. Izuku took a bite of his new sandwich as 𝗲𝗵 approached, asking where he was from. Noticing Izuku's subtle accent, 𝗲𝗵 commented that he didn't seem local. Izuku explained he was from Japan and had just arrived that day. 𝗲𝗵 offered to help him find his parents, noting that he looked quite young. Izuku responded, raising his sandwich to his mouth, that his parents were the last people he wanted to see after everything they had put him through. Both 𝗲𝗵 and Mia were taken aback by his remark, recognizing the pain in his eyes. They exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond, until 𝗲𝗵 smiled to himself and asked if Izuku had run away. Izuku nodded, swallowing some soda, and explained that he had left and disowned his family name, but not his sister. Mia inquired whether his sister was younger or older, and he revealed she was 3 years younger. 𝗲𝗵 sat beside Izuku, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, expressing confidence that he wanted to reunite with her. He then asked what Izuku wanted to do with his life. Izuku shared his dream of racing cars, which made both adults chuckle. 𝗲𝗵 asked what kind of cars he was interested in, and Izuku looked puzzled, wondering if there were different types. 𝗲𝗵 laughed, explaining that there were as many kinds of cars as there were ethnicities of people, emphasizing the importance of knowing what he wanted to drive. Izuku smiled, expressing his longing to drive as many cars as possible, believing it was better to try them all and choose for himself. Mia praised his adventurous spirit, and 𝗲𝗵 lightly patted Izuku on the shoulder, suggesting he join them. He assured Izuku that they would teach him what he wanted to know, and in return he could share more about himself. Feeling a warm sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time, Izuku nodded, agreeing to come along. 𝗲𝗵 smiled, telling him they had another hour before closing, so he could get comfortable. Once they finished, he promised Izuku could ride with him. Mia raised an eyebrow, questioning whether it was a good idea, but 𝗲𝗵 assured her he wouldn't drive too fast. He slid a magazine over to Izuku, asking what caught his eye. Izuku discovered it was about various cars and tuning parts, his eyes widening with excitement as he flipped through the pages like a fanboy. 𝗲𝗵 joined him, providing pointers on which parts worked best together, while Mia watched, sensing a bond forming between them. As closing time approached, Izuku offered to help Mia clean while 𝗲𝗵 secured the money in the safe. They exited the cafe and walked around to a sleek red car with only 2 seats. Mia expressed concern about the limited space, but her worries faded when Izuku rushed to the car, admiring it. He exclaimed in awe, recognizing it as a '93 Mazda RX. Both 𝗲𝗵 and Mia found his enthusiasm amusing and exchanged knowing glances. 𝗲𝗵 offered Izuku the chance to sit in the driver's seat, and Izuku's excitement peaked as he asked if it was true. 𝗲𝗵 confirmed, explaining he would be the one driving, but Izuku could experience being behind the wheel for the first time. Overjoyed, Izuku eagerly accepted the offer. 𝗲𝗵 unlocked the car and climbed into the driver's seat, with Mia taking the passenger seat while holding Izuku's bag. As Izuku gazed at the steering wheel, his heart raced. 𝗲𝗵 positioned Izuku between his legs and secured the seatbelt over him, asking if he was ready. Izuku nodded, captivated as 𝗲𝗵 inserted the key into the ignition, bringing the car to life with a satisfying rumble. Izuku looked at Miya, his surprise evident, causing her to giggle as Dom shifted the car into reverse. Once they were on the street, Dom turned the wheel, shifted into first gear, and gently pressed the gas pedal. Izuku instinctively placed one hand next to Dom's on the wheel, remembering the sensation, while his other hand rested on the opposite side. Dom smiled as he felt Izuku's excitement, knowing this was a moment he would cherish. After some time driving, Dom arrived at a house where Izuku would spend the night. He informed the young boy that he could stay with them, mentioning that they would be going to a house he had won in a street race the following day. The previous owners still covered the bills, so Izuku was welcome to stay there if he wished. Miya chimed in, teasing Dom about the kind of place it was, a garage loft house just a few blocks away. As Izuku exited the car, he noticed 4 impressive cars parked in front of the house. He marveled at the sight of a 95 Nissan Skyline GTR R33, a 97 Nissan 240 SX, a 95 Volkswagen Jetta, and a 99 Nissan Maxima A32, realizing they must belong to fellow street racers. Miya laughed, acknowledging the unique family Dom had assembled. She led Izuku inside, where Dom was already at the door. Inside, a woman's voice greeted them, asking Dom about the shop. He replied that it was the same as usual but mentioned meeting a kid who shared their passion for cars. Dom requested Vince to be nice to Izuku, who was clearly younger and knowledgeable about vehicles. As they entered the living room, Dom introduced Izuku to his family: Jesse, the tech-savvy car enthusiast, Leon, a good friend, Vince, who had been with Dom since 8th grade, and Letty, Dom's girlfriend. They were all skilled street racers. Letty greeted Izuku warmly, curious about why he was with Dom and where his parents were. Dom explained that Izuku's parents were in Japan and seemed indifferent to him. Izuku shared his story, revealing that he had been neglected after being told he was quirkless. The situation worsened when his sister was recognized for her strong telekinesis quirk, leading to his parents forgetting about him. He expressed how the people he considered family were the ones who supported him. Leon invited Izuku to sit down and offered to get him a soda. Dom reassured Izuku that he could share his story with them, as they were all family and supportive of one another. Izuku accepted the orange soda, while Leon distributed drinks to the adults. As Izuku recounted his experiences, the group listened intently, feeling anger towards his parents and bully. Dom struggled to contain his frustration but took deep breaths to calm himself. Letty offered Izuku a place in their family, which left him astonished. Dom welcomed him with open arms, explaining that there would be some rules to ensure they were responsible. Laughter filled the room, including Izuku's, as they enjoyed each other's company. Later, they turned on the TV and watched until Izuku fell asleep. Dom gently carried him to the couch, while Miya provided a blanket and pillow for comfort. The others settled in various parts of the house, with Miya staying downstairs to keep Izuku company on his first night in 𝐿. They all cherished his presence. The next morning, the aroma of breakfast filled the air, waking everyone up. Izuku slowly got off the couch and walked to the back door, where he found everyone gathered at a picnic table, food being served. Vince greeted him with a smile, asking if he had slept well. Izuku admitted that he had, better than in Japan. Leon teased him about Miya cuddling with him all night, to which Miya quickly defended her actions, explaining she just wanted him to feel at home. Letty chimed in, playfully commenting on how cute Izuku looked while sleeping. Jesse laughed, and Dom placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, inviting him to join the meal. As they sat down, Izuku's stomach grumbled with hunger at the sight of the food. He raised his hand to grab something but was stopped by Miya, who whispered that Dom would make him say grace if he reached for the food first. Izuku nodded, grateful for her warning. However, Vince couldn't resist and reached for food, prompting Dom to declare that he would have to say grace for everyone. Vince chuckled and complied, bowing his head and thanking their Heavenly Father for the breakfast and for bringing Izuku into their lives. He asked for strength for their upcoming race that night. Everyone echoed, "Hin," and then they eagerly reached for the food. Dom explained to Izuku that saying grace was a way to express gratitude for their blessings and ask for small favors in return. As Miya served him breakfast, Izuku smiled, appreciating the warmth of the moment. After breakfast, as they cleaned up, Izuku helped Mia while Dom put on a blue sleeveless shirt with his name on it. Curious about the race Vince mentioned, Izuku asked if it was just a street race. Dom confirmed that they were gathering for a race that night and invited Izuku to come along. Excited, Izuku eagerly agreed. Letty entered the room, offering to take Izuku with her since she wasn't racing. She asked if he was okay with that, and he nodded, inquiring about her car. Letty proudly revealed that her car was the 240SX, though she had a preference for American muscle, glancing at Dom with a smile. Dom called out, noting how Izuku always seemed drawn to certain things. He then turned to Izuku and suggested they check out his new place just a couple of blocks away. As they stepped outside, Letty took charge of Izuku's old place while Dom guided him to a red Mazda. Izuku noticed a garage with a car's headlight peeking through a small opening and asked Dom about it. Dom smiled and explained that it was a project he was working on, a reminder of someone special. Curious, Izuku pushed the door open and discovered a black '70 Dodge Charger R/T with its hood missing, exposing the engine. He examined the various parts, and Dom couldn't help but see a reflection of his younger self in Izuku, recalling memories of his father working on cars. Dom promised to show Izuku more about the car later but urged him to focus on getting to his new place. Once inside the Mazda, Dom backed out of the driveway, the crew heading to the cafe with Mia. They drove past several charming houses, some of which were for sale. Dom turned on the radio, and Izuku found himself nodding along to the beat. As he adjusted in his seat, he felt something beneath it and asked Dom about it. Dom smirked, revealing it was 4 small cans of nitrous, which he would only use if someone in a race tried to get ahead of him. Izuku was amazed, realizing that with the nitrous, Dom's car could potentially reach speeds of 160 miles per hour. Dom then pointed out the garage loft he had won, catching Izuku's attention. Upon arriving, they pulled into the driveway, and Dom produced 3 identical keys to unlock the door. Izuku stepped inside, turning on the lights to reveal an empty garage with a loft that already had a kitchen and refrigerator. He nodded in approval as they walked upstairs, noting the lack of furniture in the bedroom. Dom acknowledged that they needed to furnish the place and promised to ask Leon and Vince for help, as he still had to manage the cafe with Mia. Izuku offered to pay them $500 each for their assistance, which surprised Dom. When Izuku explained that he had his father's card, Dom suggested doubling the amount, humorously mentioning he would punch Izuku's father if they ever met. Izuku agreed and pulled out $1,000 for each of them. As he received the keys, he looked around, realizing he could fit 2 or 3 cars comfortably in the garage. Dom received a call and informed Izuku that Leon and Vince would arrive shortly with 2 pickup trucks. Izuku noticed some cleaning was needed and was snapped back to reality by the sound of a truck horn from outside. When he opened the garage door, he saw Vince and Leon driving the rented trucks. Leon admired the place, wishing he had known Dom had won such a nice spot. Vince chimed in, asking if Izuku was ready to gather supplies. Izuku listed off the items he needed: furniture, cleaning supplies, tools, food, and entertainment. He estimated that the pickups could handle it all, especially since they were heavy-duty Chevy Silverados. Leon playfully ruffled Izuku's hair and asked who he wanted to ride with first. Izuku chose Vince, planning to alternate based on their stops. With a fist bump, they set off in the trucks, ready for their shopping adventure. Meanwhile, in Japan, Izumi and Katsumi were at the park, gazing at a bundle of cloth hidden in a tree. It was signed by Izuku, with a cheerful green smiley face. Katsumi held Izumi close, reassuring her that Izuku was all right and wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. Izumi expressed her sadness, feeling the weight of his absence. Katsumi reminded her that Izuku had promised to return and take her away from their parents. As Izumi unwrapped the bundle, she found a green blanket, a cherished item from her childhood, now adorned with a necklace featuring a charm that read, "Hope." It was a reminder of the comfort Izuku had provided her during nightmares. As they embraced, they discovered a crumpled piece of paper inside the blanket. Unfolding it revealed Izuku's handwriting, honoring his grandmother and featuring a design of a hero costume inspired by Nana Shimura. Katsumi smiled, tracing the letters with her fingers before suggesting they head to Shoto's house for Izumi's birthday celebration. Izumi agreed, feeling a mix of emotions but ready to move forward. Back in Los Angeles, Izuku and Leon were driving back to the loft, discussing how Izuku had managed to pay for everything. Leon remarked on the surprising revelation that Izuku's father was All Might, which explained the money. Izuku laughed, confident that his father wouldn't be checking the account anytime soon. As they arrived at the loft, Vince followed closely behind. They unloaded their supplies, noting that they still needed tools for the cars, which they planned to pick up later. Vince commented on the oddity of driving an automatic truck, and Leon agreed. They quickly organized the boxes, with Izuku directing where everything should go. Although it was a bit of a hassle moving furniture up and down the stairs, they managed to set everything in place within 45 minutes. At least the mattress and box spring were in the bedroom, allowing Izuku to rest and continue setting up his new home later. All that remained in the trucks was a new television for the crew, as there was already another one upstairs in the bedroom. Vince finished a bottle of water and stood up, ready to move. He announced that they needed to get the TV to the house, return the trucks, and then head to the meetup. Izuku stood and followed the two, closing up the loft and locking it before running back to the trucks and climbing into the one Vince was driving. Inside, he handed Vince the $1,000 that Dom had convinced him to give. Vince raised an eyebrow, curious about the money. Izuku explained that he thought it was a way to repay Vince for helping him that day, adding that he had another $1,000 for Leon. Vince smiled as he flipped through the cash, acknowledging that Izuku didn't have to do this anymore since he was now part of the crew, part of the family. Izuku raised his hand in a gesture of promise, insisting it was a one-time thing. Vince nodded and pulled out, following Leon's truck. Upon returning to the house, they spotted Letty and Dom outside, pointing in their direction. Izuku got out and gestured toward the TV, asking for their thoughts. Dom smiled at the sight of the TV, assuring Izuku that he didn't have to do it. Izuku explained that the smaller TV didn't quite suit them and that it was a bit crowded trying to watch on it. Dom agreed and offered to bring it inside, instructing Izuku to stand by as Dom took the TV inside. He nodded to Letty, who opened the door for him. Once Letty joined Izuku, she unlocked the car and asked if he was ready, reminding him to be careful not to scuff anything inside. As he got in, he noticed the interior layout was almost identical to the Mazda. Letty smiled at his excitement and started the car, the engine's roar filling his ears. When Leon and Vince returned, everyone climbed into their cars and drove off with Dom leading the way. Izuku turned to Letty while she was driving, eager to know what kind of race they were heading to and who would be racing. Letty explained that Dom was racing since it was his specialty, describing it as a 10-second race down a road that street racers would block off for a quarter mile. The winner would take home the money that the other racers had bet for the night. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he asked where she would be during the race. Letty replied that she would be by the finish line, allowing him to see who won in the end. As Izuku's excitement grew, he suddenly remembered the police and asked Letty about them. She scoffed at the concern, explaining that Leon kept an ear on the police radios to ensure they weren't near the closed-off road. They would only race when they knew the police were preoccupied. Izuku was still worried about the possibility of someone reporting the street race, but Letty reassured him that they had plans to evade any police presence. As night fell, the crew drove to an abandoned area where many people had gathered with their tuned-up cars. Izuku gazed out the window, marveling at the variety of vehicles, which made Letty laugh. She encouraged him to take a good look at the cars, noting that 3 of them belonged to Dom's opponents for the night. She added a piece of advice about not bothering to talk to any girls he might see, as they weren't worth it. Izuku was puzzled by this advice but remained focused on the cars. Soon they came to a stop and got out. Izuku noticed several eyes on him, as he was a new face among Dominic Toretto's crew. Dom called over a man named Hector, greeting him warmly. Hector confirmed that they were indeed racing that night. Dom nodded and explained that it would be one race with the winner taking all, and he handed Hector the cash from himself and the other 3 drivers. A new voice interrupted, questioning the presence of the green-haired kid and suggesting it wasn't a daycare. Letty stepped in, defending Izuku and explaining that he had run away from home. The man, Edwin, apologized for his disrespect and stepped back. Dom then asked if everyone was ready, and Hector confirmed they were good to go. Izuku climbed back into 𝗧𝗏's car as everyone else did the same, driving off in different directions. 𝗧𝗏 led a convoy of cars to an intersection, closing it off on two sides. Izuku looked out the window, noticing more cars blocking the road further down. He asked if it was really a quarter-mile to the finish line. 𝗧𝗏 confirmed it, explaining that once Leon gave Hector the signal to start the race, they would hear the engines roaring down the road, growing louder until the four cars crossed the finish line. Izuku grew restless, hearing the revving engines from a distance. He noticed 𝗧𝗏 holding a handheld radio, listening intently. She smiled at him, announcing that the racers were approaching. Izuku looked down the road and saw 4 pairs of headlights coming closer. As the engines grew louder, he heard the shifting of gears, signaling the cars were speeding down the road. When the cars became visible, he saw 𝗏𝗏 was in the lead by a significant margin. 𝗏𝗏 crossed the finish line first, and Izuku cheered for him. 𝗧𝗏, hearing his excitement, smiled at the kid as the other 3 racers crossed the line. 𝗧𝗏 remarked that 𝗏𝗏 was the best driver in LA and wouldn't lose easily. She suggested they go congratulate him. Izuku jumped out of the car and ran toward 𝗏𝗏's vehicle, which was surrounded by people. 𝗏𝗏 stepped out and saw Izuku sprinting toward him. He crouched down and embraced Izuku warmly. Hector shouted out, praising 𝗏𝗏 for his impressive time. 𝗏𝗏 playfully mentioned that he must have had a lucky charm this time, ruffling Izuku's hair. Hector communicated through the radio, checking in with Leon, who confirmed that there were no police in sight. Hector nodded, satisfied that it had been a good night. 𝗏𝗏 instructed 𝗧𝗏 to take Mia home while he helped Izuku with furniture to get him settled, promising to be home later. 𝗧𝗏 waved goodbye, reminding 𝗏𝗏 to take care of Izuku. 𝗏𝗏 nodded at Izuku, inviting him to get in the passenger side of his car. As they settled in, the crowd dispersed and climbed into their own vehicles. The engine revved and they drove down the road, heading home. Upon arriving at the loft, 𝗏𝗏 noticed Izuku asleep, his head resting against the seatbelt. 𝗏𝗏 smiled, recognizing that the young man had completely passed out, and he turned off the car. Quietly, he exited the vehicle and carried Izuku inside, using one of the keys from Izuku's pocket to unlock the door. Inside, he could see the faint outlines of furniture boxes stacked upstairs. After gently placing Izuku in bed and covering him with a blanket, he closed the door and turned on the lights outside the bedroom, ready to get to work. Throughout the night, 𝗏𝗏 focused on assembling the furniture and arranging everything in its designated place. Once he finished, he quietly left the loft, satisfied with his efforts. He thought to himself that Izuku would enjoy the new space, and all that remained was for him to learn how to drive, followed by mastering the art of racing. 4 years had passed since Izuku left Japan to join 𝗏𝗏's crew. He had grown to a height of 5 feet 9 inches and sported an undercut hairstyle. During this time, he had absorbed everything he could about driving from 𝗏𝗏 and learned about car mechanics and maintenance from Jessie. Izuku had earned his driver's license and worked at 𝗏𝗏's garage, helping to tune up the cars 𝗏𝗏 found. Currently, he sat in the back of Toritos Market and Cafe, enjoying one of Mia's favorite sandwiches. At that moment, a red truck pulled up and parked across the road. Izuku recognized the vehicle and recalled that it was the same one Mia had mentioned. 𝗏𝗏, noticing the truck, asked if Izuku wanted to head to the garage or wait for the others to arrive. Izuku suggested that Vince might have a complaint about his car, and 𝗏𝗏 nodded in agreement. Mia approached, confirming Izuku's order of tuna on white bread without crust. Izuku inquired about the quality of the tuna, to which Mia responded with a playful eye roll, reminding him that it had been subpar for days. 𝗏𝗏 smirked and decided to stick with the tuna, prompting Mia to confirm his order once more. As 𝗏𝗏 stood to grab a beer from the fridge, he tossed a soda to Izuku, who caught it effortlessly. Suddenly, the familiar sound of engines filled the air as 4 cars turned the corners and headed toward the cafe. As they parked, Izuku stood up and stepped outside, greeted by Vince, who was clearly frustrated with Jessie about his car's performance. Izuku chimed in with a smile, suggesting that the issue lay in Vince's fuel map. Jessie acknowledged Izuku's insight, confirming that it was the reason for Vince's troubles. Vince then noticed the red truck across the street and questioned Jessie about it. Izuku defended Mia's sandwiches, stating that she made them well. Leon, following Vince, dismissed the idea that the truck's owner was there for food, while 𝗬𝗬 defended the driver, claiming he did good work at the shop. Izuku offered to help Vince with his car, suggesting he bring it by his place for repairs. As the group entered the cafe, Izuku contemplated further improvements for Vince's car, deciding to wait until Vince asked for his input. After finishing his soda, he crushed the can underfoot. A playful exchange ensued about trying a new burger joint, but Izuku remained loyal to Mia's sandwiches. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside as Vince and the blonde man clashed, prompting Izuku to comment that it was time for Dom to intervene. Mia urged Dom to step in, and he finally complied, leaving Izuku to inform Mia that he would head home and wait for Vince to bring his car over. After a brotherly hug, Izuku fist-bumped 𝗬𝗬 and Leon before hearing a name called out. As he walked away from the cafe, soda in hand and a magazine tucked in his back pocket, he recognized a familiar engine sound upon arriving home. Opening the garage, he was greeted by a hot pink 2000 Honda S2000 parked in the driveway. Suki emerged from the car, explaining that her engine needed a tune-up and she knew just the right person for the job. Izuku teased her about which engine she meant, and Suki shared her plans to go to Miami for street racing. He smiled, reminding her to be cautious during hurricane season as she prepared to load her car onto a truck. Suki giggled and drove her car into the garage, where Izuku popped the hood and got to work, turning on some music to accompany him as he focused on the task at hand. Izuku examined his outfit, removing his hoodie to reveal a black button-down shirt with ripped sleeves. He turned to Suki, reminding her that she needed to replace the fusion coil in her car. He was fortunate to have a few extra ones that would fit perfectly. Suki smiled at his playful flirting and encouraged him to get to work. As Izuku focused on his task, he heard Vince's car pull into the driveway. When Vince stepped out, Izuku noticed a slight bruise on his face and asked how hard he had been hit. Vince wiped the sweat from his brow, downplaying the impact. He decided to relax upstairs while Izuku finished working on Suki's car. Vince headed to the fridge in search of a drink and asked if there was any beer. Izuku directed him to the back of the fridge. Vince grabbed a can and noticed Suki watching Izuku from the loft. He joined her and asked if she enjoyed watching him work. Suki expressed her trust in Izuku, noting that he was more than just a mechanic. He was an exceptional driver, having beaten all of them except for Dom. Once Izuku finished his work, he closed the hood and stretched his neck. He called for Suki to come down when she was ready. She eagerly jumped into the driver's seat and started her car, revving the engine with excitement. After stepping out, she embraced Izuku, thanking him and expressing her hope to see him in Miami or for a race before he returned to Japan. Izuku assured her that he would race her once he got a car. Izuku opened the hood of Vince's car, realizing it would take some time to fix. After a while, he managed to patch up the fuel map and informed Vince that he would need Jessie to take a closer look the next day. Vince commented on how long Izuku had been with the group without choosing a car for himself. Izuku mused that he believed the car should choose its driver. Vince chuckled and suggested Izuku take a shower to freshen up. After a quick shower, Izuku emerged dressed in a black leather jacket, a green t-shirt, and jeans. He expressed his hope that the meeting would feature cars that caught his interest. Vince reassured him that he would find something worthwhile. Izuku nodded and climbed into the car as Vince started the engine, which roared to life. They drove off to meet the rest of the crew. As they arrived at the meetup location, Izuku noticed the crew forming a familiar V pattern, reminiscent of his first street race with Dom. Stepping out of the car, he scanned the area and spotted a striking silver and blue vehicle at the end of the lot. He couldn't believe his eyes, prompting Vince to nudge Dom and point out the car Izuku was approaching. Dom learned that the car belonged to a rookie named Jason, who had only raced when he was confident of winning. Izuku admired the BMW M3 GTR, marveling at its beauty. As he leaned closer to inspect it, a man approached from behind, smirking. He attempted to push Izuku aside, but the reflection in the window alerted Izuku, allowing him to step aside just in time. The man left handprints on the window, prompting Izuku to comment on the disrespect shown to such an appealing car. The man retorted that he could treat his ride however he wanted, which Izuku found unacceptable. A crowd gathered as Izuku challenged the man, suggesting a race for the car. When the man questioned how Izuku could race without a car, Izuku pointed out that 𝗏 would lend him his Mazda. 𝗏 agreed to the terms, stating that if he won, Jason would have to walk home. Izuku was surprised but realized this was a birthday gift from 𝗏, who handed him the keys to the Mazda. The two introduced themselves, with Jason expressing confidence in his car. As they walked back to the meetup, Izuku noticed 𝗏 surrounded by admirers, which made 𝗬𝗏 visibly jealous. She warned the girls to back off, while Izuku stood beside her, teasing 𝗏 about the situation. 𝗏 questioned whether a 16-year-old should be in such a place, but Izuku was determined to prove himself. Leon chuckled at the banter, acknowledging 𝗏's response. 𝗏, with a nod, turned back to Hector and announced the details of the night's races. There would be 2 races, one for Izuku and another with a buy-in of 2G, where the winner would take all. Hector was tasked with holding the money, which led to some confusion among the racers. Edwin smirked and teased Hector about his speed, prompting a smile from Hector, though he quickly realized it was meant as an insult. 𝗏 clapped his hands together, wishing everyone good luck. Suddenly, a voice called out from the crowd, and Izuku recognized Brian from earlier. Brian mentioned he didn't have cash but offered a pink slip for his car instead. Izuku was intrigued by the idea of 2 pink slips in one night. Brian explained the stakes clearly. If he lost, the winner would take his car. If he won, he would take the cash and gain respect. 𝗏, noticing Brian's determination, pointed to a green Mitsubishi Eclipse, asking if it was his. Jesse chimed in, listing the car's features, while Izuku noted the value of the vehicle. Brian confidently asked if he was worthy of racing, and 𝗏, amused, agreed to let him join. The group dispersed to their cars and drove to their usual racing street, with Izuku and Hector at the starting line. Izuku, feeling the excitement, checked in with Leon over the radio, who confirmed everything was clear for now. Prepared for the race, 𝗏 handed the keys to Izuku, who drove back to the starting point where Jason awaited. Jason, with a smirk, expressed confidence in his ability to win against Izuku's car. Izuku, hiding his irritation, was determined to prove otherwise. He adjusted the passenger seat and turned off the NOS, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. 𝗏 leaned in, reminding Izuku to take the pink slip and car home after the race to avoid any trouble with the police. With confirmation from Leon, Hector raised his hands to signal the start of the race. Izuku and Jason revved their engines, and as Hector initiated the race, Izuku's Mazda performed a brief burnout before speeding down the road, with Jason trailing behind. As they raced, Izuku noticed Jason gaining ground, but he remained calm, reminding himself that speed wasn't everything. As they approached the finish line, Izuku felt confident, noting Jason struggled to keep his car steady. Crossing the finish line first, Izuku slowed down, executing a small drift. 𝗏 was the first to reach him, congratulating him amidst the cheers from the crew and crowd. Jason pulled up, visibly frustrated, and confronted Izuku with anger. Izuku, maintaining his composure, responded with a clever remark, which only fueled Jason's rage. In a moment of aggression, Jason swung at Izuku, who deftly dodged and countered with a quick uppercut, catching Jason off guard. The crowd erupted in cheers at the unexpected turn of events. Izuku, crouching beside Jason, playfully demanded the keys to the GTR, which was still running. Suddenly, chaos erupted as someone shouted about the police arriving. While everyone else panicked, Izuku remained calm, taking a different route to avoid the officers. He navigated through back streets and successfully reached his loft, exhilarated by his victory in the street race. After parking and covering the car, Izuku celebrated his win, knowing it was just the beginning of his racing journey. He turned on the TV to catch the news, but his attention was diverted by a knock at the door. After a couple of knocks, he groaned, grabbing a torque wrench for safety, and peeked through the peephole. To his surprise, it was 𝗏, who had come to see him. 𝗏 entered, and they exchanged greetings. 𝗏 asked how Izuku liked his new car, to which Izuku expressed his excitement, mentioning the need to clean and tune it. 𝗏 noticed the torque wrench and jokingly asked if Izuku was planning to use it on someone else. Izuku admitted that he might have used it on Jason, who was unhappy about losing his car. Feeling a surge of ambition, Izuku expressed a longing to travel and race across America, searching for a place to call home. 𝗏𝗏 smiled, understanding Izuku's aspirations. Izuku smiled and embraced 𝗏𝗏, expressing his gratitude for their bond. 𝗏𝗏 chuckled and mentioned he should head home, wanting to ensure Izuku arrived safely. Izuku reminded 𝗏𝗏 not to be too harsh with others as he watched him leave for the taxi. After putting away his wrench, Izuku headed upstairs to rest. A car raced across the finish line, followed closely by 3 others. The leading vehicle, a BMW M3 GTR, was driven by an 18-year-old Izuku, who celebrated his victory with the cheering crowd. A second car approached, and the driver complimented him on the race. Izuku acknowledged the driver, Suki, noting her improvement. As he scanned the crowd, he spotted Mike, who approached him with enthusiasm, comparing the race to a masterpiece. Izuku accepted the prize money and shared a portion of it with Mike, appreciating their mutual respect. However, the distant sound of police sirens interrupted their celebration. Izuku quickly pocketed his winnings and urged everyone to disperse, planning to distract the authorities. With adrenaline pumping, Izuku accelerated, challenging the police as he drifted onto the street. He maneuvered through the city, determined to evade capture. As he sped into an alley, he anticipated the police would attempt to corner him. Spotting an intersecting alley, he quickly reversed and revved the engine, preparing for another daring escape. The police announced his entrapment, but Izuku, undeterred, responded with confidence, surprising them. He slammed on the gas, launching the car off a hidden ramp and soaring over a blockade of police vehicles. The landing sent sparks flying as he continued down the street, exhilarated by the thrill of the chase. As he drove, Izuku noticed a familiar hero, 𝗏𝗏, attempting to catch up. 𝗏𝗏, frustrated by the nickname Izuku had earned, demanded he pull over. Izuku laughed, enjoying the chase even more. He expertly drifted around corners, knowing 𝗏𝗏 would struggle on the bridge ahead. With a clear path ahead, Izuku shifted into high gear, racing down the stretch. 𝗏𝗏, refusing to back down, called for the bridge to be raised. Izuku, undeterred, pressed the accelerator, activating a speed boost that propelled him across the gap. In midair, he playfully gestured at 𝗏𝗏 before landing safely on the other side and speeding away into the night. 𝗏𝗏, astonished by the stunt, watched as Izuku disappeared. His sidekicks, emerging from the control tower, questioned their next move, but 𝗏𝗏 realized Izuku was already long gone. Izuku slowed down as he reached a beach house with a garage filled with tools from Los Angeles. After turning off the car and closing the garage, he fondly stroked the necklace given to him by Katsumi, hoping she and Izumi were well. He stepped into the house, which was warm and dimly lit, unaware of the figure waiting at the front door. The figure introduced himself as Mr. Nobody, catching Izuku off guard. Izuku instinctively drew a knife, demanding answers. Mr. Nobody, dressed in a suit and sunglasses, calmly identified himself, prompting Izuku to lower his weapon. Curious about Mr. Nobody's intentions, Izuku offered him a glass of water, to which Mr. Nobody graciously accepted, signaling that he meant no harm. Izuku, amused, remarked on Mr. Nobody's secretive demeanor and clarified that he had long since disowned his old name from Japan. The story left readers wondering about Mr. Nobody's true motives and what challenges lay ahead for Izuku. Izuku planned to change his name to Midoriya legally and rescue his sister from her current situation. Mr. Nobody acknowledged his awareness of the circumstances surrounding Izuku and his sister, offering him a proposal that could help them both. Intrigued, Izuku inquired about the terms of the offer. Mr. Nobody explained that if Izuku completed a job with a skilled team, his organization would reward him generously, grant him diplomatic immunity in their operational countries, and allow him to choose an additional benefit. The more jobs he completed, the greater his rewards would be. Izuku noted the potential risks involved, suspecting that the jobs might be dangerous. Mr. Nobody confirmed his insight, complimenting his perceptiveness. Izuku, confident in his abilities as the street racer king, asked if he could negotiate the deal further. Mr. Nobody assured him that he could back out after learning the job details if he chose to do so. Before proceeding, Mr. Nobody requested Izuku to sign a form that would clear his criminal record related to street racing and other offenses. Izuku found it amusing that he was on the verge of fame, which could have led to a bounty on his head. Mr. Nobody clarified that it would be a bounty for heroes, not bounty hunters, and asked if Izuku was in. After reviewing the legal document for any hidden clauses, Izuku agreed to the deal. Mr. Nobody smiled and handed him a pen to sign. Once the paperwork was complete, Mr. Nobody informed Izuku that they could arrange for a plane to transport him and his car, or he could drive himself. Izuku opted for the former, depending on the destination. Mr. Nobody instructed him to arrive at the airport within the hour. After shaking hands, Izuku packed his belongings, including tools and essentials. He reminisced about the first car he and Dom had worked on together, a black '67 Chevy Impala, and wondered if Mia had managed to keep it after he left. Once packed, Izuku drove to the airport. On the way, he noticed a black Escalade pulling up beside him, with Mr. Nobody inside. Following the Escalade, Izuku arrived at a remote airstrip where a military aircraft awaited. After stopping, Mr. Nobody directed him to pull his car into the plane and secure it for takeoff. As the loading ramp closed, a soldier announced they were clear for departure. Izuku made his way to a seat, where Mr. Nobody was ready to brief him on the mission. He explained that they had been searching for Izuku for days and that he would be the final member of the team already engaged in the operation. Mr. Nobody presented a case file detailing their target, Alejandro Salvador, a drag lord who had risen to power after taking over from the previous boss. Izuku asked if they wanted Salvador alive or captured. Mr. Nobody preferred him alive and explained that a tracker had been placed on Salvador, ensuring he could not escape. Izuku inquired about the 𝗕𝗏𝗍 location and learned it was a military facility. He agreed to the plan, asking for additional information about Salvador. Mr. Nobody warned him that Salvador would likely be armed with a Desert Eagle. Izuku expressed his excitement for the challenge and requested a few cars as part of his reward. After listing the specific cars he wanted, Mr. Nobody assured him they could arrange it. He advised Izuku to rest, as the flight would take a couple of hours. Izuku settled back in his seat, preparing for the mission ahead. 2 hours later, turbulence jolted Izuku awake as soldiers approached to release his car from its restraints. A soldier confirmed they were nearing their destination, and Mr. Nobody informed him they were almost at the Golden Gate Bridge, heading toward the city. Izuku prepared himself, eager to begin. He unlocked his car, revving the engine as the plane began its descent. Mr. Nobody instructed him to back up onto a low-level extraction platform designed for dropping supplies. With a smirk, Izuku complied, allowing the soldiers to secure the car for the drop. After setting a timer for the parachute release, he exchanged a glance with Mr. Nobody, ready for the next phase of their operation. The man signaled to Izuku with a thumbs up as both he and the car were ejected from the plane. Izuku let out a joyful shout as the parachute deployed, guiding him safely to the ground. Upon landing, he felt the impact and swiftly shifted the car into first gear. He glanced at a computer provided by Mr. Nobody, which was tracking Alejandro. Izuku had touched down 3,000 feet away from the bridge and was rapidly closing the distance. The tracker indicated that Alejandro was just 2,000 feet ahead. As he accelerated, he spotted 6 other cars pursuing a silver Lamborghini, right where the tracker indicated. Determined to make his mark, Izuku shifted into a higher gear, overtaking the first 2 cars. This caught the attention of the next 2 vehicles, which attempted to block his path. He smiled, knowing they were unaware that he was their final crew member. Making a sharp lane change to the left, he noticed the 4th car following suit, but Izuku skillfully maneuvered through the narrow gap between the 2. As he passed them, he recognized a Dodge Charger and a Plymouth Roadrunner as the last 2 in the chase. He felt a thrill at the challenge ahead. Now on the Golden Gate Bridge, Izuku saw a clear path ahead. In his rearview mirror, he noticed one of the drivers he had overtaken communicating via radio, with the driver in the Charger responding. A smirk crossed Izuku's face as he anticipated their attempt to stop him. Just as he was about to pass the Roadrunner, it cut him off, forcing him to sharply turn left and attempt to overtake the Charger. He faced another blockade but noticed an opening in the center. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku accelerated through the gap with a burst of 𝗧, easily passing the two cars. He felt exhilarated and decided to show off a bit. Pulling the e-brake, he executed a full 180-degree turn, driving backward at an impressive speed. The 6 drivers were taken aback by his unexpected maneuver. With a playful gesture out the window, he saluted them before spinning back around and speeding up to catch the Lamborghini. As he drafted behind the Lamborghini, Izuku could see the driver beginning to panic. He nudged the back left bumper of the car, causing it to spin out of control and come to a stop. Izuku halted his own car and stepped out, watching as the driver hastily exited and attempted to flee. The cars he had passed earlier were now stationary, observing the scene unfold. Izuku approached the fleeing man, who shouted in fear. He calmly reminded him of the debt he owed. With a grin, Izuku dashed back to his car and pursued 𝗂𝐴LEJANDRO once more. After pulling the e-brake, he swung open the passenger door. 𝗂𝐴LEJANDRO glanced back, only to be tripped into the seat. Izuku playfully greeted him, closing the door behind him. As he locked the doors, 𝗂𝐴LEJANDRO, startled, drew his Desert Eagle and aimed it at Izuku. Before he could pull the trigger, Izuku struck him in the throat, leaving 𝗂𝐴LEJANDRO stunned and gasping. The sudden stop of the car caused 𝗂𝐴LEJANDRO, unbuckled, to hit his head against the dashboard. Noticing his vulnerability, Izuku delivered a precise chop to 𝗂𝐴LEJANDRO's neck, rendering him unconscious. With a smirk, Izuku remarked about the service he provided, driving off and calling Mr. Nobody for further instructions. He quickly switched to a video call, showing 𝗂𝐴LEJANDRO sprawled in the passenger seat. Mr. Nobody confirmed the identity and directed Izuku to a specific address. Izuku acknowledged that he had encountered his new team on the road while capturing 𝗂𝐴LEJANDRO. After a brief exchange of congratulations, he continued his drive in silence, accompanied only by the music from the radio. Following the directions, he arrived at a building that had a militaristic appearance, cleverly disguised as a psychiatric facility. He parked next to a dark gray Hummer and retrieved 𝗂𝐴LEJANDRO, still unconscious, pocketing the gun for evidence. Entering the elevator, Izuku pressed the only visible button, amused by the clear directive. After a short ride, the doors opened to reveal a heated discussion in the hallway. A familiar voice expressed concern about bringing someone so young into this line of work, while another voice, with an English accent, attempted to calm the situation. Mr. Nobody intervened, offering one last chance for leniency regarding 𝗂𝐴LEJANDRO's fate. As Izuku entered the room, he was greeted by Mr. Nobody, who thanked him for bringing 𝗂𝐴LEJANDRO. Soldiers arrived to take 𝗂𝐴LEJANDRO away on a stretcher, and Izuku handed over the Desert Eagle as evidence. Once they departed, Izuku was introduced to the crew he had previously outpaced. Mr. Nobody presented him as the final member of the team. Izuku smiled as he approached the table, embracing 𝗳𝗏. Warmly, they exchanged pleasantries, with 𝗳𝗏 complimenting Izuku on his car's upgrades. Izuku shrugged, explaining how he had acquired 𝗧 from the racing scene in Tampa. Turning to Mia, he welcomed her back, and she noted his growth since their last meeting. Letty asked how Izuku was doing, and he replied with a smirk that he was just fine, noting that he saw he still didn't have a girlfriend. Izuku gently grasped his necklace, expressing his belief that someone was waiting for him. Mr. Nobody cleared his throat, indicating that while the others got to know Izuku, their payment would be delivered in the morning. A man in a black leather jacket remarked that they were hungry. Standing at the center of the room, Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, mentioning his age and referencing 𝗳𝗏's earlier outburst. He pointed out his BMW M3 GTR. A man in a scorpion shirt approached and shook Izuku's hand, expressing his eagerness to see Izuku's skills, noting how much Suki had talked about him in Miami. Izuku smiled, pleased to hear Suki was doing well since Mike took over the garage and business. The man in the leather jacket introduced himself as Roman, commenting on Izuku's impressive car and suggesting he must have tuned it extensively. Izuku nodded, indicating he might soon be one of Roman's friends. Shaw, wearing a brown jacket, acknowledged Izuku's skillful maneuvering during a race, while Ramsey, dressed in black and white, expressed her trust in him since he knew 𝗳𝗏. Roman questioned Ramsey's trust, but she simply shrugged with a smirk. The last member of the group introduced himself as Luke Hobbs, noting Izuku's impressive driving record from his file. Izuku shook Hobbs's hand, feeling the strength of his grip, and mentioned he earned the title of Street Racer King. Hobbs smirked, suggesting Izuku was fortunate his name hadn't crossed his desk, or he would have pursued him. Izuku's eyes widened, glancing at 𝗏𝗏, who nodded in acknowledgement. Curious about the drivers, Izuku asked who they were, noting the 6 cars he had seen. 𝗏𝗏 smiled, asserting that nothing could stop him from driving. 𝗏𝗏 admitted he wasn't great at driving but had other useful skills. Roman, having witnessed Izuku's tricks, requested to learn how to drive backward. Shaw pointed out he was the first car Izuku had outmaneuvered, while Hobbs confirmed he was the one driving the armored truck with Mia. Izuku expressed his happiness at getting along with everyone and asked who wanted food. They all nodded enthusiastically, with Roman excitedly hoping Izuku could cook. Izuku turned to 𝗏𝗏, recalling the last meal he had cooked before leaving. 𝗏𝗏 fondly remembered it as the best barbecue he had ever tasted. Izuku assured everyone he had improved his cooking skills and instructed them to stay out of the kitchen. An hour later, everyone gathered at the dinner table, eagerly awaiting the meal. Izuku emerged, balancing platters of food and smiling nervously. He asked Mia for help, and she stood up, reminiscing about old times as they set the table. Remembering the house rules, they both realized they needed to say grace since they reached for the food first. Mia and 𝗧𝗏 laughed at the familiar scene. As they held hands and bowed their heads, Izuku offered a heartfelt prayer, expressing gratitude for being reunited with his family and for those who could not be present. Everyone responded with Amen. Once the food was served, they began to learn more about Izuku and how he had met 𝗏𝗏. Hobbs accidentally bent his fork in frustration, vowing to confront Toshinori and 𝗏𝗏 when he saw them again. Shaw began sharpening one of his knives for therapeutic purposes, while the others assured Izuku he wouldn't have to worry about his past. After dinner, Izuku and Mia were cleaning up when 𝗏𝗏 entered the doorway, saying he had something to show Izuku. After receiving Mia's nod of approval, Izuku dried his hands and followed 𝗏𝗏 to another room filled with cars, some with hoods up and parts scattered around. In the far corner, he noticed a covered vehicle. Recognizing its shape, he exclaimed in surprise, and 𝗏𝗏 encouraged him to take a look. Izuku pulled off the cover to reveal a '67 Chevy Impala, still incomplete and ready for restoration. Overjoyed, he ran to 𝗏𝗏 and embraced him, both of them laughing as Mia and 𝗧𝗏 watched from the doorway. 𝗏𝗏 asked if they should finish the car before Izuku returned to Japan, and Izuku eagerly agreed, mentioning he had more cars on the way for them to work on. 𝗏𝗏 smiled, ready to get to work alongside Izuku. The two changed into white tank tops and began their project on the Impala, with the rest of the crew watching in delight. It had been nearly a year since Izuku joined the crew and participated in various jobs with them. Each job had brought him benefits, including capturing a cartel leader for a private investigator with a medical quirk that monitored a person's well-being to keep an eye on Izumi. He had outdriven a hijacking crew in Texas, helping the FBI arrest them for hijacking valuable resource convoys, all to secure a house with a large garage in Japan. He even learned to drift to evade a villain's searchlight while infiltrating a compound in Argentina used for human trafficking, all to gain legal custody of his sister upon his return to Japan. Izuku had even taken down a corrupt mafia in Italy just to secure a private boat and crew to help transport his cars to his new home in Japan. During this time, the crew trained him in combat, particularly Shaw and Hobbs. Ramsey quickly bonded with Izuku, impressed by his eagerness to learn more about hacking and the God's Eye. 𝗏𝗏 felt a sense of pride in Izuku's determination to free his sister from All Might and 𝐒𝐭𝐲. Once Izuku had everything he desired, there remained one final task: obtaining a restraining order. While Izuku was making some final adjustments to the engine of his Impala, he heard 𝗏𝗏's voice calling out to everyone. 𝗏𝗏 announced that they had one last job to complete before they could consider themselves free. Izuku smiled, realizing this was the final step he needed to take. He set down his tools, wiped his hands, and headed upstairs to find everyone gathered around the table for their usual meetings. As the last to arrive, Mr. Nobody was ready to begin. He explained that this would be their final mission and that he was willing to offer 2 benefits for their cooperation: Each member would receive $500,000 upon completion and immunity from arrest by law enforcement worldwide, along with 2 additional benefits of their choosing. Izuku already had one benefit in mind but needed to think about the second. The crew nodded in agreement, remaining close to one another and the table. Mr. Nobody continued, detailing the mission. An agent had gone dark after working for 6 months with a villain organization in Louisiana. Their task was to extract him from the facility where he was stationed. The agent's undercover name was Bullet, a reference to both his quirk, which allowed him to create bullets, and his exceptional driving skills. Izuku scoffed, thinking that Bullet would be a worthy opponent for a race. Roman smiled, noting Izuku's enthusiasm for competition and assuring him that if they succeeded, Bullet would likely accept the challenge. Izuku listened intently as Mr. Nobody explained that the villains in Louisiana were planning something significant, but Bullet was unaware of the details. The reports had been sent anonymously and in code, leaving them with little information about his whereabouts. Mr. Nobody concluded by emphasizing that if they completed this mission, they would all be free from any further obligations. Once Mr. Nobody left the room, Hobbs quickly spread out blueprints and maps of Louisiana, highlighting the major hotspots for the villains, with New Orleans being the most prominent. He encouraged everyone to pack their swamp boots, fishing gear, and jazz shoes as they were heading to New Orleans. As the group loaded their preferred vehicles onto a plane, Izuku noticed Tej's excitement. Curious, he asked Tej about his enthusiasm. Tej revealed that he knew who Bullet was, capturing everyone's attention. He explained that Bullet was Brian O'Connor, an ex-cop who had helped Dom evade capture and had been racing in Miami until he disappeared again. Izuku recalled a Brian from their past in Los Angeles and asked Dom if it was the same person. Dom confirmed that Brian had been an undercover cop known as Brian Earl Spillner, the driver of the green Eclipse that Izuku had wanted to work on. Izuku wondered what had happened to that car, to which Dom recounted how it had been destroyed in an incident, leaving Brian indebted to him for a 10-second car. Mia chimed in, recalling that she and Brian had been engaged before his second disappearance. Izuku expressed his determination to rescue Brian, hoping to reunite their family. The crew nodded in agreement, feeling the plane take off. Dom encouraged everyone to rest, and they complied. Meanwhile, in Japan, Izumi had endured 7 grueling years. Under All Might's rigorous training, she had pushed her physical limits, while 𝐒𝐭 had mentally prepared her to enhance her telekinetic quirk. Emotionally, she had been taught to give up on Izuku ever returning, branded a disgrace to the Yagi family. Yet, that last lesson had never taken hold. Letters had been arriving at the Bakuga household, addressed to Katsumi but sent anonymously. Each week, she received correspondence from a source she recognized through a secret code known only to her and Izuku. One day, while retrieving the mail, Katsumi felt a familiar envelope among the pile. Excited, she sprinted to the Yagi household, where 𝐒𝐭 greeted her. Despite her lingering resentment towards 𝐒𝐭 for what had happened to Izuku, Katsumi managed to convince Izumi to spend some time with her. Katsumi asked if Izuku had sent another letter, and Izumi confirmed that there was likely more news. They stopped by their usual tree in the park to open the letter. To an untrained eye, it seemed like an ordinary summary of the week, but to Izumi, the coded message revealed more. She shared her excitement, explaining that Izuku had one last job to complete before returning to Japan. Katsumi's heart raced at the news, and Izumi continued, revealing that Izuku had prepared a house, secured documents for sole custody, and had a private investigator ready to support him. The only remaining task was to obtain a restraining order against their parents. Katsumi beamed with joy, eager to learn if the letter contained the address. Izumi scanned the message but found only directions, prompting her to urge Katsumi to follow her. They hurried along the path, realizing that the house was located in the same direction as UA Academy, just a bit further down the road. Upon reaching the end of the directions, they discovered a construction crew working on a house that appeared nearly complete, though much remained to be done. Izumi confirmed that this was indeed the house Izuku had acquired. Katsumi noted that it seemed spacious, possibly indicating that Izuku planned to bring several cars with him, which would explain the need for a large garage. Izumi pondered aloud about the types of cars her brother would bring. He mentioned that he would have a few items to bring and more to purchase. One of the construction workers glanced at the two girls and asked if they were related to Izuku Midoriya. Izumi looked up, recalling that he had changed his family name, and confirmed that she was his younger sister. The worker smiled and reached into his pocket, explaining that his employer wanted him to give Izuku's sister a spare key to their house for when it was ready. However, that wouldn't be for a while unless Izuku finished his current job quickly. If he did, they would need to use the worker's quirk. Izumi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pulled out a notebook and pen, eager to learn about the quirk. The worker chuckled and told her it was called Insta-Build. He explained that if he had the blueprints for a house or building, he could construct it quickly, although he couldn't control the speed of the build. Izumi scribbled down the details, muttering to herself, while Katsumi sighed in slight embarrassment and gently tapped Izumi on the head. Izumi giggled, apologizing for her enthusiasm and expressing her admiration for quirks and heroes. The worker clarified that he wouldn't be able to help unless the deadline was moved up. The worker confirmed that the men were paid by the hour but preferred to finish the job quickly, balancing the need to provide for their families with the longing to go home. Once they had earned enough, they would ask him to complete the job. Katsumi acknowledged the arrangement, noting that the worker had a permit to use his quirk for construction. Meanwhile, Izuku and his team had just landed in Louisiana and were preparing to disembark from the plane. Izuku smiled as the crew stood up and stretched, then asked one of the girls, Ramsey, if she wanted to ride with him. She agreed, eager to learn more about his driving. Izuku unlocked his car, inviting her to join him so they could start locating their target. As Ramsey climbed in and powered up her modified laptop, Dom scanned the area and noticed Izuku already in the car. He called for everyone else to get ready. The soldiers lowered the cargo doors of the plane, and Izuku received a text from Mr. Nobody, confirming that everything was set for their mission. Izuku felt a surge of determination as he grabbed his radio, ready to bring O'Connor home. Dom responded through the radio, joking about who would be cooking dinner. Izuku reminded him that he had cooked the night before, so it was Dom's turn. Letty backed Izuku up, and they all laughed as Izuku put the car in reverse, leading the way toward New Orleans. Ramsey activated the God's Eye, a program she created that could locate anyone in the world. As she hacked into various devices in New Orleans, she managed to narrow down their target's location to downtown. Ramsey reported her findings, explaining that O'Connor was rarely seen on surveillance cameras. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 acknowledged the progress and encouraged her to keep searching. Ramsey assured them that once she found him, she would be able to signal him with a device. Roman expressed excitement about bringing Brian home. Upon arriving in New Orleans, Izuku stopped at a motel and secured rooms for everyone, using All Might's card to pay for their stay. Once they received their keys, they settled into their rooms before regrouping in Roman and 𝗧𝗪's suite. Izuku shared that he had narrowed down their search but still needed more time to track O'Connor. He suggested they enjoy their time in New Orleans and find a great diner. Roman liked the idea and jokingly asked if All Might would be paying. 𝗧𝗪 laughed, pointing out that it was a valid question. Letty smirked, anticipating an expensive meal. Izuku confirmed that he would cover the costs and asked 𝗏𝗄s to choose the restaurant. 𝗏𝗄s initially thought it was Torito's turn to cook, but Izuku clarified that Torito was only responsible for cooking next time, not picking the dinner spot. 𝗏𝗄s agreed to find a restaurant, while 𝗏𝗄 reminded him to choose a place with decent beer. Everyone shared a laugh as Ramsey sent 𝗏𝗄s a list of restaurants that met their criteria. Once 𝗏𝗄s returned with a restaurant in mind, they packed up and headed out, with Ramsey carrying her laptop. Upon entering the lively restaurant, Izuku felt a wave of nostalgia, noting that the place hadn't changed much. Some diners recognized him and cheered, calling him the king. Dom inquired if Izuku had been racing late at night, to which Izuku replied that it wasn't every night. The street racers in the restaurant welcomed him and his friends to the VIP room, where they were treated to a feast on the house. Mia and Letty eagerly asked Izuku about his nickname, the King, and he explained that it was a nod to his title as the Street Racer King. He had triumphed over every street racer in the city, earning the title of Street Racer King. He shared how he discovered shortcuts on the closed-off roads during races, catching his opponents off guard. Dom smiled, acknowledging the impressive feats he had achieved across the country. He mentioned that major cities were his playground, particularly Tampa Bay, where he had to be prepared for numerous NOS users. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smiled, proud of his accomplishments. Ramsey pushed his plate away, declaring he couldn't eat any more, while Izuku took the opportunity to grab a second helping, suggesting they should check on Bullet. As he spoke, Dom noticed a familiar figure at the bar, sipping a Corona. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Mia recognized him too, followed by Izuku, who spotted the dirty blonde hair. Roman, who had just finished his meal, was also drawn to the sight. Ramsey received a notification and confirmed through the camera that it was indeed him. Dom stood up with his beer and approached the man, taking a seat beside him. He remarked on the city, noting that it wasn't so bad until one experienced the severity of the storms. Izuku followed Dom, while Brian turned to see the group. They were there to help him escape the city. Izuku took a seat next to Brian and revealed that he wasn't the only one present. Brian recognized Izuku as the kid who had won the M3 GTR, recalling the night he lost his Eclipse. He had heard rumors of the Street Racer King and introduced himself as Brian O'Connor. Dom offered Brian a ride out of the city, but Brian warned him that it wasn't that simple, as some individuals in the establishment were villains disguised as street racers. Izuku observed the reflections in his glass, realizing Brian was right. Some patrons were indeed watching him. Dom nodded in agreement, and they returned to their table. The crew looked to Dom and Izuku for guidance. Shaw quietly asked how they planned to get Brian out, but Izuku admitted they couldn't do so just yet. They needed a strategy to create a diversion or an accident. Dom agreed, emphasizing the urgency of their mission. The owner of the restaurant approached them, inviting them to join the racers at Lincoln Beach, eager to welcome the Street Racer King back to New Orleans. Izuku found the offer tempting but reiterated that they were only there to help a friend. The owner insisted that excitement was rare, urging them to reconsider. Dom suggested they all go, believing it would allow them to unwind and devise a plan. Izuku relented, agreeing to meet the owner later and instructing him to call everyone. The owner was thrilled and rushed off to make arrangements. After settling the bill, 𝗏𝗄s paid for their food and drinks, and they left the restaurant, with Ramsey keeping a close watch on Brian's movements. They discussed the restaurant's dual purpose as a villain hideout, where individuals would vanish after entering the kitchen. 𝗏𝗄s expressed concern about the unexpected challenges they faced. Izuku reminded him of their previous encounters, including the gold vault in Italy, which they had managed to overcome. Dom rallied the group, emphasizing their goal of reuniting their family. Izuku mentioned his upcoming trip to Japan, which brought a somber mood to the room, but they knew they would stay connected through letters. Shaw suggested reviewing the blueprints of the building to plan their mission. Ramsey utilized the restaurant's technology to create an accurate layout, revealing a hidden door in the meat locker that led underground. Izuku noted the cliché of such a setup, prompting 𝗕𝗏 to question how many movies featured similar plots. They brainstormed how to map the rest of the underground area, with Mia proposing that Ramsey use the city layout to assist in their planning. Ramsey quickly gathered the information, revealing the presence of security and advanced technology protected by a formidable firewall. Izuku smiled, realizing they would need additional laptops for their plan. When Ramsey inquired about his intentions, Izuku explained his strategy for a three-pronged assault on the firewall, likening it to a video game boss that required multiple players to defeat. He detailed how they could distract the firewall while another laptop worked to breach it. Shaw requested a simpler analogy, and Izuku compared it to 3 assassins targeting a highly skilled opponent. He noted he would need coffee or an energy drink to keep his focus sharp for the task ahead. 𝗧𝗏 began preparing coffee while 𝗕𝗏 retrieved 2 more laptops from 𝗏𝗄's truck. The rest of the crew busied themselves with final adjustments for the street racer gathering. Izuku successfully breached the main laptop's firewall, granting Ramsey access to a wealth of information. Excitedly, she approached him, laptop in hand, and expressed her enthusiasm about sending the gathered intel to the local heroes and police, complete with a location. Izuku reminded everyone that they had enhanced surveillance of the base thanks to the God's Eye. As the group reconvened, they observed the profiles Ramsey was pulling up, revealing a meeting in progress, with Brian present. They overheard a conversation about the street racers and their growing agitation. One of the speakers mentioned that the street racer king was in New Orleans and would be making an appearance that night. Brian stepped forward, suggesting that if the king intended to race, it could be an opportunity for them to recruit him. Doubts were raised about how Brian knew this, but he explained that the king had a reputation for loving a good race and would be a formidable opponent. The group acknowledged the need for caution, recognizing that if the police caught wind of the street race, their window of action would be limited. They also noted the difficulty of stealing from the bank vault, which had thwarted many attempts in the past. However, they were determined to be the first to succeed. Izuku stood tall, realizing their adversaries planned to rob the bank during the street race. Hobbs crossed his arms, vowing to prevent the robbery. Izuku then laid out a plan, suggesting that Brian would likely want to race him. He proposed that he would race while two others secured spots in the lineup. Dom and Mia would encourage Brian to participate, while Letty and Ramsey monitored the situation through the God's eye. Hobbs and Shaw would guard the bank, and 𝗕𝗏 would handle the buy-in money for the race. After the race, Izuku anticipated that Brian would invite him to join their group, allowing him to gather more information. Once the police were alerted about the villain's plans, they would make their exit. Roman assured Izuku that he would keep an eye on his car. As night fell, street racers gathered at Lincoln Beach, a closed-off area that would be relatively empty. Ray set up his food truck, serving delicious meals while music filled the air. Brian arrived in his Skyline GTR R34, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Suddenly, 5 cars rolled into the gathering, with Izuku leading the way. He stepped out and greeted Ray, expressing gratitude for the quick turnout. He then addressed the crowd, proclaiming his return to New Orleans, which elicited cheers from the spectators. Dom, Letty, Mia, 𝗕𝗏 and Roman stood proudly behind him. 𝗕𝗏 took center stage, announcing that Izuku was willing to race with a $3,000 buy-in, winner takes all. 2 confident racers stepped forward, placing their money in 𝗕𝗏's hand, followed by Izuku. Brian then approached, suggesting they make the race more interesting. He complimented Izuku's taste in cars and revealed he would race Izuku's M3 GTR. Izuku smiled, acknowledging Brian's Skyline and confirming the challenge. With everything in place, Izuku, Brian, and the other racers took their positions in their cars, ready to start. 𝗕𝗏 stood before the crowd, excitement building as the racers revved their engines. Izuku exchanged a nod with Brian, signaling their mutual respect and competitive spirit. 𝗕𝗏 raised his hand and shouted for the race to begin. Izuku launched forward, quickly taking the lead, with Brian hot on his heels. Dom watched with amusement as the 2 racers sped off, while Letty expressed pride in Izuku's skills. Izuku shifted gears, maintaining his lead, but Brian was determined to catch up. As they approached a turn, Izuku drifted onto Bullard Avenue, with Brian closely following. The 2 drivers pushed their limits, exchanging glances and accelerating side by side. Meanwhile, across town, Hobbs and Shaw were preparing for the villain's vault heist. They had alerted backup and were in position, with Shaw closest to the vault. As the villains infiltrated, Hobbs made his move, instructing his team to engage and use non-lethal force. Back at the race, Izuku and Brian continued to push each other. Izuku seized the moment to ask Brian about the villain group he was involved with. Brian explained their plan to rob a bank with an almost impenetrable vault and mentioned a vehicle he was tasked with retrieving, which had proven challenging. Izuku reassured him that the vault was being protected by Hobbs and Shaw, much to Brian's relief. They drifted onto Paris Road, nearing the final stretch of the race, with Brian revealing that he was supposed to recruit Izuku to test the vehicle. Once everything was settled, Izuku and Brian were ready to leave and inform the police and local professionals about the base. Brian mentioned that Ramsey had already alerted nobody about the base and was sending a message to the heroes and police. Izuku, with a grin, acknowledged Brian's preparedness for the night. As they conversed, they noticed 2 other racers attempting to catch up with 𝗏𝗏. However, they took the last turn too quickly, allowing Izuku to seize the opportunity to pass Brian and win the race. Upon exiting the car, Izuku was immediately surrounded by eager racers wanting to challenge him, but he declined, stating it was just one race to welcome him back. Brian, closing the door to his car, complimented Izuku, saying he still had it and urged him to follow, as others were eager to meet him. Izuku nodded, instructing 𝗕𝗏 to give the prize money to 𝗏𝗵 for safekeeping. They drove downtown in the BMW, hearing another race in progress. Izuku smiled, contemplating the final phase of his plan. He shared his idea with Brian, suggesting that once the police and heroes arrived at the entrance, he could break through a wall with the vehicle, depending on its durability. Brian expressed concern, warning Izuku that attempting such a daring move with an unknown vehicle could lead to disaster. Izuku countered, confident that the vehicle would be strong enough for a dramatic exit, which would make for an impressive story. Brian shook his head, calling Izuku a smart aleck, but Izuku insisted they would never know unless they tried. As they arrived at the restaurant, Izuku parked and locked the car, handing the keys to Brian. He instructed Brian to take the car to a hotel if everything went according to plan. Brian, looking worried, asked about Izuku's own plans. Izuku reassured him, expressing faith in his idea as they entered the restaurant together. Inside, Izuku observed a lively atmosphere filled with people enjoying their meals and the jazz music playing in the background. Brian led Izuku into the kitchen, where they approached a meat locker that resembled an elevator. After Brian pressed the button, the elevator descended, revealing a scene filled with people engaged in various activities. Some were fighting, others were creating graffiti, and many were discussing heists. They were all common criminals and low-level villains. As they stepped onto a moving platform to avoid walking, Izuku realized the entire place extended beneath New Orleans. Brian encouraged Izuku to keep moving, leading him to another elevator, this time pressing the button for the upper level. Izuku was surprised by the two elevators, but Brian shrugged it off, mentioning he had stopped asking questions after being warned about potential consequences. When the elevator doors opened again, they found themselves in a hallway filled with higher-ranking villains, who were focused on images of heroes they wished to defeat and locations they aimed to destroy. Izuku received a text from nobody, alerting him that 𝗧𝗏 was in town and on standby. Concern washed over him, and Brian noticed, questioning what was wrong. Izuku explained his unease about encountering 𝗧𝗏, recalling a past incident in Manhattan that had left him in a precarious situation with her. Brian chuckled, teasing Izuku about his knack for finding trouble. Izuku admitted to his adventures across the country and the world, clarifying that the latter was with a military organization. He urged Brian to hurry, as they were wasting time. Brian guided Izuku to a door, knocking until they heard a voice inviting them in. Brian entered first, greeting Mr. Bernadotte and introducing Izuku. Bernadotte expressed his pleasure in meeting Izuku, acknowledging his reputation as the street racer king. Izuku stepped forward, asking if there was something he could assist with. Bernadotte explained that they were seeking a driver to test a new vehicle design to help them combat heroes. He noted that while Brian had yet to prove himself, Izuku was more than qualified. Intrigued, Izuku inquired about the specifics of the vehicle. Bernadotte led Izuku to a wall, where they could hear the sounds of racing cars outside. Izuku realized the building must have some form of camouflage, as he hadn't noticed any nearby structures. They approached a door with a handprint scanner, which Bernadotte activated, revealing a vehicle Izuku recognized from a video game. Bernadotte confirmed it was an M12 LRV Warthog, the first of its kind, designed to withstand quirks like 𝗧𝗏 and capable of reaching speeds of up to 250 miles per hour. Izuku requested permission to test it, and Bernadotte agreed, instructing Brian to leave. Brian nodded and followed the plan to return to the BMW. Izuku climbed into the driver's seat, noticing the stick shift and 6 pedals. Confused, he asked Bernadotte about the extra pedals. Bernadotte explained that there was a manual in the glove compartment, but the additional pedals were likely for precision and acceleration. Izuku started the engine, feeling its power, and confirmed the presence of a chain gun, which Bernadotte confirmed was meant for defense against heroes and police. As a low rumble echoed in the distance, Izuku smiled, knowing the heroes had arrived. Bernadotte was focused on his phone, unaware of Izuku approaching him. Izuku expertly maneuvered the Warthog into a drift, colliding the back bumper with Bernadotte. He then heard the door crash open, and the last person he wanted to see appeared. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Izuku pressed both gas pedals, propelling the warthog toward the wall facing the road. He braced himself for impact, but instead of a crash, the warthog burst through the wall and soared into the air. As Izuku opened his eyes, he spotted Paris Road ahead, filled with street racers. A grin spread across his face as he shouted in excitement. The warthog's suspension absorbed the landing, and although Izuku felt a slight jolt, he quickly regained control. As he sped down the road, the street racers noticed him and Izuku took it as a challenge, pushing the vehicle to its limits. He skillfully overtook the other racers, drifting around a corner and crossing the finish line ahead of them. The team was astonished to see Izuku driving a vehicle straight out of a video game. Once he slowed down, Izuku exited the warthog with a triumphant smile, declaring his intention to keep the vehicle. Dom and Roman rushed over, curious about his sudden appearance. Izuku caught his breath and explained that he had acquired the warthog from a villain hideout along Paris Road. They nodded in understanding, and Izuku climbed back into the warthog. Spotting a button labeled camouflage, he pressed it, transforming the vehicle to resemble a Hummer. He drove toward the hotel, mindful of the speed limits to avoid drawing attention. Upon arriving at the hotel, Izuku noticed his BMW parked nearby, relieved that Brian had made it. As they parked, they entered the lobby to find Brian engaged in conversation with Hobbs and Shaw. Izuku acknowledged Brian's arrival, and Shaw informed them that the vault was secure, with heroes having apprehended the villains. Roman expressed his eagerness to inform Mr. Nobody that the mission was complete. Ramsey joined them, announcing that Mr. Nobody had confirmed the plane would be ready the following day. With the entire crew assembled, they retired to their rooms for a well-deserved rest, allowing their minds to unwind. Morning arrived and the crew was already awake and enjoying breakfast. As they prepared to leave, Brian had retrieved his skyline, thanks to Mia. Izuku drove the warthog with Mia following in his BMW. When they reached the waiting airplane, Izuku deactivated the camouflage, surprising Mr. Nobody. Mr. Nobody complimented Izuku on his impressive acquisition, to which Izuku shrugged, claiming he simply recognized a good car. He then declared that he intended to keep the warthog as part of the deal. Mr. Nobody laughed and confirmed that Izuku was now free, with plans for him to return to Japan in a month. Izuku felt a surge of excitement at the thought of going home. As he plugged his phone into the warthog's UX and began to play music, he sang along, prompting fond memories among the crew of their time together. They recalled the numerous adventures they had shared, often narrowly escaping danger thanks to Izuku's quick thinking. Once he finished singing, emotions ran high, and one of the crew members promised a celebration upon their return to San Francisco, with a feast prepared for everyone. Izuku expressed his gratitude and suggested they all get some rest. As everyone settled into their cars, Izuku found it hard to sleep, his thoughts consumed by Katsumi and the family he longed to reunite with. He whispered to himself that he was coming home. A week had passed since Izuku and the crew rescued Brian from New Orleans. One night, unable to sleep, Izuku ventured downstairs at 2 a.m., surprised to find the house empty. He checked the garage and bedrooms but found no one. Just as he entered the living room, he was greeted with a loud surprise party, the room decorated with a banner celebrating his birthday. Overjoyed, Izuku realized they had organized this special event for him. Dom and Brian approached him, explaining that they wanted to send him off with good memories. Mr. Nobody then revealed that today was the day Izuku would return to Japan, with all his cars, except one, already on a plane. Izuku was taken aback, questioning the early hour, but Mr. Nobody reassured him that he would have time to celebrate with his sister and the girl he had mentioned, who was now a licensed hero. As Dom led Izuku to the party, he noticed several gifts scattered around the couch. He opened them one by one, starting with Tej's decal set for his cars, followed by Roman's kitchen appliances, perfect for his cooking passion. Hobbs gifted him hand grip strengtheners to enhance his driving skills, while Shaw presented a set of knives to improve his reflexes. Ramsey surprised him with a laptop equipped with her version of the God's Eye, which she called Racer's Eye, claiming to have installed the same program in his other cars. Letty gifted him a stylish black leather jacket with green accents, and Mia and Brian combined their efforts for a photo book capturing memories from their time together. Finally, Dom handed him a set of keys that Izuku recognized, a symbol of the journey he had taken with his friends and the adventures yet to come. Izuku grabbed the keys, signaling everyone to collect their gifts, head to their cars outside, and make their way to the airstrip before the others arrived. He entered the garage and noticed the only car left was covered by a tarp. Dom encouraged him with a smile, prompting Izuku to lift the tarp once more, revealing a sleek black 1967 Chevy Impala, fully assembled and ready for its first drive. Dom opened his arms, and Izuku embraced him, reluctant to let go. Dom proposed one last race between them, all the way to the airstrip, and Izuku eagerly agreed. With a smile, Izuku opened the driver's side door and turned on the engine, which roared to life. Dom chuckled at the astonished look on Izuku's face as he climbed into his Charger. As they drove out of the garage and stopped at a traffic light, they exchanged smiles, knowing this would be their final race for now. When the light turned green, both drivers accelerated, performing wheelies and speeding ahead. Izuku realized that the parts he had installed made the Impala competitive with the Charger. He praised his new car, reveling in the sound of its engine as they took turns leading the race, weaving through traffic and savoring their time together. As Izuku made the final turn toward the airstrip, he spotted a cargo plane with everyone's cars parked nearby. One of Nobody's soldiers waved him through a gate, and he took the lead from Dom, coming to a stop just before the plane. Exiting his car, Izuku beamed with pride, having just beaten Dom for the first time. Cheers erupted from the crowd as they embraced him. This victory marked a significant moment for Izuku. He looked around at his friends and smiled, expressing how much he would miss them and promising to write letters, which nobody would deliver. Ramsey joked that with Racer's eye, Izuku wouldn't need nobody to find them. Izuku laughed, acknowledging that Racer's eye was like a child of the god's eye. Shaw reminded him to keep up his training and hygiene, adding a piece of advice about treating girls like family. Izuku nodded, promising to send pictures if he ever built a family like theirs. Letty playfully ruffled Izuku's hair, reminding him to stay out of trouble. Izuku, with a cheeky grin, noted that he was mostly raised by Dom and the crew, so trouble was unlikely. He broke away from the group and climbed into his Impala, noticing the gifts in the back seat. Starting the car again, he drove onto the plane, finding the last available spot. As the plane began to move and take off, Izuku waved goodbye to his family before the cargo doors closed. Tears welled in his eyes as he watched them wave back. Once inside, he took a seat with some crew members and gazed out the window, wiping his eyes as the airstrip faded from view. Leaning back with his backpack, which held the laptop from Ramsey, he pulled it out and searched for Izumi in Japan, quickly locating her at the Yagi household. A smile spread across his face as he found her phone number, adding it to his own and sending a text. Meanwhile, in Japan, Izumi was about to sleep when her phone buzzed on her nightstand. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at the message, her heart racing as she read, "I'm coming home, Izumi." Tears of joy filled her eyes, and she quickly texted back, wondering if it was truly Izuku. His response reassured her, confirming he was indeed coming to get her out of that house. Overwhelmed with happiness, she took a screenshot and sent it to Katsumi. Katsumi, who had just celebrated Izuku's birthday with Izumi, couldn't sleep either. When she received the text from Izumi, her heart raced. She quickly sent a screenshot back, feeling a wave of emotions wash over her. Excitedly, she dressed in her hero outfit and dashed out the door, soaring through the night with her explosions. She encountered Shota Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead, who asked where she was headed. Katsumi excitedly informed him that Izuku was returning to Japan that night. Aizawa's eyes widened in surprise, and after seeing the proof, he agreed they needed to inform Nizu. However, Katsumi insisted that Izuku should share the news himself. Understanding her perspective, Aizawa nodded, reminding her to be ready for Izuku's arrival in 12 hours and to get some rest. Katsumi returned home, unaware that Izuku's plane would arrive in Japan sooner than expected. After 6 hours, the plane was flying at full throttle, assisted by a crew member managing the air around the aircraft to reduce wind resistance. As the plane began its descent, Izuku looked at the family he had in Japan, noticing how much they had all grown. An announcement came over the PA system, instructing the crew to take their seats and buckle up. Izuku complied, spotting the lights of Japan below. He was finally back in his home country. Once the plane landed, the crew unbuckled and climbed into one of Izuku's cars, while he got into his Impala and entered the address of his new home. As he drove, he admired the house displayed on his laptop, a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom residence with a 16-car garage. He chuckled at nobody's generosity, wondering if they truly expected him to keep acquiring cars. A text notification caught his attention at a stoplight, and he quickly glanced at it, chuckling at the message. Of course, for someone like you, I wouldn't be surprised if you kept getting more cars. Izuku smirked, acknowledging the playful remark. The light turned green, allowing him and the convoy of cars to continue driving. He pulled into a higher-class neighborhood and saw his new house just to the right. As he entered the driveway, he smiled at the garage entrance, ready to start this new chapter of his life. Being the first to enter the garage, he reversed his car into the back. Once parked, he directed the others to follow suit, ensuring each vehicle had enough space. After all the cars were in their designated spots, he compensated each soldier for their help. Although they hesitated to accept, Izuku's persistence eventually won them over. Checking the time, he noted it was 2 a.m. in Japan. He smirked, reflecting on how this had been the shortest day of his life. With a determined look, he decided it was time to find a gathering. Grabbing the keys to his fair lady, he started the engine and drove out into the streets of Tokyo, rolling down the window to enjoy the night air. The sound of loud cheering drew his attention to a nearby parking garage. Assuming it was a gathering, he made his way up. As he ascended the levels, he spotted people around his age and older celebrating near their cars. A few onlookers pointed at his vehicle as he searched for a parking spot. Finding one on the 3rd floor, he backed in and stepped out. A group approached him, expressing their admiration for his car. They were curious about what was under the hood and asked if he was new to the area. Izuku smiled, sharing that he had just arrived in the country and wanted to experience the nightlife. He leaned against the hood of his car, engaging in conversation with the crowd. They revealed themselves as aspiring heroes who enjoyed street and drift racing. Izuku shared stories of the races he participated in back in America. One of the racers excitedly asked if he had met the legendary street racer King, who was known for his unbeatable skills. Izuku chuckled, confirming he had indeed met him. Suddenly, someone pointed at him, exclaiming that he was the street racer King, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. This revelation caused a stir, and people began crowding around him, eager to take pictures. They inquired if he had come to challenge the Drift King, 𝗳𝗏𝗏𝗄. Intrigued, Izuku asked who 𝗳𝗏𝗏𝗄 was. A girl explained that he was a formidable racer who had triumphed over everyone in his 2001 Nissan Silvia S15 Specus. Izuku nodded, expressing his longing to meet this Drift King. As someone dashed off to find him, a pink-haired girl examined Izuku's car, listing its features. To be accommodating, Izuku opened the hood for everyone to admire his modifications. Just then, the sound of an approaching engine caught his attention. He turned to see the Nissan Silvia pull up. A door opened, and footsteps approached. Izuku recognized Shoto Todoroki, the Drift King, and greeted him with a smile, commenting on how little he had changed. However, Shoto responded with a stern demeanor, questioning Izuku's familiarity with him. Izuku raised his hands in a gesture of peace, suggesting that if Shoto wanted to know more about him, they should race. Shoto acknowledged him as the Street Racer King from America. Izuku clarified that there were many with his name, and he wanted to make his identity known. Shoto agreed to race, and Izuku proposed a wager. If he won, he would share one detail about himself. If Shoto won, he would receive the entire story. Shoto smirked, confident in his abilities. The two drivers settled into their cars and made their way to the starting line. A girl with purple hair stood between them, ready to signal the start. As Izuku revved his engine, he felt the adrenaline rush. The girl called out, and both cars launched forward, tires screeching against the pavement. Izuku quickly took the lead, navigating the first turn with a smooth drift, surprising the spectators as Shoto closely followed. As the race continued, Izuku maintained his lead, enjoying the rhythm of the music playing from his phone. He noticed Shoto becoming more aggressive in his driving. Izuku encouraged him to stay calm, knowing that the next turn would lead them to the ramp for the top floor. Deciding to show off, he tapped the wall during his drift, glancing back to see Shoto accepting the reality of the race. Reaching the rooftop, Izuku executed a small burnout, stopping to face the crowd. As he exited his car, he noticed Shoto approaching with a smile. Izuku reminded him that although he had lost, this race wouldn't count against his Drift King title. With that, he got back into his car and drove away, leaving Shoto standing there, pondering the encounter. One of Shoto's old classmates approached him, asking about Izuku. Shoto shook his head, admitting he didn't know much, but felt a strange familiarity. As he drove home, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had known Izuku from somewhere. Pulling into his garage, he spotted a tarp covering another vehicle, curiosity piquing his interest. As Shoto gazed at the tag, he noticed the words, "To my brother, 𝗧𝗬𝗧." This triggered a memory from when he was 11. He recalled a boy standing in front of Enji's car, declaring with passion that he didn't want to be a hero but a racer who would drive across the world, proclaiming himself the king of all racers. The memory faded, leaving Shoto taking deep breaths. The garage door opened, and Fuyumi stepped out, concerned about her younger brother's appearance. She rushed to him, asking what was wrong. Shoto sat on a mat as Fuyumi brought him some tea, observing him quietly as he sipped. The silence was occasionally broken by Natsuo's loud snoring from down the hallway. Fuyumi, sensing her brother's distress, took his hand and urged him to share his feelings, assuring him that their family supported his choices in both street racing and heroism. Shoto expressed his uncertainty but revealed his intention to return to racing the next day. Fuyumi's eyes widened in concern as she reminded him that it was Mirko's turn to race. Shoto, however, felt a strong need to understand something important. He shared with her about a newcomer in town, Izuku Midoriya, who had defeated him in a friendly race while seeking information. Fuyumi was taken aback, realizing that this was the same Izuku Midoriya known as the Street Racer King in America. Shoto confirmed that Izuku was indeed the real deal, capable of drifting like a professional. Fuyumi cautioned Shoto to be careful, recalling that Izuku ran with a crew in America. Shoto explained that he had raced Izuku to learn how he knew him and had lost. Before leaving, Izuku had called him brother, which seemed to hold significant meaning. Fuyumi connected the dots, suggesting that Shoto may have just lost a race to their long-lost brother, Izuku. Overwhelmed with joy, Shoto embraced Fuyumi, but their moment was interrupted by a notification on his phone from an unknown number. The message congratulated him on piecing things together and instructed him to gather everyone except Toshinori, Inko, and Katsuki at UA the next day. Both siblings cried tears of happiness, realizing that Izuku was finally home. The morning arrived in Japan, and 5 people were ready to meet at UA. Shoto had sent messages to everyone who held significance for Izuku, inviting them to gather. Nizu, upon receiving Shoto's text, understood the situation and allowed them entry for the day. Once assembled in Nizu's office, he inquired about the purpose of their gathering. Shoto stepped forward, announcing that he believed Izuku had returned to Japan the previous night. Gasps filled the room, except for Izumi, Katsumi, Aizawa, and Fuyumi, who were already aware of Izuku's return. Nizu, noticing their expressions, smiled and asked if they had prior knowledge. Izumi explained that she had received a text from Izuku the night before, which she shared with Katsumi, who then informed Aizawa. Nizu acknowledged their responses and emphasized the importance of finding and welcoming Izuku home. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled them, as Nizu had not summoned anyone. He called for the visitor to enter. The door opened, revealing a man with green hair and a striking black leather jacket with green accents, carrying a briefcase. The moment they had been waiting for had arrived. Izuku Midoriya was back. He greeted everyone, assuring them that they no longer needed to search for him. Izumi and Katsumi rushed to embrace him, and he returned their affection with a broad smile. The rest of the group joined in for a heartfelt group hug, with Nizu playfully jumping onto Izuku's back. Nizu then asked Izuku what he had been up to, knowing from Izumi and Katsumi that he had written letters but wanting to hear more. Izuku grinned and teased about how he had managed to enter UA without triggering the alarms. 𝗍's eyes widened in surprise as he checked the security system, realizing everything had been clear all day. Izuku then pulled out a laptop from his briefcase and opened it, explaining that he had developed a program called the 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗍, capable of hacking into systems and locating anyone on the planet. 𝗍 was impressed and inquired if Izuku had created it himself. Izuku clarified that it was developed by a talented hacker from his crew, who had previously created a program called the God's Eye. The 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗍 was a powerful tool, accessible only to him. NG leaned in, curious if that was how Izuku had obtained Shoto's phone number. Izuku confirmed this and expressed his longing to assist heroes by providing directions and alerts during chases. Aizawa approached Izuku, playfully scolding him for causing Emi worry over the past 7 years. Izuku acknowledged this and then turned to Ms. Joke, apologizing for the concern he had caused. He suggested that Izumi should head to class to avoid being late. Izumi stubbornly refused to leave, but Aizawa agreed to excuse her if Izuku would get to the point. Izuku nodded and began typing on his laptop again, pulling up legal documents and medical reports, also retrieving physical copies from his briefcase. He explained that during his time working for a military organization in America, he was compensated and granted immunity in various countries. Additionally, he had arranged for a private investigator to monitor Izumi's needs, resulting in a comprehensive report on her treatment requirements. Her emotional, mental, and physical well-being were the first concerns when she was hired. 𝗍 quickly reviewed the documents and mentioned that he personally knew the investigator, whose word could be trusted. He informed Izumi that she needed extensive treatment and would see Recovery Girl that day before heading to class, with appointments set up with Hound Dog for therapy. Izumi nodded in gratitude, expressing her willingness to comply. 𝗍 smiled, sensing there was more to discuss. Izuku, with a confident grin, revealed that he had some leverage of his own. He had documents ready to place Izumi under his custody and facilitate a legal name change to his surname. He also mentioned having a restraining order against All Might and 𝗏𝗏 to ensure they wouldn't interfere with either of them outside of school matters. 𝗍, intrigued, suggested that if Izuku sent him some of that leverage, everything could be arranged swiftly. The atmosphere grew tense as laughter erupted between the two, both enjoying the moment. 𝗍 calmed himself and cleared his throat, curious about Izuku's upbringing, which had equipped him with such knowledge. Izuku credited Dominic Torito for his guidance, promising to send 𝗍 the address later. 𝗍, satisfied, declared that they would celebrate the missed birthdays that evening. Izumi's birthday was now, marking her 16th year, which in America meant she was old enough to learn to drive. 𝗍 confirmed that she wouldn't be going to the Yagis after school but instead would celebrate with Izuku. Izumi beamed with happiness, grateful to have her brother back in her life. 𝗍, feeling a sense of relief, expressed the need for some time to make everything happen. Izuku speculated that 𝗍 would invite All Might and 𝗏𝗏 to sign over custody rights, but 𝗍 assured him that they trusted him enough to sign whatever he presented without hesitation. As Izuku left the office, he felt that something was still missing. Suddenly, 𝗍's maniacal laughter filled the air, prompting Izuku to smile. He turned to Izumi, expressing pride in her achievement of entering UA and advising her to study hard, train regularly, maintain a healthy diet, and make friends, while also teasing her about dating restrictions. Izumi, feeling embarrassed, protested against his teasing, but Izuku playfully reminded her that he had to catch up on teasing after 7 years. Katsumi chimed in, warning Izumi about Aizawa's strictness, which prompted her to hug Izuku one last time before rushing off to find Aizawa. Izuku then embraced Katsumi, sharing how much he had missed everyone and noting their growth. Midnight, observing Izuku, commented on how he had grown into a handsome young man, which prompted Present Mike to intervene, reminding her to maintain decorum on school property. Shoto approached Izuku, inquiring about the car he had arrived in. Izuku, with a smile, revealed he had multiple cars, and they made their way to the parking lot. When they reached the car, Izuku unlocked it, revealing a classic Chevrolet Impala. The engine roared to life, surprising everyone with its volume. Midnight reacted with excitement, while Katsumi questioned if Izuku had built it himself. He explained that he had constructed it with the help of the man who had taken him in, learning everything about racing and drifting along the way. Shoto acknowledged the impressive vehicle, and Enji suggested preparing something special for Izuku. When asked what it was, Enji revealed it was a birthday gift they had purchased a year ago in anticipation of Izuku's return. Excited, Izuku promised to share his address for the celebration later, requesting Mike to pick up Izumi after she finished packing. Mike, curious if Izuku had listened to his radio show during his absence, was overjoyed to hear that Izuku had been a long-time listener. Midnight reminded them to focus on their responsibilities as they prepared for classes and training. As Izuku drove home, he spotted Toshinori and Inko entering the building. Inko expressed curiosity about Nizu's urgent call, while Toshinori suggested it might be related to increasing Izumi's training. Inko worried that pushing her might backfire, but Toshinori insisted that they needed to prepare her for the challenges ahead. They discussed Izumi's potential distractions and Toshinori's search for a successor, vowing to address the matter with her that evening. As they approached Nizu's office, they knocked and entered, finding him smiling while reviewing paperwork. The two arrived and one of them asked for their signatures on a document. It was necessary for Miss Izumi to receive the appropriate training regimen and schedule for therapy and counseling. All Might and Inko recognized that this could be beneficial for Izumi. Inko quickly signed the paper after a brief glance, with All Might following her lead and returning it to Nizu. All Might cast a confident look at Inko, unaware of the details of what he had just signed. Nizu, while sorting through his contacts, remarked that he hoped they hadn't forgotten the significance of the previous day. All Might admitted he didn't know, and Inko nodded, recalling that it was Izuku's birthday. She had chosen not to celebrate it, having refrained from acknowledging any of his birthdays since he was declared quirkless. Nizu raised an eyebrow, impressed that she remembered. He then offered Inko a chance to take on a part-time role assisting in the heroics class alongside Aizawa, allowing her to support the students in her daughter's class, while Aizawa would primarily focus on Izumi. Inko nodded in understanding, affirming her willingness to help. All Might, however, reminded her that their focus should be on their daughter. He mentioned that if she were to inherit One for All, they would need 𝗓𝗄𝐺 to train her. Nizu interrupted, stating that All Might would soon retire and enjoy a comfortable life. All Might hesitated, realizing that arguing with Nizu was futile, and he backed down as Nizu smiled with satisfaction. Nizu instructed them that they could leave, mentioning that Inko would start next week if Aizawa agreed and that she would be informed of the conditions for her involvement. They exited the office, and Inko felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that Toshinori hadn't even considered the implications of what he signed. Later, when Izumi finished school and said goodbye to her friends, she stepped outside the gates to find a Honda Civic waiting, with Present Mike offering her a ride home. He instructed her to go upstairs, pack a suitcase with everything she needed, and bring it back down. Izuku and Nizu had arranged for her parents to transfer custody to Izuku. Izumi asked if her parents were aware, particularly her mother. Present Mike speculated that Inko likely knew, given her frequent scheduling of counseling sessions. Izumi nodded and went inside to gather her things. Meanwhile, two SUVs parked behind Present Mike, revealing Nizu, a judge, and several heroes, including Aizawa and 𝗓𝗄𝐺. They entered the house to find Izumi sitting on the floor with her suitcase on the couch. A confrontation ensued as Izumi expressed her determination to leave, blaming her father for Izuku's departure. All Might, in a moment of anger, raised his hand, but a scarf restrained him, and Best Jeanist intervened, helping Izumi to her feet and using threads from her suitcase to pull it closer. Nizu perched on Present Mike's shoulder, observing the situation, while Aizawa glared at All Might, his eyes filled with disappointment. Nizu expressed his disapproval of All Might's actions, and 𝗓𝗄𝐺 echoed this sentiment, emphasizing the harm done to both Izumi and Izuku. When asked if she possessed One for All, Izumi confirmed that she had taken it to protect others, including her brother. 𝗓𝗄𝐺 approved of her decision, allowing her to leave with the others. The judge stepped forward, stating that the court recognized All Might as unfit to raise Izumi. Both he and Inko had signed the necessary paperwork to transfer custody to Izuku. All Might protested, claiming he hadn't signed anything, but 𝐒𝐭 emerged from the kitchen, confirming that she had indeed signed the document, which was now presented to him. Realization dawned on All Might as he saw his signature. He felt betrayed, but 𝗍𝗂 clarified that they had not tricked him. He had signed the document willingly. 𝗍𝗂 informed All Might that he would not be allowed to witness Izumi grow into the hero she was destined to become, and he would discuss the possibility of altering the restraining order against 𝗏𝗏 with Izuku. 𝗏𝗏 expressed gratitude, stating that this was her punishment for her past actions. 𝗍𝗂 nodded and instructed Izumi to leave, asking best genus to SRT her. As they departed, Izumi took one last look at the house, feeling a sense of relief knowing she wouldn't return. She climbed into the back seat of the car with her suitcase, catching a glimpse of 𝗏𝗏 waving goodbye. With a small wave in return, the car drove away, and Izumi prepared to see her new home, eager for the changes that awaited her. As the house came into view, Izumi noticed the garage door was open, revealing a pair of legs sticking out from under a black and green skyline. She exited the car and rushed inside, taking in the sight of the other vehicles in the garage. Izuku rolled out from beneath the car and greeted her with a smile, asking how she was doing. She expressed her relief at being out of the house and inquired about the custody situation. He explained that it was valid until she turned 18, at which point she could sign her name on the house and adopt the Midoriya surname. Izuku stood up, wiping his hands with a red rag as Mike entered the garage, inspecting the cars. He marveled at the collection, and Izuku pointed out the different types of races the cars were built for. Genus acknowledged the impressive lineup, and Izuku shared that cars had been a significant part of his life for 7 years, so he had no intention of stopping. Mike noted that the others would be arriving soon. Just then, a car horn sounded, prompting Izuku to step outside. He saw the UA staff, the Todorokis, and the Bakugas, except for Katsuki. He welcomed them into his home, noticing they were carrying old boxes, while Enji brought a truck with a covered vehicle. Curious about the contents, he learned that they had planned a birthday celebration for him on the day he ran away but had held on to the gifts until his return. Midnight playfully wrapped an arm around his shoulders, and Izumi laughed, eager to eat. Izuku led everyone to the patio, where a grill awaited. He donned gloves and prepared to cook, sharing his newfound barbecue skills. The aroma of meat and vegetables filled the air as he sautéed the food and plated it for everyone. Once everything was ready, he invited them to sit but asked them to wait before diving into the meal. After washing his hands, he returned with side dishes and condiments, taking a seat at the head of the table. He explained the house rules regarding grace, and everyone joined hands, understanding that this was a new chapter for Izuku. As they began to eat, Izuku noticed a mark on Izumi's face and expressed concern. She hesitated but eventually revealed that Toshinori had tried to force her to stay at the house and had struck her during an argument. Izuku's expression turned serious, and he stood up, determined to confront Toshinori. Katsumi intervened, cautioning him against acting impulsively. Izuku reassured them that he had a plan, which involved using a torque wrench instead of resorting to violence. The tension eased as they resumed their meal, but the atmosphere shifted when Midnight posed an unexpected question about Izuku's romantic experiences. The table erupted in surprise, but Izuku remained unfazed, admitting he had almost lost his virginity but hadn't. Midnight was intrigued and asked for details about his time in America, to which Izuku explained his undercover mission in the Mafia, where he gained the trust of a leader named Alexander Sorrento. He recounted being invited to a VIP suite with women for company, but none matched his preferences. Midnight playfully inquired about his type, and Izuku described his ideal woman. He continued his story, revealing how he had to act when he received the signal to take action against Sorrento. In a swift and calculated move, he had taken control of the situation, showcasing his determination and skill. Once in his lower region first, then in his face. Izuku decided it was time to end the stories for the night. Aizawa stood up, his voice low as he spoke about Sorrento, a man he had wanted to confront for years before he fled to Italy. He expressed his gratitude for the situation. Izuku smiled and offered a two-fingered salute. As everyone began to help with the dishes, he glanced at the cars they had arrived in. A few were average, but 3 particularly caught his attention. He listed them off, amazed by a 97 Mazda RX-7, a 68 Dodge Charger 𝐎𝐻𝑚𝐲, and a 2003 Mitsubishi Eclipse Spider GTS, before turning back to the house to inquire about their owners. Midnight claimed the Spider, explaining she wanted something nice and fast for her hero work. Fuyumi admitted the Mazda was hers, though she didn't consider herself a skilled racer. Finally, Katsumi raised her hand to declare the Charger as hers, boasting about its loudness, speed, and power. Izuku smirked, acknowledging their impressive vehicles while noting a few others that didn't stand out as much. Aizawa approached him from behind, commenting on his knowledge of cars, attributing it to his 7 years of experience around them. Izuku turned around, noticing a wrapped present in Aizawa's hands, and asked about it. Aizawa explained that it was a gift he had intended to give 7 years ago, the day Izuku had left. He mentioned that they had all kept their gifts, but Enji and Shoto had gotten him something new just last year. As everyone gathered around, Izuku opened the present to find a new stereo, perfect for his BMW. Excitedly, he mentioned being able to listen to Uncle Mick's late-night show while racing. Mike laughed, surprised by Aizawa's choice of gift. Aizawa, with a glare at Mike, insisted it was just in case Izuku decided to build a new car. Izuku thanked Aizawa but decided the BMW would be the one to receive the upgrade since he would be using it more during the day. Midnight then handed him a small box, which he opened to reveal an electrified bullwhip. Concerned, he questioned her about it, and she blushed, realizing it was meant for someone else. She hurried to her Spider, retrieving another gift from the trunk, which thankfully had his name on it. She began to sweat slightly as Izuku unwrapped the correct box, and she nervously asked him not to mention the previous gift in the future. He promised not to, and upon opening the box, he discovered a new steering wheel, perfect for a car he could potentially build. Rei Todoroki approached with another wrapped gift, explaining it was the original present from the Todoroki family since they knew he liked cars. As Izuku unwrapped it, he found a mechanical engineering book focused on cars and vehicles, which would be beneficial for him in the long run. Present Mike had also gifted him a new Bluetooth speaker for his phone, allowing him to enjoy music while working on his cars. Nizu provided Izuku with a list of Japan's tuner gatherings, complete with a schedule of their meetings and the holidays they would not meet. Everyone thought that was the last gift until Enji tossed a set of keys to Izuku, who caught them. It was a joint gift from Shoto and himself. Izuku examined the logo on the keys and realized they were from Toyota. When he pressed the button to lock the car, he heard a chirp from outside. He ran out, followed closely by the others, and pulled the cover off to reveal a '94 Toyota Supra Mark. Although it was in poor condition, it was waiting for some much-needed work. Amazed, Izuku exclaimed that this was the last car he had planned to acquire. He carefully drove it off the truck and into the garage, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Grateful, he thanked everyone and hugged them, acknowledging that he would cherish these gifts. Checking the time, he noted it was getting late and asked about the limitations for cars at the drag racers meeting that night. Aizawa smiled and informed him that it didn't matter what car he brought, as long as he had the cash to race. Izuku smirked, glancing at his Impala, and declared it was time to show Japan the power of American muscle. The others looked on, sweating with anticipation, and asked how fast it could go. Izuku confidently replied that in a 10-second race, it would finish in just under 9 seconds, or at least 9 seconds flat. Midnight commented that Rumi would lose her mind when Izuku arrived in this car. Excitedly, she asked if she could ride with him to the gathering. Izuku smiled and turned to everyone, asking who would join him to see the race. Everyone raised their hands, causing him to chuckle as he warned them they might want earplugs since his car was loud. He climbed into the car, revving the engine, which made Midnight shudder with excitement as she joined him in the passenger seat. As they prepared to leave, the roar of the engine filled the air, and they watched as everyone else got into their vehicles. It was time to go. As Izuku drove through Tokyo, he could see his family following behind in their cars, with Midnight beside him. He skillfully navigated through traffic, ensuring everyone knew where he was headed. Spotting a road closed sign, he smiled, recognizing the familiar sight, and declared they had arrived. Finding an open road, He turned and began to play music on his new speaker from mic. Meanwhile, street racers gathered, enjoying the festivities that 𝗵𝗲 had organized for them that night. Music filled the air, and they danced until the sound of loud rock music approached in the distance. Following the sound of a loud engine, a striking American muscle car slowly approached the meetup, capturing the attention of racers on both sides of the road. Rumi Usajiyama, the leader of the drag racers, smirked at the sight. As the car came to a stop, 5 other vehicles followed closely behind, forming a convoy. The passenger door of the Impala opened, and Midnight stepped out, walking over to 𝗵𝗃. Rumi, with a smile, inquired about the new ride, wondering if 𝗵𝗃 had won it in a race. 𝗵𝗃 explained that the car belonged to someone else who had just arrived the previous day. Rumi noticed the UA staff, the Todoroki siblings, and the Bakugu women arriving, and remarked on the presence of the street racer king. She confidently stated that she would easily leave his Impala in the dust. However, the roar of the revving engine startled her slightly, making her jump. Although the car sounded powerful, she questioned whether its driver was as skilled as the rumors suggested. Shoto Todoroki approached Rumi, informing her that he had been beaten in a drift race by the driver, confirming his talent. Rumi rolled her eyes, pointing out that Shoto's racing style focused on precision rather than speed, while drag racing was all about speed. She challenged him to put his money where his mouth was and settle the matter on the street. Everyone turned to the Impala as the door opened, revealing Izuku stepping out. Rumi was taken aback by his presence, feeling an unexpected flutter of excitement. He towered over her, prompting her to look up at him. Izuku remarked on her confidence, suggesting that judging a car without knowing its driver was either bold or arrogant. Rumi, undeterred, proposed a wager. Instead of money, the loser would have to fulfill a single request from the winner. Izuku smiled, recognizing the stakes. Rumi insisted she wouldn't lose and stepped closer, challenging him to back down. Izuku matched her stance, confident that he could finish the race in under 9 seconds. Rumi smirked, doubting his claim. As they stood face to face, it was clear neither was willing to back down. Izuku promised to see her at the finish line, while Rumi shot back that she would arrive first. With a wink, he returned to his car, leaving her momentarily flustered by his boldness. Rumi shook off her thoughts and climbed into her silver and purple Subaru Impreza 22BST, revving the engine in preparation. At the starting line, both racers revved their engines, ready for the signal to go. When the flag waved, they launched into action, each determined to claim victory. Rumi pushed her car to its limits, but Izuku quickly caught up, his smile wide as he shifted into 3rd gear. Realizing she had shifted too early, Rumi watched as he smoothly passed her, crossing the finish line 2 seconds ahead. Izuku celebrated his victory, snapping a photo to share with Dom later. As he stepped out, a crowd gathered around him, congratulating him on his win. Rumi pulled up in her Impreza, visibly disappointed. Izuku approached her, leaning on the roof of her car to get her attention. When she rolled down the window, he offered a kind smile, assuring her he wouldn't gloat about his victory. Instead, he encouraged her to learn from her mistakes, suggesting that she could keep her title as leader of the drag racers, but he would reach out if he needed something. Rumi shook her head, reminding him that he didn't have her number. Izuku admitted he didn't, but wrote down his contact information, placing it on her dashboard with a note saying, "Call whenever." As he walked away, Rumi unfolded the paper, blushing at the message. She couldn't help but reflect on her racing mistake, realizing she wanted another chance against him. Meanwhile, Izuku found a place to park and was welcomed by his new family, who congratulated him with hugs. He decided to stay and enjoy the atmosphere, listening to the sounds of the races as the pros and adults began to leave for the night. Only Katsumi, Izumi, and Fuyumi remained, and Izuku listened intently to the cars, thinking of ways to improve them. As he played music from his playlist, a crowd gathered around his car, dancing to the rhythm. As midnight approached, 𝗵𝗃 announced that it was time to head home. Izuku nodded, lowering the volume of his music but not turning it off. He informed Fuyumi that they would ferry her home to ensure her safety. She acknowledged his offer with a grateful nod. As Izumi climbed into the Impala with Izuku, Katsumi entered the charger, and 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗄 settled into the Mazda. Taking the lead, 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗄 drove ahead, with Izuku closely following and Katsumi bringing up the rear. They arrived at her house, allowing her to park in the driveway and enter the home. Using his racer's eye ability, Izuku confirmed she had made it inside safely. Katsumi pulled up beside him and rolled down her window, inquiring about her next destination. Izuku replied that it was obvious, prompting Katsumi to roll her eyes before driving away, with Izuku admiring her taste in cars. He thought to himself that Chargers were excellent vehicles and a personal favorite of Dom's, noting that he would likely appreciate Katsumi's choice. Izumi, overhearing his thoughts, remarked that after everything he had said about Dom, she wouldn't be surprised by that sentiment. Izuku explained that Dom had raised him for 7 years and had taught him everything he knew about cars. He added that if Dom had to choose between a new Charger he could afford and one he could both buy and modify, he would opt for the latter. Izumi expressed curiosity about Dom's skills, and Izuku humorously mentioned his concern that Dom might teach Katsumi how to modify her car. Izumi laughed. While across the ocean, Dom sneezed and wondered if the kid was talking about him. Letty suggested that it was likely something good or a truth he was embarrassed to admit. Back in Japan, Izuku parked outside the Bakugo residence and noticed a Ford Mustang further up the driveway, rolling his eyes in amusement at the sight. He mused aloud about Uncle Masaru's fondness for Mustangs and contemplated getting him one for his birthday. Izumi, curious, asked what he meant, and Izuku mentioned a specific Mustang model he had been eyeing, but decided to keep it for later. As Izuku drove away, he received a text from Katsumi. The ride was uneventful until he noticed a car following him in the rearview mirror. He wondered who it could be. Turning a corner, he quickly switched off his lights, blending his car into the darkness. After another turn, he parked in front of another vehicle and checked his mirrors. He recognized a familiar Subaru Impreza that paused at the corner before heading in the opposite direction. He speculated about Mirko's reason for following them. Izumi confirmed it was indeed Mirko's car, agreeing that it was unusual. After a moment, Izuku restarted his car and drove home without any delays. Upon arriving in the driveway, he unlocked the door and instructed Izumi to get comfortable while he confronted Mirko, promising to return in an hour or two. He advised her to lock the house tightly if he didn't come back. She nodded and went inside. Izuku backed out of the driveway and returned to the last place he had seen Mirko, finding her patrolling the area ahead. When she stopped at an intersection, he pulled up beside her and remarked that stalking didn't suit a hero like her, asking what was going on. Mirko turned her head sharply and exhaled, commenting on his ability to lose someone. Izuku explained that he had learned how to do so in America while evading a wannabe speedster. Mirko chuckled slightly, asking who he meant. Izuku mentioned a hero from Seattle named Dash, hinting at a past encounter that had put him on Dash's radar. Mirko rolled her eyes and instructed him to follow her so they could discuss things further. She drove off, with Izuku trailing behind her. She led him to an empty parking lot near the street where they had raced, getting out with the headlights still illuminating the area. Izuku parked his car and joined her on the hood. Mirko began the conversation by recognizing him as a Yagi, noting how Izumi had spoken to him as if they were family. Izuku clapped his hands together, confirming that while Izumi was indeed his BLD-related sister, he no longer identified with the Yagi name. He declared that he was now a Midoriya and would not allow anyone to tell him otherwise. Mirko inquired about the reasons for his disconnection from his past. Izuku explained that neglect, ignorance, and feelings of loneliness had driven him away. He credited the UA staff, Katsumi, and Izumi for supporting him during difficult times, stating that they had kept him going longer than he might have without them. He shared that after moving to America, he found a new family and healed, no longer carrying the burdens of his past. Mirko smiled and asked what he had done with his new family. Izuku reminisced about tuning cars, racing, and hosting massive events, emphasizing that they had formed a family bond, even if they weren't BLD-related. He hoped they were doing well in their new lives. Mirko noticed a tear fall from his cheek and instinctively hugged him. He returned the embrace, allowing a few more tears to fall. Grateful for the comfort, he asked if she had gotten the answers she sought. Mirko nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, an explosion echoed in the distance, causing 𝗵𝗃's eyes to widen in alarm. She dashed to her car, executing a slight burnout as she sped away. Izuku followed closely behind. After navigating several turns and straight stretches, he spotted a building engulfed in flames, 𝗵𝗃's hero agency. Frantically, she yelled at her secretary, who had arrived just before the explosion. The secretary explained that a package had been delivered to 𝗵𝗃 while she was out, and when she failed to return, he had locked up and left for the night. Upon returning for her laptop, he witnessed the explosion as he exited his vehicle. 𝗵𝗃 hung her head in despair, realizing that the penthouse she lived in had been destroyed. Izuku stepped out of his car and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, suggesting she stay at his place until her penthouse was rebuilt. 𝗵𝗃 looked at him in confusion, asking if he had a house in the area. He confirmed that he did, with 2 extra bedrooms available. Grateful for the offer, 𝗵𝗃 expressed her relief at not having to rent a hotel room. Izuku acknowledged the expense and encouraged her to come along. They both got into their cars and drove. Within 20 minutes, they arrived at his house. Izuku made a 3-point turn to back into the garage, parking the Impala in its designated spot. As he exited the vehicle, he approached 𝗵𝗃, who was rolling down her window. Izuku instructed 𝗵𝗃 to back her car into one of the available spaces beside his Warthog and his new Supra, which was ready for modifications. She complied, noticing the machine gun mounted on the back. He reassured her that the safety was on and it would only be used in emergencies. 𝗵𝗃 inquired about what circumstances would require such a weapon. Izuku explained that it could be necessary if villains managed to commandeer helicopters or armored vehicles, or if they needed to break through barriers. The thought of being in the passenger seat of such a formidable vehicle made 𝗵𝗃 sweat. Once they reached the upstairs, they found Izumi sitting on the couch, focused on her homework. Izuku announced his return, and Izumi looked up, curious about 𝗵𝗃's presence. 𝗵𝗃 quickly explained that her penthouse had been destroyed by someone attempting to harm her, and Izuku had offered her a room for the night to avoid the expense of a hotel. Izuku pointed out the layout of the bedrooms, indicating that his was the last on the right, Izumi's was the first on the left, and there were 2 more rooms available for 𝗵𝗃 to choose from. He also mentioned the locations of the bathrooms. 𝗵𝗃 memorized the directions but asked about the first bathroom. Izuku clarified that it was connected to his room. She nodded and followed him to the last room on the left, where she changed into comfortable sweatpants and a t-shirt from her emergency duffel bag. After hanging her hero suit in the closet alongside her leather jacket and business attire, she returned to find Izumi still working on her homework while Izuku remained in his room. Izumi commented on the unusual situation of having 2 new residents in one night and expressed hope that they would catch the person who had tried to assassinate Izuku. 𝗵𝗃 smiled confidently, assuring her that they would. Izuku emerged in gray sweats and a fitted black t-shirt, reminding Izumi that she had school and should get some rest. He advised 𝗵𝗃 to do the same but left the decision up to her, offering assistance if needed. After Izuku returned to his room and closed the door, Izumi went to her own room. 𝗵𝗃 stood in the hallway, contemplating her thoughts. She wondered why Izuku had so readily offered her a place to stay. Was it out of kindness or for some ulterior motive? With too much on her mind, she decided to try to sleep, but as she lay down, she realized. She wasn't tired, she craved answers. Determined, she left her room and instead of knocking on Izuku's door, she entered without hesitation. The first thing she noticed was the California king-sized bed in the corner, surprisingly unoccupied. Izuku explained that he had stayed up, anticipating her questions. 𝗵𝗃, confused, pressed him for his reasons for allowing her to stay. Izuku, with a serious expression, stated that he had no ulterior motive. He simply had extra rooms and felt it was the right thing to do. Satisfied with his answer, 𝗵𝗃 returned to her room and finally allowed sleep to take her. Izuku was busy working on his new Supra, assembling parts while singing along to a song that reminded him of his travels. 𝗵𝗃 could hear his voice and walked down to listen as he passionately sang about the vibrant cities he had visited. When the song ended, she called out to him, offering her help. He welcomed her assistance, and she mentioned needing to buy more clothes after the incident at her penthouse. Izuku reminded her of the bomb threat and how fortunate it was that she had reassured the public of her safety. Just then, Izumi came downstairs, balancing plates of food, one in each hand and another floating above her head with telekinesis. Mirko took a plate, and Izuku washed his hands before grabbing his own. Izumi asked Izuku to share a story from one of his missions. He inquired which country she was interested in, and she suggested the most recent one. Izuku declined, promising to share that story another time, and instead offered to recount an experience from Argentina. Izumi recalled a previous mention of a human trafficking case, and Izuku quickly changed the subject to a mission involving a cartel leader in Bolivia, which piqued her interest. With breakfast finished, Izuku returned to his Supra, pondering where to begin his tale. As he prepared to share, he recalled a flashback from 10 months prior, when he was in San Francisco with Dom, reading through a car parts catalog. Their relaxed atmosphere shifted when the elevator dinged, and Mr. Nobody entered, announcing a new job from the FBI and CIA that required their collaboration. Dom stood up and called for Izuku, indicating it was time for his first mission debriefing. Mia cast a worried glance at Izuku, expressing her concerns about the situation. Izuku, with a confident smirk, assured her that he would do his best to stay out of trouble. Mr. Nobody smiled as he explained that their target was known as the Reaper, a name derived from her quirk, spectral scythe. Izuku examined the images provided to the team, recognizing the scythe's ability to harness energy to create a blade capable of cutting through nearly anything, though it came at the cost of draining the user's stamina and the life energy from the surrounding environment. Mr. Nobody acknowledged Izuku's insight, confirming that he was correct and encouraging the team to review the files for more information. As Izuku read about Maria Sforza, an Italian who had made a name for herself in Bolivia, he noted her single status and her leadership of the Santa Muerte cartel, which was ranked as the third most dangerous cartel, just behind Santa Blanca. He remarked that Santa Blanca had not been a significant threat in the drag trade. Mr. Nobody agreed, mentioning the cartel's rising power and the potential alliance with their target, emphasizing the urgency of capturing her. Roman expressed concern about the extensive security surrounding her, while Shaw recounted a past encounter that left him nearly incapacitated, questioning Izuku's readiness for the mission. Hobbs supported Shaw's caution, reminding everyone that Maria had come up on his desk multiple times, indicating her notoriety. Izuku remained determined, stating that he just needed to intensify his training to prepare for the challenge posed by her quirk. Mr. Nobody warned that if Izuku failed, a 4-man special operative team would be deployed to dismantle her organization and Santa Blanca. Ramsey raised concerns about the ghosts already operating in Bolivia, while Mr. Nobody reassured them of their capabilities as long as they adhered to their protocols. Dom redirected the conversation back to their target, outlining the plan to capture her and secure payment and benefits. Mr. Nobody reminded them that she would likely be seeking drivers who could evade both the Unidad and local rebels, who were armed and posed a threat. The team exchanged uneasy glances until Izuku confidently agreed to proceed. Mia, however, was adamant about not allowing Izuku to enter a dangerous drag war, expressing her fears for his sister's safety. Izuku responded with determination, referencing Letty's motto of ride or die, assuring her that he would not fail. Letty found excitement in the challenge and decided to join in. Mia reluctantly agreed, stating she would ensure Izuku's safety. Roman, with a grin, mentioned that facing drag lords and secret military forces could be a thrilling way to relieve stress, and he was in, though he noted they would need cars. Ramsey confirmed that Bolivia had no import restrictions, allowing them to drive without raising suspicion, and he planned to be on standby. Hobbs expressed his intent to join, having had Maria on his list for years, while Shaw revealed his personal vendetta against her. Tej concluded that they were all in, emphasizing the need for car upgrades for their mission. Roman defended his decision to participate when teased about wanting to avoid being left behind. Dom confirmed their commitment and asked Mr. Nobody when they could leave. Mr. Nobody, holding a glass of Belgian ale, assured them that he could arrange a flight to Bolivia in under 2 hours. Dom checked with Izuku about his Skyline's readiness, to which Izuku replied that it just needed a test race. Dom instructed Ramsey to set up a course for Izuku and Letty. Ramsey confirmed that the course was already prepared. Mr. Nobody assured them that he would have the police stand down for an hour while his team worked on the plane. As Izuku and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 made their way to the garage, Izuku admired his car, feeling a rush of excitement. He climbed inside, ready to race, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 entered her vehicle and they headed to the starting point. Ramsey controlled the traffic lights, allowing them to launch into the race. The crew gathered in the living room, watching the race unfold through the city's cameras. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 took an early lead, but Izuku, grinning as he shifted gears, prepared for the first turn. Encouraging 𝗧𝗵𝗲, he took the outside lane, expertly pulling the e-brake. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 slowed to navigate the inside of the turn, but Izuku's skyline drifted alongside her, bringing them bumper to bumper. He caught her challenging smile and playfully waved at her with 2 fingers, ready for the competition ahead. He slowed down on the inside and turned, causing her to react a moment later. Izuku took the lead, noticing that the cleared roads were directing them toward the bridge leading into Oakland for the final stretch of the race, which was still open. He asked Ramsey if all the roads had been closed, as he was racing 𝗧𝗵𝗲 across that bridge. Izuku shifted into the next gear, accelerating ahead of 𝗧𝗵𝗲. She shook her head and followed suit, kicking her car into the next gear as well. As they navigated through unexpected traffic, they maneuvered around the cars, earning honks and frustrated beeps from other drivers. When Izuku turned onto the bridge for Oakland, Ramsey called his phone. Izuku answered, and switched it to speaker mode. Ramsey informed him of a new destination, the airport, where they would meet. Izuku acknowledged the message, teasing 𝗲𝗏 about how his car ran smoother than a Mazda back in 𝐒𝐻. 𝗲𝗏 playfully challenged him, and Izuku laughed, clarifying he was just stating a fact before speeding off with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 in pursuit. Ramsey ended the call and stood up with 𝗲𝗏 and the crew, heading to the garage to grab their cars and drive straight to the airport. Meanwhile, Izuku and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 were once again bumper to bumper in San Jose, racing toward San Francisco Airport. With only one turn left to determine the outcome, Izuku spotted the exit ramp sign and shifted gears, pushing his car to its limits. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was determined not to let him win easily and surged forward as well. Unbeknownst to them, the turn would force them to slow down. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 noticed this at the last moment and adjusted her speed to navigate the turn without losing control. Izuku slowed down too, but not as much as 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and began to slide sideways, drifting through the turn. He exclaimed in excitement as he managed to maintain control throughout the drift. After completing the turn, Izuku straightened out the car and slowed down, spotting the gate for the airstrip that Mr. Nobody had arranged for the crew. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 soon caught up, smiling at him, knowing he was only going to improve as a racer from that point on. They saw the plane already filled with cars and soldiers. Once Izuku parked his car, he unbuckled and allowed the soldiers to secure it to prevent it from rolling. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 parked in the last available space and gave Izuku a friendly pat on the back, complimenting his drifting skills. He expressed his surprise at how he had pulled off the maneuver. As they joined the rest of the crew, Izuku glanced at the file and noted that there was no specific home for 𝗧𝗏𝗧. She seemed to move around a particular area, staying for only a day or two and disappearing for a week each month, with no additional data on her whereabouts. Izuku settled into his seat as the plane began to move after the cargo doors closed. As it took off, he leaned back and picked up a newspaper one of the soldiers had. He scanned the hero charts, noting that America's rankings hadn't changed, while Japan's top hero still held his position. 𝗲𝗏 commented on the situation, mentioning that the hero seemed to care more about the public than his own son, especially considering how he had reacted to Izuku's absence. Izuku agreed, asking 𝗲𝗏 how hard he planned to hit the hero when they met. 𝗲𝗏 imagined the scenario, suggesting a broken nose and a few loose teeth. Hobbs approached them, inquiring if they were discussing All Might. Izuku confirmed that 𝗲𝗏 was envisioning the aftermath of a confrontation with him. Hobbs advised them not to let their thoughts interfere with sleep, reminding them that he also had a score to settle. Izuku chuckled, offering to give them a heads up if they encountered All Might during their visit to Japan. The two nodded and took their seats as the plane continued its ascent. A few hours later, everyone was jolted awake by turbulence as the plane began its descent. Izuku got out of his seat and headed to the cockpit, where he found the pilots preparing for landing. He asked if they were close to the landing 𝗧𝗏𝗧. The pilot confirmed they were landing in Kawane Salt Flats to drop them off, assuring Izuku they would return within a week. Izuku appreciated the heads-up about having time on their hands. The pilots cautioned him to be careful, warning about the strong drags made in the area. Izuku thanked them for the tip and prepared to gather the crew. As he left the cockpit, he realized that many things in the world had changed. He sat down and informed everyone that the area in Bolivia they were entering had been transformed into a video game map. Roman expressed disbelief, asking if Izuku was joking. Izuku shrugged, insisting that it was the reality they faced. Soon, the plane touched down and moved toward the designated airstrip. A soldier addressed the group, reminding them to be ready to protect themselves, as the cartel was prevalent in the area. He revealed that Mr. Nobody had authorized them to carry sidearms for protection. As everyone selected their weapons, Izuku chose a Desert Eagle, ready for whatever lay ahead. Hobbs acknowledged Izuku's decision with respect, understanding that he would need to train him for it. He stated that since Izuku lacked gun training, he would teach him how to use one. Izuku expressed his gratitude, and once the plane landed, everyone exited and waited for the doors to open. As soon as they did, Izuku and 𝗬𝗏 were the first to leave the plane, driving to a location that wouldn't obstruct the others. The group gathered with them and set off in search of a motel or a place to stay. While Ramsey and Izuku conducted a brief lesson on how to communicate with the locals, those driving observed armed cartel members, Unidad vehicles patrolling the streets, and people going about their daily lives. Izuku rolled down the window and addressed a local, asking for recommendations on where to find good accommodations. The local, surprised by Izuku's articulation, suggested a place called 𝗵𝗃 Agua Verde, describing its pleasant climate, ample housing, and appealing scenery. He also provided directions. Tej, puzzled, asked Dom if Izuku had always been quick to learn languages. Dom confirmed that Izuku had picked up some Spanish while in LA, suggesting he might make friends in the area. After thanking the local, Izuku resumed driving and asked the group how surprised they were, aside from those who knew him in 𝐴. Roman expressed his disbelief at how quickly Izuku could learn languages, to which Izuku shrugged, unable to explain it. Ramsey then mentioned their destination, 𝗵𝗃 Agua Verde, and Izuku confirmed it was a bit of a journey but manageable. As he followed the directions, he noticed a warning at the bottom of the paper about someone named 𝗓𝗁. Ramsey quickly informed him that 𝗓𝗁 was the boss in 𝗵𝗃 Agua Verde and a member of the Santa Blanca cartel. Izuku understood they needed to be cautious of 𝗓𝗁 and the cartel, while also keeping an ear out for Maria Sforza, as losing her would be detrimental. As they approached Alicia Town, they found a decent hotel and noticed the town preparing for a significant event. Upon entering the hotel, a few locals pointed at Izuku's skyline, and one approached him, inquiring if he participated in street racing. The man invited Izuku to the 𝗵𝗃 Agua Verde race hosted by the Santa Blanca. Izuku nodded and informed Dom that he would check in later. Dom agreed and went inside with the others, leaving Shaw to keep an eye on Izuku. During their conversation, Izuku learned that this event was one of the least hostile occurrences in 𝗵𝗃 Agua Verde, held twice a year. The man handed Izuku an address for the race's starting point before departing. Izuku pocketed the information and joined Shaw, who asked about any new developments. Izuku quietly warned Shaw about 4 American spec ops hiding in the area and shared details about the street race, which would take participants from 𝗵𝗃 Agua Verde to Paraíso Casino and back. The winner would receive an invitation to 𝗓𝗁's party on the lake, attended by Santa Blanca VIPs and members of the Santa Muerte cartel. Shaw was impressed by Izuku's knowledge and noted the absence of the man who had approached them. Izuku explained that the man was likely affiliated with the Santa Blanca. Shaw remarked on the elusive nature of such individuals, comparing them to himself but more militaristic. Izuku encouraged Shaw to stay alert, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. The crew gathered in Izuku's hotel room, where he shared the information he had gathered. Ramsey was busy typing on her computer and confirmed that the party was highly exclusive, with only selected VIPs allowed in the main event. There would be a smaller gathering outside for the VIPs as artists, but if Izuku won the race, he would be relatively unguarded except for one individual. Roman joked about Hobbs and Shaw playing rock, paper, scissors for the job of protecting Izuku. Hobbs dismissed the notion, stating it wouldn't be a significant issue unless they learned who the VIPs would be. Shaw then noticed a drone outside the window, prompting everyone to be quiet. They observed the small drone equipped with a camera, which flew away only to return moments later with a phone attached. Hobbs opened the window to let the drone in, and once it landed, Izuku took the phone. When he answered, a man's voice greeted him, asking about his first day in Bolivia. Izuku replied that he was enjoying the province's climate. The man informed him that they were now involved in an operation to take down the Santa Blanca and advised them to cease their current activities. Izuku scoffed, recognizing the man as a ghost under orders, and mentioned that they had been hired by Mr. Nobody, the head of another American organization. After a brief pause, the man introduced himself as Nomad, the leader of the ghost team. Shaw rolled his eyes at the mention of Nomad, recalling a past encounter. Izuku introduced himself and mentioned Dom as their leader, explaining their mission to take down Maria Sforza, the head of the Santa Muerte cartel. Nomad wished them luck, aware of the challenges ahead. Izuku wanted to know about the VIP list for the party taking place on the lake. He was informed that they could provide him with the information, allowing him to see who would be attending. Curious, he asked if it was common for other cartel VIPs to show up unlisted. The response was that it was likely, based on what they had observed over the past few days. Izuku nodded, confident that by working together, he could determine if their target was among the guests. The name 𝗓𝗪 came up, and it was noted that he would definitely be present since he was hosting the race and the party afterward. Izuku wished them luck in the race, acknowledging that some of 𝗓𝗪's racers were quite formidable. He inquired about the nature of the race, realizing it resembled a street race that started and ended at the same location. The others confirmed that 𝗓𝗪's men often raced this way and could attempt to sabotage their competitors on the return leg. Izuku smiled, recalling his experiences racing similar opponents back in Houston. Nomad ended the call, and Izuku placed the phone back on the drone, watching it fly out the window and disappear into the brush near the hotel. He turned to his crew, explaining that once they obtained the list, they could decide who would accompany him as security. The drone returned with another phone, displaying a list of VIPs attending the party. Shaw suggested Hobbs take the lead on this one, feeling it wasn't an emergency for him to join. Izuku agreed, inviting Hobbs to accompany him, to which Hobbs responded that he would be close by to ensure nothing went wrong. Mia reminded them that victory was essential. The drivers could be serious contenders if Nomad was cautioning Izuku about their racing style. Ramsey quickly added that they were driving custom-made and exotic cars, with only a few older Lamborghini and Ferrari models among them, while the rest specialized in off-road racing. Letty speculated that if it was indeed a street race, the participants would have to adhere to the rules. Ramsey confirmed that it was a strict event requiring racers to stay on the road to win. Izuku smiled, eager to learn the route. In the following week, Ramsey showed Izuku the race route, which stretched from the back of Alicia Town to the Paraíso Casino and back. On race day, Izuku memorized the route and headed downstairs to start his car. As he drove around town, he quickly located the other racers, smirking at the thought of easily outpacing them. He remarked to himself that it felt almost too easy, as if they wanted him to win. As the racers opened their hoods to showcase their engines, Izuku decided to do the same, revealing his impressive setup. An official approached the racers, welcoming them to the semi-annual de Agua Verde race and explaining that local news helicopters would be monitoring the event. He called the racers forward, and Izuku joined them. The official noticed him and asked if he was new to the area. Izuku confirmed that he had just heard about the race and couldn't resist the opportunity to participate. The official smiled, suggesting that Izuku start in the second row to maintain formation. Izuku, however, preferred to start in the fourth row, confident in his abilities. The official accepted his request and asked if the skyline was his. Izuku proudly confirmed that he built it from the ground up. The official instructed him to get in line and reminded everyone that the race was strictly on the street. Any off-road driving would result in disqualification. The racers revved their engines in anticipation as the official raised the flag to signal the start. As the flag dropped, the cars performed small burnouts before speeding down the road. Starting in 8th place, Izuku knew he needed to catch up to the older exotic cars ahead. He passed 2 custom off-road vehicles and spotted the Ferraris trying to block his path. Undeterred, he began drafting behind one, gaining speed. As he maintained his pace, he noticed the other Ferrari matching his speed, prompting him to tap its rear bumper, causing it to spin out of control. With a clear path ahead, Izuku laughed at the frustrated driver. Approaching the Lamborghinis, he saw the final turn into the Paraíso Casino ahead. As he prepared for the turn, he took the outside line, confident in his maneuvering skills. The other racers began to slow down, but Izuku pulled the handbrake and drifted smoothly into the turn. He could see the astonishment on the faces of the other drivers, realizing they were caught off guard. Apologizing to them in his mind, he took control of the wheel, straightening out before drifting around the parking lot and heading back toward Alicia Town. Izuku understood that executing such a maneuver required a high level of skill, but he felt it was only slightly above his own abilities. Izuku felt a surge of excitement as he reflected on his recent experience, marveling at how incredible it had been. He was eager to share more of his story. During his narration, Shoto had joined him, intrigued by the tale unfolding. Shoto inquired about Izuku's newfound drifting talent, curious if it stemmed from a mission in Bolivia. Izuku confirmed this, urging Shoto to let him continue. With a grin, Izuku resumed his story, recalling the thrill of the race. As he maintained his speed, he noticed the Lamborghinis trailing behind him, their distance slightly diminishing. This realization brought a wider smile to his face, but it quickly shifted to focus as he spotted custom off-road vehicles ahead. He decided it was time for a challenge. As he approached, he observed one of the off-roaders veer away, the driver clearly frustrated at having to concede. The other racers behind were determined to catch up to the leaders. Izuku felt a rush of adrenaline as he declared it was time to push his car to its limits. He shifted gears, feeling the intensity of the competition as the other drivers responded to his taunt. They began to accelerate, but Izuku remained confident, knowing he wouldn't need any extra boosts to maintain his lead. As the Lamborghinis surrounded him, he waved at them, unfazed by their presence. Meanwhile, at the finish line, Dom and Mia watched the race unfold with anticipation. Dom chuckled, recognizing that Izuku had only begun to showcase his true driving skills. Mia smiled knowingly, attributing Izuku's fearlessness to Dom's influence. 𝗬𝗏, observing the broadcast, expressed his admiration for Izuku's performance against the Lamborghinis, which had once been considered cutting-edge. Roman, enjoying a snack, confidently predicted that Izuku had the victory secured. The cameras shifted focus to the race, capturing 2 custom off-road vehicles rapidly approaching the leaders. Shaw noted their impressive speed, speculating about the modifications that might be giving them an edge. Dom dismissed the idea of nitrous oxide being the cause, but acknowledged their impressive pace. As the off-roaders closed in on Izuku, he smirked, aware of their intentions to push him off course. As he approached a turn, Izuku refused to slow down, matching their aggressive speed. He felt the light taps of their vehicles, but he remained steady, spotting an opportunity to drift. Although it wasn't as smooth as before, he managed to regain control just in time. Watching the cars behind him struggle to keep their composure, he laughed as he accelerated, using a burst of nitrous to secure his lead. With determination, he encouraged his car to push harder, feeling the speed increase as he neared the finish line. As he slowed down, he expertly drifted across the finish line, greeted by cheers from the crowd. The announcer proclaimed him the winner of the semi-annual de Agua Verde race, celebrating his remarkable achievement. Izuku was awarded an invitation to 𝐒𝐫𝗄's party, with the privilege of bringing guests, including a guard for the VIP area. As he exited the car, he was handed an envelope, but the biggest news of the night followed. It was announced that VIPs from the Santa Blanca and Santa Muerte cartels would also be attending the party. Izuku exchanged nods with Dom, who understood the importance of the moment. Back at the hotel, they gathered in Izuku's room to discuss the upcoming event. Dom instructed Shaw to keep a close watch on Izuku, emphasizing the need for his safety as they prepared for their mission in Japan. A knock interrupted their discussion, and Izuku answered the door to find housekeeping delivering suits and dresses for the crew. He read the tag, noting that they were a courtesy from the Santa Blanca, but his suit came with a message from the beauty queen, suggesting he forego the tie. Mia advised him to keep it around his neck, even if it wasn't tied. Izuku playfully argued that it would be as useful as an extra-long shoelace but ultimately agreed to her suggestion. He displayed the designer outfits for the crew, hoping there would be a suit that fit Hobbs. Fortunately, there was, and everyone managed to dress up without a hitch. The girls changed in another room, and once they left the hotel, they were greeted by the Santa Blanca outside. The leader informed them that 𝗏𝗄𝗧 was eagerly awaiting their arrival. As they followed the group to the harbor, they boarded a yacht that would take them to the party. From the deck, Izuku could see the festivities already in full swing. Upon arriving at the island, they were skirted off the yacht by guards who appeared to hold higher ranks than those from the mainland. The guards invited them to follow, and Izuku nodded, signaling his crew to stay close as they made their way to the mansion. By the time night fell, the party lights illuminated the surroundings. 𝗏 caught up with Izuku, positioning himself slightly behind, indicating his role as Izuku's protector. As the party came into view, the guards signaled the crew to enjoy themselves. Roman observed the scene and encouraged Izuku to have fun, reminding him to locate 𝗬𝗧 to confirm her presence. Izuku nodded in agreement and urged 𝗏 to follow him. 𝗏 remained silent, vigilant as he scanned the crowd for guards and any potential threats. As they approached the main building where the festivities were underway, Izuku and 𝗏 noticed numerous women and several men ranked under the bosses of Santa Blanca. 𝗏 leaned closer to Izuku and quietly informed him of the security situation, noting the presence of a platoon outside and several highly trained individuals within. Izuku instructed 𝗏 to maintain his discretion while keeping an eye out for 𝗬𝗧. As they split up to survey the area, Izuku felt the gaze of several women as he walked through the room. With the music shifting, he turned his attention from the dance floor to the booths lining the perimeter. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a woman with an alluring figure and long black hair watching him. Beside her was a lighter-skinned woman with chocolate brown hair, appearing more slender. They were accompanied by a few men already seated in their booth. Recognizing the second woman as Maria 𝗬𝗧, he quickly looked away. Unbeknownst to him, the first woman had summoned one of her guards to her booth and instructed him to clear out the men. The guard, clicking off the safety of his weapon for intimidation, ordered the men to leave. Once they complied, the woman pointed toward Izuku, signaling the guard to bring him over. The guard approached Izuku and informed him that Miss Flores requested his presence. Izuku followed the guard to the booth, where the men who had just been ousted glared at him, their anger palpable. They attempted to speak discreetly, but Izuku understood their words and smiled knowingly, hinting that they should be cautious about underestimating him. As he approached the booth, he was greeted by the woman who introduced herself as Nydia Flores, the so-called beauty queen. She complimented Izuku on his appearance, noting that he had not even tied his tie. She stood to shake his hand, and he introduced himself, acknowledging her beauty while suggesting there was more to her than just looks. Nydia invited him to sit down, mentioning that she and her guest, Maria 𝗬𝗧, had a proposition for him. Maria leaned forward, presenting herself as the head of the Santa Muerte cartel in Bolivia, and explained that they needed a driver for a critical job. With the CIA pursuing them, Maria required transportation to an airstrip where she would be skirted out of Bolivia with armed protection. She handed Izuku a slip of paper with the address, which he pocketed after confirming his understanding. Nydia expressed her longing for Izuku to be her new driver, hinting at further discussions. Izuku agreed, asking when he would need to drive them to the airstrip. Maria assured him that Nydia would inform him when the time was right. With business concluded, Nydia called for drinks, and Izuku admitted he had never tried alcohol before. Nydia expressed surprise, jokingly comparing it to never having romantic experiences. Both women laughed, realizing Izuku's inexperience, but he assured them he was still capable of engaging in conversation. Just then 𝗏 approached Izuku, delivering a note from the crew warning him that trouble was imminent. Izuku advised the women to leave the party, sensing the tension as guards adjusted their earpieces. Nydia quickly instructed them to follow her to her yacht, and they were skirted by guards to a concealed area of the island. Once aboard the yacht, Izuku settled into the lounge, joined by 𝗧 and Maria, who was flanked by her guards. 𝗧𝗏 inquired about Izuku's protector for the evening, prompting him to introduce 𝗧, who revealed his background as an ex-assassin. Hired by Izuku until he returned to the United States, Maria leaned back in her seat and remarked on their product being sent to America and other places. Izuku acknowledged that he had encountered some of that product during his travels across the United States. Maria smiled and nodded, explaining that it was only a fraction of what they sent, as other countries were willing to pay a fortune for more. Izuku noted that those who become addicted are often willing to pay a premium for it. 𝗧𝗏 joined them, mentioning that they needed to find ways to smuggle it out of Bolivia, but she had her own ideas on how to accomplish that. Izuku complimented her intelligence, suggesting that her beauty did not overshadow her intellect, which could lead to various opportunities. As the yacht moved away from the island, the three of them continued their conversation. Izuku briefly hinted at a troubling part of his past but quickly fell silent. 𝗧𝗏 noticed his change in demeanor and asked about it. 𝗧 interjected, explaining that Izuku had some bad memories but already had a plan to confront them. Maria remarked on how difficult it was to believe someone so kind could have a troubled past. Izuku explained that sometimes a gentle exterior hides deeper struggles, and when that facade breaks, the true self is revealed. 𝗧𝗏, reflecting on her own past, reassured him that he could overcome his struggles and no longer need to hide behind a facade. 𝗧 observed the unexpected softness in 𝗧𝗏, a clever cartel leader, as she interacted with Izuku. He realized that Izuku had a unique ability to connect with people, which could potentially lead to a bonus if they could persuade 𝗧𝗏 to distance herself from Santa Blanca. The yacht began to slow down, prompting them to prepare for what was next. 𝗧𝗏 sighed and reached into her dress, pulling out a pistol. She swiftly incapacitated the guards accompanying Maria and then turned the gun on Maria herself. With a smile, 𝗧𝗏 explained that Santa Blanca no longer required Maria's support and that she could not afford to show any weakness. Izuku pieced together what had just transpired and realized 𝗧𝗏 had used the party as a cover to eliminate a rival to 𝐿_SUENO's drag trade. 𝗧𝗏 winked at him, acknowledging his intelligence. She had been planning this for some time and was pleasantly surprised to find such a charming driver. Izuku felt a slight blush from her compliment and inquired about their destination. 𝗧𝗏 informed him they were heading to the airstrip, where Boston Reed owed her a plane for their escape from Bolivia, as 𝐬𝐻 no longer needed her. As they approached the harbor, Izuku spotted his car and 𝗧's parked nearby. He asked 𝗧 if he was ready, and 𝗧 nodded with a smile. Once inside, 𝗧 quickly subdued Maria, securing her hands and feet and gagging her. 𝗧𝗏 chose to ride with Izuku to ensure that both targets from the rival cartels were not in the same vehicle. As they drove along separate routes to Boston Reed's airstrip, Izuku decided it was time to be honest. He revealed to 𝗧𝗏 that he had been hired by an American organization working with the FBI and CIA to take Maria 𝗧𝗏 to the United States for her handover to the CIA. 𝗧𝗏, holding her pistol steady, processed this information and realized that everything Izuku had said at the yacht party was part of his cover. Izuku clarified that he had not lied. His intentions were to protect his sister from those who had wronged him. He sensed the tension as 𝗧𝗏 kept the gun aimed at him. Just then, his phone rang, and 𝗧𝗏 pressed the barrel of her gun against his temple. He instructed her to retrieve the phone from his pocket, check the caller ID, and put it on speaker. Following his directions, 𝗧𝗏 allowed the voice of Mr. Nobody to fill the air. He greeted them casually, expressing relief that 𝗧𝗏 had not harmed Izuku yet. Izuku inquired about 𝗧's progress at the airstrip, and Mr. Nobody confirmed that 𝗧 had successfully taken off with the first plane. He warned that Unidad and both cartels were on their way, urging them to hurry. Izuku seized the moment to negotiate, asking for a bonus for having 𝗧𝗏 with him. He proposed that she be granted immunity in exchange for providing valuable intel to the government about Santa Blanca. 𝗧𝗏, touched by his offer, questioned his motives. Izuku explained that he wanted to understand her better, which would be impossible if she were imprisoned. After a brief pause, Mr. Nobody agreed to the terms, provided there was a way to track her. 𝗧𝗏 lowered her gun, promising not to disappoint. Mr. Nobody reminded them to hurry, as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had taken control of raptors from 𝐒𝐻's hands and intended to use them against the plane. Izuku adjusted their course to the fastest route to the airstrip, relieved to have one hand free. He called Ramsey, who answered promptly, acknowledging the dire situation with both cartels and Unidad pursuing them. Nydia confirmed the threat, realizing the gravity of their predicament. A convoy was hot on Izuku's tail. He glanced in the mirror and acknowledged the situation, feeling a rush of adrenaline. He instructed Ramsey to guide him to the fastest route to the airstrip. Following Ramsey's directions, Izuku managed to shake off some of the pursuers. The patrols he sped past seemed bewildered, but they quickly understood the urgency with the line of cars chasing him. The salt flats came into view, but a blockade loomed ahead. He warned Nydia to buckle up and hold on tight, knowing the ride would be rough. As she secured herself, the blockade drew closer. With Nydia safely strapped in, Izuku veered off the road and headed toward the salt flats. The terrain was bumpy, and the car would need some repairs later. Once they reached the salt flats, he accelerated, creating distance between them and their pursuers. He asked Nydia if Boston Reed was still in contact with her, and she confirmed he would look the other way as their plane took off. Izuku acknowledged the risk, knowing it meant she would be labeled a traitor, but her priority was survival. Upon arriving at the airstrip, Izuku spotted a cargo plane where Dom, Hobbs, and Roman were waiting. As they noticed his approach, they hurried inside, urging the pilots to prepare for takeoff. Izuku executed a sharp U-turn, drifting onto the ramp and parking in an empty space. He instructed Nydia to find a seat and stay put before rushing off, leaving her to ponder why he was risking so much for her. Once the plane ascended, Nydia felt a wave of relief wash over her, knowing she was out of Santa Blanca's reach. Dom, Hobbs, and Roman joined her, taking their seats. However, she soon realized Izuku had not returned. The pilot informed her that Izuku had instructed them to head back to San Francisco, but his whereabouts were unknown. A soldier then approached the cockpit, reporting an incoming threat. The raptors Santa Blanca had taken were approaching. With only flares on board, the pilot expressed concern, but the soldier mentioned that Izuku had taken a weapon with him. Dom rolled his eyes, regretting showing Izuku an action movie. The three of them rushed to the cargo bay, discovering the doors still open and no tank beside Izuku's car. Suddenly, the sound of a cannon echoed below, followed by an explosion. Hobbs looked down to see a tank descending with parachutes. Dom grabbed 3 parachutes, donned one, and leaped out, diving toward the tank, followed closely by Hobbs and Roman. Roman exclaimed in disbelief, questioning why Izuku had to take such a risk. Meanwhile, Izuku was atop the tank, firing the machine gun at the raptors pursuing him. The thrill was exhilarating, and his adrenaline surged. He felt the tank sway as his friends landed on it. He encouraged them to join him, but Dom warned Izuku that racing would be off-limits for a month upon their return. Izuku dismissed the concern, feeling it was worth the thrill. Inside the tank, Hobbs took the main seat, scanning for the raptors, while Dom secured himself and tried to calm Roman, who was panicking. Izuku continued firing, managing to take down one of the raptors, but it cost them 2 parachutes. As he re-entered the tank, Dom closed the hatch, and they worked together to shoot down another raptor. Roman shouted in frustration, pointing out that they were sinking into the ocean in a tank. Izuku reassured him, mentioning that he had contacted nobody, who was sending a helicopter for extraction. Hobbs admitted the experience was fun, while Dom expressed disappointment in Izuku's reckless decision but decided to lighten his punishment to 2 weeks without racing. 5 hours later, the tank had sunk beneath the waves, and the 4 men were drying off on a warm beach as a helicopter flew overhead. Nobody and Nydia were the first to disembark, with Nydia expressing relief that Izuku was unharmed. Grateful for his safety, she watched as he unbuttoned his shirt to cool off. Izuku raised his arms, assuring her he was fine and inquiring about their next move, noting the tank was lost to the sea. Nobody directed the soldiers to assist them on board, and Izuku expressed his eagerness to return to San Francisco, feeling hungry. Back in the present, Izuku recounted how Nydia had been working with nobody to gather intelligence on Santa Blanca, providing valuable information about their operations. Rumi was busy designing the livery for Izuku's car, impressed by how he turned a dangerous situation into a thrilling adventure. 𝗧𝗪 jokingly challenged Izuku, suggesting he couldn't tune a motorcycle to sound like a Honda Civic. Izuku challenged 𝗧𝗪 to a drag race, suggesting that if he completed a certain task, 𝗧𝗪 would have to ride along. 𝗧𝗪, taken aback, expressed his disbelief. Izuku reminded him of a past adventure where he and his friends attempted to fly a tank, which made 𝗧𝗪 reconsider. However, he insisted that tuning a motorcycle to sound like a Honda Civic was unrealistic. Rumi intervened, urging the boys to focus on assembling the Supra. Izuku agreed and returned to the engine work. Izumi joined them and asked Izuku if he thought Nidia would visit Japan to stay with him. Izuku shrugged, admitting it was a possibility, but he didn't want to get his hopes up. The conversation shifted to relationships, with Rumi revealing that Midnight had developed a crush on Izuku. 𝗧𝗪 confirmed that Fuyumi felt the same way, noting how much Izuku had matured. Just then, Namuri entered the garage, asking if Izuku would join them later to showcase his driving skills with the Skyline. Rumi teased her, suggesting that she just wanted to sit in the passenger seat like she had before. Namuri acknowledged this, admitting that being close to Izuku was appealing. Katsumi then walked in, playfully warning Namuri to back off. Izuku took a moment to assess the situation, asking how many women in the room had a crush on him. Midnight, Katsumi, and surprisingly Rumi raised their hands, while 𝗧𝗪 raised his for Fuyumi. Izuku realized there were 5 women interested in him and suggested they all come to an agreement before the 5th arrived. He returned to working on the Supra engine with 𝗧𝗪's assistance, while the girls exchanged glances, each wondering who would ultimately win Izuku's affection. 2 weeks had passed since Izuku moved to Japan, and his reputation in the street racing scene was growing. People from America were sending him messages of encouragement on social media. He was putting the finishing touches on his fully built and tuned Supra, feeling proud of his work. After cleaning up, he took a picture of the car and sent it to his crew and family in Japan. Izumi and Rumi were upstairs, looking at a letter addressed to Izumi from All Might. Izuku picked it up, curious about its contents. He opened it and found it filled with excuses and empty promises aimed at winning Izumi back. He decided to turn the letter into a paper airplane, which he tossed into the fireplace, much to Rumi's amusement. He then reminded Izumi to prepare for school and asked Rumi about her penthouse. Rumi informed him that it was almost ready, and she would be packing soon. Izuku expressed his disappointment at her leaving, as he enjoyed her company while he raced at night, but hoped she would visit for dinner occasionally. Rumi blushed slightly but agreed to keep in touch. Afterward, Izuku headed to his room, feeling exhausted. He set his alarm and fell asleep. Later, Rumi entered his room, her expression tinged with sadness as she reflected on the kindness he had shown her. She questioned her longing to stay, pondering her feelings. Izumi, having overheard her, teased Rumi about her crush on Izuku. Rumi, startled, confirmed her feelings, explaining how Izuku had helped her selflessly, unlike others who had ulterior motives. She shared her past with Hawks, revealing that he had become too pushy in their relationship, leading her to end things. Rumi recalled a race challenge from Hawks, which she had won decisively, and Izumi giggled, reminding Rumi that she still owed Izuku a favor for his kindness. Rumi nodded, contemplating her connection with him. Rumi had almost forgotten about the bet, as Izuku had not mentioned it nor seemed inclined to use it for anything unusual. The two sat in silence until Izumi stood up to change into her school uniform. Meanwhile, Rumi went to put on her hero suit, which had just been dry cleaned. A note on the cover from Izuku caught her attention, reminding her that her suit needed a quick clean after her hero work yesterday and suggesting she keep that in mind for the future. She examined her suit, noticing that all the dirt, sweat marks, and small stains were gone, revealing vibrant colors that had been hidden before. Grateful, Rumi smiled as she changed, reminiscing about the first time she donned the suit. Once dressed, she returned to Izuku's bedroom and gently covered him with a blanket. His peaceful expression was irresistible, and she couldn't help but give him a soft kiss on the cheek, eliciting a smile from him. Outside, 𝗵𝗃 waited for Izumi to get into the car so they could start their day. Once Izumi was settled, 𝗵𝗃 drove off and dropped her at school. As she headed to work, she turned on the radio, hoping to catch up on the day's events, but found it to be rather uneventful. Pulling into the parking lot of her agency, she sat for a moment, contemplating where she might be if Izuku hadn't offered her his spare bedroom. Reminding herself to focus on work, entering the elevator, she rode up to her office floor. Normally, she would be greeted by her secretary, but today there was only silence. As 𝗵𝗃 looked around, she noticed the desk was empty, and her office door stood ajar. Just then, the elevator dinged again, and her secretary hurried out to her desk, apologizing for being late due to missing her usual train. 𝗵𝗃 offered a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry since she was there now. She noted that while her secretary was late, as long as the work was done, everything would be fine. Once in her office, her secretary rushed in, clearly anxious. 𝗵𝗃, slightly confused, asked about the day's agenda. Her secretary informed her that 𝗵𝗃's popularity had increased, moving her up to the number 5 rank, which also meant a pay raise and more opportunities for challenging missions. 𝗵𝗃, however, was more concerned about a recent assassination attempt involving a bomb at her condo. Her secretary explained that while authorities had found traces of the bomb, the chemicals used were difficult to trace, as they could be found in any household. Strangely, there had been a fragrance in the air that could induce sleep. 𝗵𝗃 realized that someone might have attempted to recreate Midnight's quirk in a device, but it had malfunctioned, causing the explosion. This revelation left her visibly upset, prompting her to head to the changing room to work out. After an hour of intense training, she received a call over the intercom announcing a visitor who seemed confident he knew her. Rolling her eyes, she finished her last set and returned to her office, changing back into her suit. To her surprise, she found Izuku waiting in the reception area. His presence brightened her day as he greeted her with a hug, explaining that he had made coffee after waking up. 𝗵𝗃, eager to get to the point, urged him to skip the details. Izuku then revealed that he had found the person responsible for the assassination attempt, who was currently tied up in his trunk if she wanted to speak with him. 𝗵𝗃, intrigued yet skeptical, followed him to the parking garage where his car was making a thumping noise. Realizing he was serious, she questioned whether he had really left the man in his trunk. Izuku confirmed this, and as he opened the trunk, the sound of music blared from the speakers. He pulled the man out and removed the duct tape from his mouth, demanding an explanation for his actions. The man, now visibly frightened, initially dismissed 𝗵𝗃, but Izuku's serious demeanor quickly changed his tone. He confessed that he had aimed to make a name for himself as a villain by kidnapping or killing 𝗵𝗃, believing it would instill fear in others. 𝗵𝗃, stern and unwavering, asked what he would have done had he succeeded. The man, now in tears, admitted he would have tortured her for his own pleasure. Izuku, maintaining a calm demeanor, suggested taking the man to the authorities, ready to ensure justice was served. 𝗵𝗃 shook her head at how calm Izuku appeared, a smile on his face. She remarked on his tranquility, questioning how he could be so composed in the situation. Izuku shrugged, explaining that growing up in America among tough individuals had shaped him. The elevator dinged, and 𝗵𝗃's secretary rushed out, announcing that authorities had located the home of the suspect. She glanced between Izuku, 𝗵𝗃, and the man they had apprehended, her expression shifting with realization. Curiously, she asked if Izuku was 𝗵𝗃's boyfriend. 𝗵𝗃's cheeks flushed as she vehemently denied it, insisting that the authorities could take the culprit into custody. The secretary left with a playful smile, expressing her hope to hear about Izuku later. 𝗵𝗃, slightly embarrassed, was lost in thought about Izuku when she felt a gentle tug on her rabbit tail. Startled, she instinctively kicked out, only to have Izuku catch her foot, commenting on the strength of her kick. As he held her foot, he admired her athleticism, noting how fit her legs were. 𝗵𝗃 blushed at his compliment and quickly withdrew her leg, prompting Izuku to apologize for not asking first. She acknowledged that while he was only admiring her physique, he should have been more considerate. Izuku then lifted the man off the ground, inquiring about the progress of the penthouse. 𝗵𝗃 mentioned it was nearly finished but had a question for him. Izuku cheerfully suggested she could ask him later when she came to his place for dinner, where he was making carrot cake for dessert. He got into his car, revving the engine before saluting her as he drove off. 𝗵𝗃 placed a hand over her chest, shaking her head at the situation as she led the captured man to the lobby for the authorities to take him away. When questioned about how she found the culprit, she simply stated that he was delivered to her by someone who had been a great help. After leaving the police, 𝗵𝗃 encountered the press, who were eager for details but were held back by the authorities. Returning upstairs, she noticed her secretary giggling while trying to organize paperwork. Concerned, 𝗵𝗃 asked if she was all right. The secretary teased that it seemed Izuku knew 𝗵𝗃 well and suggested that her behavior had changed around him. 𝗵𝗃 inquired about the meaning behind her words. The secretary candidly expressed that 𝗵𝗃 had feelings for Izuku, which 𝗵𝗃 confirmed, admitting she wanted to spend more time with him but felt obligated to her duties as a pro-hero. The secretary proposed that 𝗵𝗃 create a schedule to balance her responsibilities, allowing her to dedicate time to both her hero work and her personal life. 𝗵𝗃 hesitated, revealing that she was currently living in Izuku's house until her penthouse was completed and didn't want to move out. The secretary encouraged her not to, prompting 𝗵𝗃 to consider the practicality of the situation. Realizing that Izuku's house was only a short drive from her agency and that her secretary needed a closer place to stay, 𝗵𝗃 made a decision. She announced that once the penthouse was finished, her secretary could have it, as it was part of the building she was still paying for. The secretary playfully noted Izuku's name, teasing 𝗵𝗃 about her luck. 𝗵𝗃, flustered, insisted that the focus should be on the offer. The secretary agreed to take it, asking when 𝗵𝗃 would tell Izuku about her staying. 𝗵𝗃 decided she would inform him once the penthouse was complete. Meanwhile, Izuku was enjoying a different kind of day, driving around the city in his new Supra, marveling at its performance. As he turned a corner, he spotted Katsumi soaring through the air with two other heroes. He decided to follow her, waiting for her to notice him. It didn't take long as her companions pointed him out. She smiled and slowed down, flying beside him. Izuku greeted her, and she expressed her boredom while on patrol, though she was glad to have friends with her. Noticing 𝗔𝗵𝗄 and cellophane with her, he asked if they were friends from UA. Katsumi confirmed, describing one as an idiot and the other as a bit stuck-up but tolerable. Izuku chuckled and seized the opportunity to invite her out for dinner after her shift. Katsumi agreed, mentioning a nice restaurant nearby, then playfully asked if it was a date. Izuku confirmed it, looking forward to their evening together while he continued to enjoy driving his car. Katsumi shook her head, realizing that their relationship had evolved beyond friendship. She expressed her happiness at being able to call Izuku her boyfriend. Izuku, feeling a rush of excitement, informed her that he would see her later that evening. As he drove, he shifted the car into third gear, expertly maneuvering through traffic and enjoying the smooth ride. Spotting an open stretch of road, he smirked and activated the nitrous, accelerating down the street. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling out from behind him. 𝗫𝗏, his uncle, admonished him for speeding, reminding him to obey the speed limit. Izuku rolled his eyes but complied, pulling over to the side. When 𝗫𝗏 landed beside him, Izuku greeted him casually, apologizing for his reckless driving. He explained that he had just finished building his car and was eager to test it out. 𝗫𝗏 examined the vehicle and was surprised to learn that Izuku had already completed the Supra. Izuku shared that he had put a lot of thought into its design and had even received parts from a friend overseas. 𝗫𝗏 inquired if Izuku planned to race that night, to which Izuku replied that he had a date with Katsumi. 𝗫𝗏 revealed that Shoto wanted to challenge Izuku to a race with his own Supra, curious to see who was the better street racer. Izuku chuckled, confident that Shoto would be in for a surprise. 𝗫𝗏 decided to let Izuku off with a warning, acknowledging the good he had done with his driving. Grateful, Izuku thanked his uncle and drove off, quickly exceeding the speed limit again as he headed home. Once he parked his Supra in the garage, he changed into his work clothes and began making adjustments to his fair lady, knowing it needed some tweaks. Hours passed as he focused on his cars until his alarm reminded him it was almost time for his date. After a quick shower and changing into fresh clothes, he grabbed his leather jacket and hopped into his Supra, driving toward Katsumi's house. Upon arrival, he could hear raised voices inside, one of which belonged to Katsumi and the other he recognized all too well. He honked the horn twice, and soon Katsumi rushed out, dressed casually. She climbed into the passenger seat, and Izuku drove away, not caring if Katsuki saw him. Izuku guessed that Katsuki was upset about her sister going on a date. Katsumi confirmed that Katsuki had been particularly irritable lately, likely due to All Might's refusal to train him further. Izuku shrugged it off, curious about the restaurant they were heading to. Katsumi explained that it was a place that changed its menu every 3 nights, offering a variety of cuisines. Izuku guessed correctly that the food's ethnicity was what varied, and Katsumi confirmed that they were currently serving Japanese dishes. They parked and, as Izuku opened Katsumi's door, she took his hand to step out. He locked the car and walked alongside her. Izuku playfully mentioned that he was aware of 4 other women who had feelings for him, prompting Katsumi to consider how to handle the situation. He warned her that time was of the essence, as one of the women might soon come looking for him. As they entered the restaurant, they were seated at a booth, and Izuku shared stories from his past adventures. After they ordered, Katsumi expressed her understanding of Izuku's connection with Nydia, a woman he had helped escape a dangerous situation. Izuku acknowledged that he was okay with Nydia staying with him, as he had promised her a better life. Katsumi, comfortable with the arrangement, mentioned that she would consider moving in as well. Izuku offered her the option of sharing his room or using the guest room, which was currently occupied by Mirko due to her own circumstances. They decided to focus on enjoying their dinner for the time being. As they dined, Izuku mentioned his upcoming race with Shoto, and Katsumi guessed that they were comparing their Supras. Izuku laughed, confident that he could outpace Shoto. Katsumi expressed her lack of concern, knowing Shoto was confident but not quite a match for Izuku or 𝗏𝗄, the best street racer around. After finishing their meal, they returned to the Supra, only to find a crowd gathered around it. Izuku smiled and playfully made the car rev as he wrapped an arm around Katsumi's waist. As they attempted to pass through the crowd, a man approached Izuku, inquiring about the car's price. Izuku firmly stated that it was not for sale, brushing off the man's hand as he continued on his way. Izuku felt a surge of excitement as he glanced at the sleek Ferrari keys in the man's hand. With a grin, he turned to Katsumi, who had just exited her car. She shouted at the stranger, but Izuku raised his arm to stop her. He suggested that perhaps the man wanted to prove his car was superior to his own. Izuku pointed to the striking red 458 Italia parked nearby. The man, Blazer, acknowledged Izuku's keen eye for cars and expressed his longing to prove himself. Izuku proposed a race at the street racer gathering that evening, wagering their cars. Blazer, brimming with confidence, accepted the challenge. As they drove to the gathering, Izuku parked his Supra and awaited Blazer and his crew. Spotting red feathers above the crowd, he realized 𝗏𝗄 was present, observing the competition. Curious, Izuku asked Katsumi if 𝗏𝗄 often attended these events, to which she nodded, explaining that he liked to scout potential racers. Izuku chuckled, recognizing the familiar Subaru Impreza as Rumi's car pulling in. As the racers gathered around a Gran Turismo, Izuku noticed Shoto standing next to a blonde man with red wings. 𝗏𝗄 addressed the crowd, assuring them there would be no interruptions from the police that night and inviting Shoto to race first. Shoto nodded but mentioned he was waiting for someone. Izuku announced his arrival, joined by Katsumi, and inquired if they would be racing their Supras. Shoto smiled and agreed, eager to determine who was the better driver. 𝗏𝗄 interrupted, asking Shoto to introduce Izuku. Shoto introduced Izuku as his brother and the street racer king from the States. 𝗏𝗄 examined Izuku's car, impressed by the work put into it, and declared them the first race of the night. Blazer, still eager to compete, insisted on racing Izuku instead, dismissing his car as a mere shitbox. Izuku shot back, defending his vehicle's capabilities. 𝗏𝗄 speculated on the stakes, and Blazer confirmed he was ready to take on the challenge. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Izuku warned Blazer that his car would soon undergo a significant tune-up. Blazer retorted with bravado, claiming he would easily outpace Izuku. With determination, Izuku climbed into his Supra, positioning himself at the starting line next to Todoroki. As they prepared, Izuku leaned out to admire Shoto's car, curious about his brother's relationship with 𝗵𝗻i. Shoto shrugged, explaining that 𝗵𝗻i had been thinking about Izuku since he returned. 𝗬𝗏, known as Earphone Jack, approached to signal the start of the race. Shoto introduced Izuku, sharing their history. 𝗔𝗂 confirmed the racing scene was thriving and urged them to get ready. The two brothers revved their engines, flames flickering from their exhausts. With a swift motion, 𝗔𝗂 brought her arms down, and they launched forward, tires screeching as they sped past the starting line. As they raced, Izuku acknowledged Shoto's unexpected skill, impressed by how closely he kept pace. The first turn approached, and while Izuku navigated it smoothly, Shoto drifted expertly on the outside. Gaining momentum, Izuku shifted gears, pulling ahead as they continued to race toward the finish line. Hawks observed their skills, noting Izuku's impressive racing talent. As they neared the homestretch, Izuku encouraged Shoto to push harder. With both drivers hitting their nos, they surged forward, racing neck and neck. Ultimately, Izuku crossed the finish line first, slowing down as Hawks glided down, laughing with delight. He praised their thrilling race, acknowledging Shoto's close finish. As they exited their cars, Izuku was met with cheers from the crowd, celebrating their impressive performance, while 𝗵𝘃𝗧 and his crew remained silent, watching from the sidelines. One of the onlookers exclaimed that the driver was the renowned street racer king from America, confirming his reputation. 𝗵𝘃𝗧, filled with determination, declared that he would defeat him, just as the second race commenced. The race concluded with a stunning victory for 𝗬𝗵𝗲, driven by a woman with long black hair who demonstrated impressive driving skills. Izuku noticed her being surrounded by admirers, who were pleading for her attention. She seemed uncomfortable, perched on the hood of her car to distance herself from the crowd. Izuku approached, observing the scene before pushing through the throng. He remarked on the situation, urging the admirers to leave her alone. Gradually, they retreated, and the woman he defended tapped him on the shoulder, expressing her gratitude. Izuku smiled and gently kissed the back of her hand, complimenting her racing skills with the 𝗵𝗄𝗏. She thanked him, unfazed, and acknowledged his prowess with his Supra. Izuku playfully suggested that she would excel in a drag race against his Impala, to which she responded that she had other commitments beyond racing every night. Curious about her name, Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. She revealed herself as Momo Yaoyorozu, the street racer queen of Japan. They acknowledged their respective strengths in their racing territories, and Momo expressed confidence in his victory, handing him a piece of paper with her contact information before driving away. Izuku marveled at having her number, reminding himself to stay focused on the race ahead. As he positioned his car for the next race, the stakes were high, his car or 𝗵𝘃𝗧. 𝗵𝘃𝗧, undeterred by warnings from his friend 𝗓𝗏𝗏, was determined to win. 𝗔𝗂 stood between the two cars, both drivers revving their engines. Izuku glanced at Katsumi, who stood nearby, and smiled at her just as 𝗔𝗂 signaled the start of the race. The lightheartedness faded as Izuku took off, determined to leave 𝗵𝘃𝗧 in the dust. Izuku's speed was impressive, and he drifted through the turns with ease, leaving 𝗵𝘃𝗧 struggling to keep up. Drones hovered above, capturing the action as Katsumi observed the live feed. Izuku built a significant lead, teasing 𝗵𝘃𝗧 by drifting backward and maintaining a relaxed demeanor. 𝗵𝘃𝗧's frustration grew, and Izuku responded with a playful gesture before speeding off again. In the midst of the race, Izuku noticed a man in a suit watching him from a rooftop, which briefly distracted him. Shaking off the feeling, he focused on the finish line, accelerating as he crossed it and slowing down to avoid the crowd. He drifted to a stop and was immediately greeted by Katsumi, who congratulated him with a tender kiss. Their moment was interrupted when 𝗵𝘃𝗧 stormed up, accusing Izuku of cheating by modifying his car during the race. As 𝗵𝘃𝗧 activated his quirk, flames surrounded him, and he prepared to confront Izuku. However, an explosion knocked him back, revealing Katsumi with her hand raised, defending Izuku. She asserted that he had won fair and square, explaining that Izuku had meticulously rebuilt his car, making it the best he had ever worked on. 𝗵𝘃𝗧, infuriated, attempted to retaliate but was swiftly taken down by Rumi Usajiyama, who ordered him to leave. Izuku thanked Rumi for her timely intervention and inquired about her presence. She explained that she had come to find him after hearing about his race with Shoto. Katsumi chimed in, revealing their new relationship, which left Rumi feeling disheartened. Sensing her discomfort, Katsumi decided to lift her spirits. Izuku was approached by Katsumi, who suggested he stay a little longer while she and Rumi needed to discuss something. She offered to take the 𝗬𝗢𝗎 home and told him to return when he was ready. Although confused at first, Izuku agreed and said goodbye, watching as Katsumi and Rumi got into their vehicles. Katsumi had to retrieve the pink slip from Blazer's unconscious form, while his crew kept their distance. She climbed into the Ferrari and drove off, with Rumi following closely behind. Soon, Izuku joined Shoto and met a few of his classmates from UA. A spiky-haired student introduced himself as Eijiro Kirishima, excitedly sharing that he drove a Hummer. He mentioned that Shoto had told him a bit about Izuku. Another classmate, Denki Kaminari, with bright yellow hair and a black lightning bolt stripe, introduced himself as well, pointing out his yellow and black Camaro. Izuku noted that it resembled the newer version of Bumblebee from the Transformers movies, and Denki admitted to being a fan of the character. Curious about a Pontiac Firebird parked nearby, Izuku asked who the driver was. Shoto explained that it belonged to 𝗂𝗵𝗲 Hawk's temporary sidekick, who didn't race but appreciated the car. Denki shrugged, suggesting that 𝗂𝗂𝗵𝗲 had a unique sense of culture, given the bird emblem on the hood and his own bird-like appearance. Shoto clarified that the car resembled a phoenix, while 𝗂𝗂𝗵𝗲 was more like a crow. Suddenly, 𝗂𝗂𝗵𝗲 appeared beside Izuku, startling him. Izuku jumped, causing laughter among the group. 𝗂𝗂𝗵𝗲 apologized, explaining that he often unintentionally surprised people and just wanted to make friends. Denki agreed that 𝗂𝗂𝗵𝗲's presence could be intimidating, and 𝗂𝗂𝗵𝗲 bowed his head, acknowledging this. Kirishima encouraged 𝗂𝗂𝗵𝗲, assuring him that he would make more friends in time. Izuku suggested that 𝗂𝗂𝗵𝗲 might want to approach people from the front instead of sneaking up on them. 𝗂𝗂𝗵𝗲 nodded, taking out a notepad to jot down the advice, leaving Izuku slightly puzzled. For the next hour, Izuku enjoyed the gathering, watching races and getting to know Shoto's classmates. Eventually, he received a text from Katsumi, signaling that he could head home. He bid farewell to Shoto with a fist bump, expressing his need for rest. Shoto returned the gesture, transforming it into their signature handshake, while Kirishima watched with admiration for their brotherly bond. Izuku waved goodbye and drove away, pondering what Katsumi and Rumi needed to discuss. Upon arriving home, he noticed Katsumi's charger parked in the garage alongside the Ferrari 𝗬𝗢𝗎. He muttered to himself, realizing they had returned to pick up her car. As he went upstairs, he found Izumi asleep at the table, her completed homework spread out before her. Not wanting to disturb her, he gently carried her to her room, tucking her into bed before heading back to the living room to tidy up. Just then he heard a voice from the bedrooms calling his name. Turning around, he saw Rumi and Katsumi standing there in casual attire. He greeted them, noting the late hour and their early work schedules. Katsumi approached him, stating they needed to talk. Izuku, slightly confused, wondered if he had done something wrong. Without answering, they moved to the living room and took their seats. Izuku sat across from them, waiting for Katsumi to begin. She explained that while they were together, she had mentioned being okay with sharing. Izuku nodded, realizing where the conversation was heading. Rumi confirmed her feelings for him, expressing her longing to stay in the house, which felt like home to her. Izuku smiled, acknowledging that both girls had confessed their feelings and were ready to take their relationship to the next level. He welcomed Rumi to the family, assuring her that this was her home too. Overjoyed, she rushed to him for a warm embrace and shared a gentle kiss, which he returned with a smile. They decided it was time for bed, and the three of them made their way to Izuku's room. They settled on the bed, with Izuku in the center, Katsumi on his left, and Rumi on his right. He wrapped an arm around Rumi's waist while holding Katsumi's hand across his neck. A week had passed since Katsumi and Rumi officially moved in. The news had spread among those Izuku considered family, who all wished him well. When Katsuki learned of the arrangement, He demanded to know where Katsumi was going but was quickly turned down. At that moment, Izuku and Rumi were busy tuning his new Ferrari, adding a spoiler, new tires, and a fresh coat of paint. The sound of a car horn interrupted them, signaling an arrival. Izuku recognized the Gran Turismo as Hawk's vehicle and wondered what the number 3 hero wanted. Rumi, wiping grease from her hands, assured him she would find out and also ask how Hawks had located them. As she stepped outside to speak with Hawks, Izuku could only hear their voices from a distance. It was a little trick he learned in Italy to pick up voices more clearly. They spoke a bit louder, allowing Izuku to hear them better. One of them asked why he had come to see who Izuku really was, crossing her arms in curiosity. Hawks explained that Izuku was a great racer who built and modified impressive cars, and he wasn't sure what else he did outside of that world. Rumi, showing a hint of irritation, responded that he didn't need to know what Izuku did beyond cars. She then inquired how Hawks had found them there. Hawks smiled and mentioned that Rumi's secretary had informed him when he visited her agency looking for Izuku to offer him a job. The word job caught Izuku's attention, prompting him to roll out and approach them, wiping his hands. He expressed interest in the job Hawks mentioned. Hawks welcomed him with open arms, acknowledging their brief encounter at the race and introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya. Hawks introduced himself as Kigo Takami and explained that he was looking for someone to drive for a particular job. Izuku, intrigued, smiled and asked for the details, inviting Hawks inside for coffee. Once inside, Hawks was impressed by the collection of cars in the garage, particularly a vehicle called the M12 LRV Warthog, which Izuku had acquired from some villains in New Orleans. Izuku shared that it could fire an impressive number of rounds per minute and had been modified for speed and durability. As they moved upstairs to the living room, Izuku prepared coffee for everyone. After serving the mugs, he settled down with his own, curious about the job Hawks had in mind. Hawks explained that they were trying to take down a Yakuza organization near Mizudafu, but the Shy Hasaikai kept obstructing their efforts. He believed that they wouldn't suspect someone like Izuku infiltrating their ranks. Izuku asked what the Yakuza had done to warrant such attention from heroes. Just then Katsumi walked in, surprised to see Hawks. He waved and explained he was discussing the Yakuza group with Izuku. Katsumi acknowledged the situation, but Izuku noticed something was off about her. Concerned, he asked about her arm, which prompted her to turn away, wincing in pain. Izuku pressed her for an answer, and when she remained silent, he sighed, sensing the gravity of the situation. Rumi and Hawks exchanged worried glances as Izuku requested Rumi to restrain Katsumi for a moment while he used Hawks' feathers to hold her still. Katsumi protested, insisting there was nothing wrong, but Izuku approached her, looking into her eyes and asking why she was trying to hide a dislocated shoulder. Her expression shifted to guilt, and Izuku pressed her for the truth about how she had been injured. When she hesitated, Izuku realized he needed to take action. He removed his belt and placed it in her mouth, preparing her for the pain of relocating her shoulder. With a swift motion, he adjusted her arm, and she took a deep breath, feeling a sharp pain as her shoulder was set back in place. Once released, she tested her arm and expressed her gratitude, relieved that the discomfort was gone. Izuku then inquired about who had caused her injury. Katsumi looked away and explained that it had been Katsuki, who had been aggressive in trying to find out where she had moved. She revealed that her mother had to intervene to separate them. Izuku nodded, appreciating her honesty, and took a moment to jot down her account in a notebook. Hawks, noticing the exchange, smiled and encouraged Izuku to reach out if he was interested in the job. As Hawks stood to leave, Izuku intercepted him with a professional demeanor, ready to discuss the opportunity further. "Wait just a moment, Hawks," Izuku said, wondering if the Yakuza might recognize him. Hawks shrugged, indicating that they were not part of the street racing scene, so he doubted they would notice Izuku at all. Izuku extended his hand, and Hawks shook it, confirming that he had a job to do. Katsumi and Rumi noticed the eagerness in Izuku's eyes. This was what excited him more than anything else. The thrill of danger was what pushed his skills to the limit. Once Hawks departed, Izuku took a deep breath to steady himself, but his calm was shattered when he turned on the TV. The reporter announced that the city had once again been saved by the explosion god, Dynamite. Although the damage was minimal, the villain had been apprehended by the hero. The reporter then asked Katsuki if he had anything to say. He responded that he would reach the top no matter the cost and would protect those he cared about while doing so. After making his statement, an explosion sent him soaring into the air, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku shook his head, reading Katsuki's expression even behind the mask. He thought to himself that there was no way Katsuki's speech was anything but rehearsed. Katsumi turned to Rumi and pointed out that Katsuki always put on a facade for the public. Katsumi shook her head, acknowledging that it was obvious to those who truly knew him. She noted that while he had always been loud and harsh with his words, he had only recently started becoming physically aggressive. Izuku nodded, cracking his knuckles as he pulled out his phone, texting someone with a smile that hinted at his true intentions. He announced that he needed to clear his head and headed downstairs. Katsumi quickly realized what he meant and rushed after him, insisting that he couldn't go after Katsuki. Izuku insisted he just wanted to talk, but Katsumi knew better. As he grabbed a torque wrench from the wall and the keys to the Impala, she yelled for him to come back, reminding him that Katsuki was a hero. Izuku reiterated that he only wanted to talk, but as he got into the car, he added that he wanted to hospitalize him. The engine roared to life, and he sped away, prompting Katsumi to jump into her own car to chase after him. She thought she could catch up, but Izuku had activated Racer's Eye and was taking the fastest routes to find Katsuki, making it nearly impossible for her to keep up. As she rounded a corner, she spotted Katsuki speeding past a crossroad with Izuku hot on his tail. Realizing where Katsuki was headed, she recalled a shortcut and turned down an alleyway. Halfway through, she encountered another path leading to the main road, and suddenly Katsuki appeared, colliding with her driver's side door and landing on the pavement. He muttered angrily before spotting Katsumi and demanding her help to arrest the guy who nearly hit him. Izuku, standing at the end of the alleyway, called out that it had been intentional. He slammed the door and brandished the torque wrench. Katsuki, now standing, prepared himself with some warm-up explosions, taunting Izuku about being outnumbered. Katsumi decided to sit this one out, stating that it wasn't her revenge. Katsuki, still unaware of who was pursuing him, questioned Katsumi about her comment. Izuku chuckled, revealing that he knew Katsuki wouldn't recognize him right away. He reminded Katsuki of their school days when he would always find him to deliver a beating. Recognition dawned on Katsuki as he turned around, finally realizing it was Izuku. Izuku smiled, explaining that Deku was a name given to him when he felt useless and had nothing to prove. He declared that he had chased Katsuki around the city better than any villain, and now he had him cornered. Katsuki stood in shock, realizing that Izuku had returned, and with newfound confidence. Katsuki lunged at Izuku, but Izuku anticipated the move, sidestepping and knocking him down. Izuku stood over him, gesturing that this was just a taste of being put on his back by someone he once deemed a quirkless loser. Katsuki roared in defiance, getting back up and lunging again, only to be struck across the face by the torque wrench. The blow brought him down, and as he held his face in pain, Izuku towered over him, expressing that if Katsuki had experienced even half the pain he had caused, he might think twice about bullying others. Katsuki growled, fighting through the pain and lunging once more, but Izuku met him with another strike, causing blood to trickle from his mouth. Izuku walked over and kicked Katsuki in the stomach, expressing his dissatisfaction with the situation but acknowledging that he still needed to teach him a lesson. Afterward, Izuku and Katsumi got into their cars and drove away. Katsuki was left with two thoughts. Izuku was back in Japan, and he needed to inform All Might. When Izuku and Katsumi returned home, he noticed the dent in her car and offered to fix it. However, Katsumi insisted that he needed to rest, having seen how hard he was pushing himself. Reluctantly, Izuku agreed to go upstairs and rest. The next day, Izuku planned to take care of things. Katsumi reassured him, urging him to leave before she decided to pull him back to bed. Izuku smiled and embraced Katsumi, expressing his gratitude for her support over the years and for being by his side now. Katsumi held him close, silently promising to always be there for him. They both shared a light-hearted moment, joking about their fate, before Katsumi playfully smacked him on the back of the head and led him upstairs. Once in bed, Izuku quickly fell asleep while Katsumi ran her fingers through his hair, smiling at the thought of how soon others would learn about his return. A knock on the door interrupted the peaceful moment, and Rumi peeked in, commenting on how exhausted Izuku looked. Katsumi nodded, explaining that releasing his frustrations had taken a toll on him. Rumi joined them, rubbing Izuku's back until his relaxed breathing filled the room, bringing them both comfort. However, their tranquility was soon disrupted by a call on Katsumi's phone. It was Izumi, who sounded frantic as she informed Katsumi that their parents were demanding answers about Izuku's actions. Katsumi quickly assured Izumi that they would handle the situation. Izuku, now awake, stretched and prepared to leave, but Rumi insisted on taking charge. She instructed Izumi to head to her agency instead, promising to pick her up. After the call ended, Rumi hurried downstairs while Izuku flopped back onto the bed. Katsumi changed into comfortable clothes and snuggled up to him, allowing him to relax against her. Days later, Izuku was humming to himself in his garage, feeling unbothered by the consequences of his recent actions. He was working on Rumi's Subaru, trying to convince her of the issue, when he heard a car approaching. He defended his expertise, but Rumi insisted there was nothing wrong with her vehicle. Their banter was interrupted by present Mike, Aizawa, and Izumi arriving with news that Izuku's father had discovered his return to Japan. Izuku shrugged, expecting this news, and inquired whether his father knew where he lived. Thankfully, Izumi confirmed that he did not, expressing her reluctance to return home if he sought her out. Izuku rolled out from under the car, confident that if his father did find him, he would quickly learn the consequences of pursuing them. They discussed 𝐒𝐭𝐲's recent activities, revealing that she had been more involved in the community and seeking help for herself. Izuku listened intently, realizing that while this information was encouraging, he needed proof before making any decisions regarding her. Aizawa mentioned that there were recordings available online that could provide insight into 𝐒𝐭𝐲's progress. Rumi, checking her phone, informed Izuku that All Might had summoned the top heroes to search for him, which concerned him. He doubted that some of them would listen, but he wanted to address the others. With determination, Izuku grabbed a key and unlocked his skyline, announcing his plan to visit All Might. He instructed Izumi to join him, and Rumi decided to trust his work on her car. Once both vehicles were ready, they set off towards the Yagi household. As they drove, Izuku received messages about who would be joining them. Upon arriving, he noticed the house looked significantly better, as if someone had taken great care of it since he left. Curious, he asked Izumi about the changes, and she explained that their mother had been focusing less on hero work and more on family life, which included training Izumi. "Are you ready?" A knock on the window interrupted, and Aizawa needed to speak. He explained that 𝐒𝐭𝐲 was still a bit sensitive about Izuku, and he wanted her to see him again, but not just yet. Curious about Aizawa's plan, Izuku asked what he should do. Aizawa instructed him to stay put until he received a text to enter the house. Others could go in first, but if he wanted company, he could ask. Izuku called out to Sho, suggesting they hang out until they were called inside. Present Mike nodded in agreement. As the Todorokis joined Aizawa, Izumi exited the skyline, ready to walk in. Izuku watched them approach the door, and Fuyumi glanced back, sharing a wink with him. Shoto, noticing Izuku's reaction, teased him about it. Izuku shrugged, explaining that he couldn't help it if she liked him. Shoto then inquired about Izumi having All Might's quirk. Izuku noted that while she struggled to harness her power, her telekinesis had improved. However, he worried about her limitations with One for All. Just then, a yellow boot unexpectedly came through the window, hitting Izuku in the face. He winced in pain and questioned what had happened. An old, gravelly voice warned him not to discuss that quirk in public, especially with those unaware of its implications. Shoto defended his knowledge of the quirk, prompting Gran Torino to recognize him. Gran Torino expressed his concern about Izuku's disappearance and then turned to Izuku, revealing his worry for him. Izuku apologized, explaining that he wouldn't blame 𝐒𝐭𝐲 for what happened. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 cautioned that Izumi's inheritance of one for all was a mistake, raising Izuku's anxiety about her future. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 elaborated on the history of one for all, mentioning that one past user had not faced all for one but had succumbed to natural causes, suggesting a similar fate for Izumi. He speculated that her energy would be drained faster than Tashinori's had been, warning that only a quirkless individual could handle one for all without dire consequences. Izuku pondered his choices, feeling the weight of responsibility as a hero. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 advised him that every choice comes with consequences. Just then, Izuku received a text notification and sighed, indicating it was time to move on. Shoto assured him of his support as they prepared to head inside. Suddenly, a voice called out to them. Izuku turned to see Katsuki approaching, with All Might frozen behind him. He sighed, acknowledging that a reunion wouldn't be complete without them. Katsuki demanded to know what Izuku was doing back and where he had been. Izuku shook his head, stating he needed a drink if Katsuki continued yelling. All Might finally spoke, acknowledging Izuku's presence. Izuku responded with a monotone voice, expressing his feelings about being forgotten. All Might insisted he could never forget, also mentioning a card Izuku had taken. Katsuki exclaimed in surprise at the revelation. Izuku explained that he had taken the card out of revenge but had since opened his own bank account, rendering it unnecessary. He clarified that he was primarily there to see his mother. Turning to the house, he spotted Inko in the doorway and greeted her, suggesting they go inside to explain everything. Inko demanded to know where he had been and what he had been doing. After a few hours in the living room, Izuku had shared his story. Inko expressed disbelief that he had built a new life for himself after running away and asked if he had been taking care of himself. Izuku reassured her that he had moved into a new house near UA. Inko relaxed slightly, relieved that he was looking after himself. Katsuki, still skeptical, expressed his disbelief that Izuku had been successful while quirkless and mentioned an incident involving a car. Izuku defended the car, insisting it was a well-crafted piece of work and warned Katsuki to be cautious with his words. Izuku then stated he wouldn't report their meeting to the courts since it was meant to be a friendly reunion, but he had something important to address. He approached All Might, quickly delivering a punch to his face, causing him to stumble back. Izuku explained that it was for hitting his sister when she tried to leave and suggested All Might look into the history of his quirk, hinting that 𝗵𝗃𝗀 could provide more information. All Might, confused, realized that Izuku was aware of One for All's deeper implications. Inko had heard that Izuku was considering some changes, and he needed more time to think about them. He gestured toward her before turning his attention to Katsuki. He acknowledged that while Katsuki might need more restrictions, he understood the dangers of nitroglycerin, especially since Katsuki sweated it. Izuku needed more evidence of Katsuki's recent actions. Katsuki dismissed the idea, stating that he didn't require confirmation from someone without a quirk to know if he had changed. Izuku shook his head, clarifying that he was referring to recent developments, acknowledging that Katsuki had always been himself in the past. A man in a well-tailored suit approached Izuku, expressing surprise that a street racer had requested to see him. Izuku shrugged, explaining that he liked to broaden his horizons. He pointed out that the man had business to take care of, but heroes posed a significant obstacle. While the man could pay off some corrupt heroes to look the other way, the top heroes would jeopardize his operations, intercepting deliveries and putting his associates behind bars. The man gestured for Izuku to continue as he took a seat next to him in a busy diner, where patrons were eagerly waiting for their meals. Izuku noted that the man needed a street racer who wasn't affiliated with heroes or the government, a rarity in the world, especially among those willing to operate discreetly. He offered his services in exchange for a fee. The man questioned why he should pay Izuku when he could simply threaten someone Izuku cared about. Izuku smiled, confident that the Yakuza had more honor than that. He explained that if the man's associates were caught in the act, they would face legal consequences which would ultimately harm their profits. The man acknowledged Izuku's insight, admitting he had made the right choice in seeking him out, but he still wanted an answer to his earlier question. Izuku sighed, placing his chopsticks down, and warned that the moment the man made a call to his associates, someone would be waiting to take action. He would handle them before turning his attention back to the man. Their eyes locked, the tension in the air palpable, though unnoticed by the other diners. Izuku sensed the 10 men in the room were preparing for any potential conflict. The man warned Izuku to be cautious, questioning whether he truly believed he could leave the diner unscathed. Izuku, unfazed, remarked that he could take on all 20 of them, including those outside. The man chuckled, acknowledging Izuku's reputation for making enemies and familiarity with conflict. Izuku felt confident that he had found the right opportunity. He inquired about the payment for each job he would undertake. The man smiled, placing his hat on the counter and calling for a waiter. He offered 30 million for each run, with an additional 5 million bonus if Izuku could evade detection by heroes. When Izuku asked about avoiding them entirely, the man dismissed the idea as impossible, amused by the suggestion. Izuku chuckled, countering with a question about whether the man had ever flown a tank. The man insisted it was impossible, as tanks were land vehicles. Izuku slid his phone across the table, revealing a video of himself firing a machine gun from atop a tank, taking down 2 enemy aircraft. The man watched, intrigued, as the tank's main cannon fired, hitting the second aircraft. The Yakuza acknowledged Izuku's knack for the impossible and returned to the earlier question, offering a 15 million bonus. Izuku finished his meal, placing his utensils down, and confirmed that he would await the address for the first run. He paid for both their meals before leaving the diner. As he approached his Impala and started the engine, he was met with the sound of a gun being ped from the back seat. A man with an M1911 aimed at Izuku's neck demanded to know about his business with the older man. Izuku shook his head, feigning innocence about having a casual conversation with other patrons. The man revealed he was also Yakuza and seemed to be from a rival group, attempting to take control. Izuku adjusted the rearview mirror to get a better look at the man, who was clearly new to this line of work. The man raised his gun, now aimed at Izuku's head, insisting on answers. Izuku calmly stated that he had asked the older man if he had ever flown a tank, explaining that he offered unique services. The man pressed for details about the services Izuku could provide. Izuku explained that the older man's products and money were transported in vehicles recognized by heroes and law enforcement, making them vulnerable to tracking. He assured the man that he could ensure safe passage for those shipments, even if they were pursued. The man found this intriguing and inquired how Izuku had acquired such knowledge. Izuku chuckled, revealing that he had experience dealing with the mafia and Yakuza. Izuku was well acquainted with navigating challenging situations. The man taunted him, lowering his weapon and remarking on Izuku's reputation as the street racer king of America, now in Japan and involved in questionable activities. Izuku smirked, responding that it was only criminal if one got caught, then pointed out that the man hadn't even disengaged the safety on his gun. As the man turned the gun away, Izuku took the opportunity to lean back in his seat. With a swift motion, he spun around and knocked the gun from the man's hand. It struck the wall but was quickly caught by Izuku, who then switched off the safety. He thought to himself that Shaw's hand-eye coordination training had paid off. Now, he had the upper hand. The man raised his hands in surrender just as the sound of multiple guns being readied echoed around them. Izuku nodded, noticing the Yakuza SS he had met earlier, all armed and focused on the vehicle. He stepped out, unloaded the gun, and approached the well-dressed man he had spoken to before. The man suggested that the man who had threatened Izuku needed a lesson in honor and asked if Izuku would like to take care of it. Izuku declined, stating it wasn't his style and requested the man to remove the threat from his car. The man nodded in understanding and instructed his men to take the man out. 3 of them approached the vehicle and forcibly removed the man, shutting the door behind him. The Yakuza gestured for Izuku to get back in. As Izuku settled into his car, the Yakuza extended his hand for a firm handshake, wishing him well. Izuku smiled and assured him he would be in touch. He started the car and drove away, ignoring the commotion behind him. It wasn't his concern what happened to their captive. Instead, he focused on returning home, preparing for the upcoming call with the Yakuza. While driving, Izuku received a call and answered, putting it on speaker. He greeted the caller, and Mr. Nobody's familiar voice came through, checking on him and offering assistance with the Yakuza situation. Izuku appreciated the offer but felt it unnecessary to involve Dom and the others unless absolutely required. Nobody chuckled and asked if he wanted to connect with the crew, which Izuku agreed to. As the call transferred, he could hear a lively atmosphere in the background. Dom's deep voice greeted him, and Izuku smiled, knowing Dom would recognize him. They exchanged pleasantries, and Dom inquired about the party atmosphere in Miami. Izuku shared that he was enjoying life, taking care of his sister, spending time with his girlfriends, and working on a new job. 𝗕's surprised voice chimed in, questioning if it was really Izuku. As the crew welcomed him back, Mia expressed her concern for him, bombarding him with questions. Dom intervened, advising her to take a breath and let Izuku respond. He then asked about the job Izuku had taken on. Izuku explained that the Yakuza needed to be dealt with, and since the heroes had their hands full, Hawks had personally asked him for help. He mentioned a recent meeting with the Yakuza leader, who had a task for him to prove his capabilities. Roman laughed, reminiscing about his own experiences in Japan, and wondered about a certain individual still in prison. Izuku reassured him that the man was still behind bars. Dom then asked if he needed their help, but Izuku confidently stated he could handle it, mentioning he had a few contacts he could call on for support. Shaw shifted the conversation, bringing up Izuku's family. Izuku scoffed, noting they were aware of his presence in Japan, but he felt his mother might be deserving of forgiveness, unlike All Might. Dom expressed confusion, recalling that Izuku's mother had also neglected him. Izuku clarified that she had been the most affected by their circumstances, which led her to engage more positively with the community, including volunteer work and therapy. 𝗕 commented on her efforts, and Izuku explained how she had helped his sister with her quirk while allowing her the freedom to be herself. Dom agreed that it seemed promising but cautioned that it was too early to determine her sincerity. Izuku nodded in agreement and asked about Hobbs and Shaw, wondering if they were still at odds. Dom chuckled, noting they were getting along better now. Izuku promised to reach out if they ever visited Japan, and Mia insisted on staying updated about him. As they continued their conversation, Izuku shared his recent experiences, and Dom expressed pride in his accomplishments, especially when Izuku mentioned using a torque wrench in a confrontation. The crew was surprised to hear about Izuku's growing ℕ, with Roman jokingly questioning the legality of it. Izuku reminded them that he had political immunity and mused about the consequences of any potential repercussions. If they proceeded with that plan, they would have to take my cars, Racer's Edge and my possessions, but Racer's Edge would alert nobody, and he would tell them to stop. 𝗕 admitted he was sometimes scared by this, wondering what Izuku had been learning. Izuku shrugged, mentioning he had picked up a few things from the smartest creature on Earth. He pulled into the garage, stating he was home now and that it seemed to be Rumi's day off. He planned to call later. Dom, curious, asked who Rumi was. Izuku revealed she was one of his girlfriends, better known as Miruko, the current number 5 hero in Japan. Their reactions were loud and surprised, with Roman asking how Izuku managed to date such a formidable female hero. Izuku explained that he had beaten her in a drag race in the Impala, offered her a place to stay after her home was damaged, and even caught the culprit responsible. 𝗕 teased that Izuku had already made his move, encouraging him to share if he brought anyone else into his circle. Izuku laughed, dismissing the idea as he parked the car and grabbed his phone. He inquired about Maria's potential release, to which Dom replied that the deadline was approaching. Izuku advised Dom to keep Rome and 𝗕 away from her if she stopped by, prompting Dom to relay the message. Roman complained about saving some girls for them, while 𝗕 mentioned he was fine since he had reconnected with Suki. Izuku welcomed them to visit him in Japan, and Dom wished him well before they ended the call. After hanging up, Izuku exited his car, shut the garage door, and walked upstairs, realizing Rumi and Katsumi were at work, and Izumi was at school, leaving him with the house to himself for the day. His phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number, detailing a test set by the Yakuza. He smiled, wondering if Hawks would want to make things more interesting. Minutes later, after finding Hawks' number, Izuku called him. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was Hawks, holding his ringing phone. Izuku welcomed him in, pleased he had arrived quickly, and shared the details of the upcoming 𝗏𝗧 settled onto the couch as Izuku accessed Racer's Eye on his laptop, disabling any recording software on all devices. He explained that the leader wanted him to make a small DLVRY from one part of Mizudafu to the 𝐕𝐻𝗂𝐁𝐵, where they would be waiting for the package. 𝗏𝗧 smirked, realizing Izuku had ulterior motives for calling him. Izuku asked if 𝗏𝗧 could use his influence to increase police presence between the two locations. 𝗏𝗧 agreed, noting that the added activity would help Izuku gain trust while avoiding police and heroes. Izuku found the idea thrilling, suggesting 𝗏𝗧 arrange for overtime pay to make it worthwhile. 𝗏𝗧 nodded, promising to see what he could do. After reactivating the recording software in his house, Izuku offered 𝗏𝗧 that if they completed the task quickly, he would race him for his title. 𝗏𝗧 accepted the challenge with a cheeky smile before leaving. Once alone, Izuku headed to the garage and approached the warthog, knowing he would need it soon. He checked the ammunition for the turret, contemplating what he might need. He muttered to himself about the specific bullet size and decided to contact nobody for a few shipments. His phone buzzed in response, indicating that help would be on the way. As he considered a color scheme for the warthog, the doorbell rang. Checking the camera through Racer's Eye, he saw Aizawa at the door. Curious about the unexpected visit, he opened the door and greeted Aizawa, surprised to have two heroes visiting on the same day. Aizawa's serious demeanor indicated something significant had occurred. An hour later, Izuku was racing through the hallways of UA, finding his sister in the infirmary with Inko by her side. He burst through the door, demanding to know what had happened. Izumi explained that Overhaul had ambushed her while she was skirting a frightened little girl to the police station. Izuku noticed the bandages covering her arms and stomach. Recovery Girl delivered a grim report, stating the damage was severe, and Izumi might struggle to continue her hero work if she recovered at all. She had managed to close the wounds but warned that Izumi should avoid any serious activities that could jeopardize her health. Izuku sarcastically questioned whether Izumi should consider a different career path, insisting there had to be a better solution. Recovery Girl regretfully informed him that unless she could reverse the damage, there was little hope for a full recovery. Izuku appeared ready to punch the wall in frustration. Inko looked up at him, seemingly inspired. She mentioned a potential solution, but believed it was not her place to decide. That responsibility lay with both Izumi and Izuku. With a raised eyebrow, Izuku inquired about her idea. Inko suggested that Izumi could grant him one for all. It had been a week since Izumi had been harmed by Overhaul, and Izuku was filled with anger over what had happened to his sister. He knew he needed to stay composed, as the Yakuza he was infiltrating relied on him for an important DLVRY, promising substantial payment for his assistance. Once the Yakuza were apprehended, Izuku envisioned driving home, calling Katsumi, and breaking through the gates of the 𝗓𝗏𝗂𝐁𝐵 base. He muttered to himself to hang in there, Izumi, while sitting in the driver's seat of his Skyline, waiting for the Yakuza to initiate his first DLVRY run. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a text from nobody. The message hinted at information regarding the Yakuza he aimed to take down. Intrigued, Izuku opened the files nobody had sent, revealing DLVRY dates, drags and their effects, as well as weapons and shipments of anti-quirk metal. One weapon caught his attention, the temporary quirk erase. Curious, Izuku wondered about the bullet's purpose. Another message arrived, instructing him to acquire the contents of one of those bullets for analysis. Izuku smiled, confident that nobody had the technology to decipher it. A man in a suit knocked on his window, and Izuku rolled it down. The man informed him it was time to proceed with the pickup and drop-off, assuring him that someone would be at the rendezvous to deliver his payment. Izuku smiled and acknowledged the instructions before the man walked away, and another individual entered the passenger seat. This new companion would guide Izuku through the DLVRY route, providing shortcuts to expedite the process. As Izuku began driving, he calmly navigated through traffic, following the directions given. They soon arrived at a scarcely monitored alleyway, an ideal location for Yakuza operations. Once he stopped, the Yakuza member exited the vehicle to meet with others who would load the car with the crucial shipment. Izuku speculated about the contents, likely money, drags, ammunition, or perhaps food and drinks, but he could only guess. After a brief exchange, one of the workers expressed doubt about trusting a new driver. The Yakuza man dismissed the concern, emphasizing the importance of completing the 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝗀 without drawing attention from heroes. He took his seat in the front passenger side and signaled for Izuku to start moving. Izuku asked if there was anything he should know about the drive. The Yakuza man advised him to drive normally. Izuku chuckled, suggesting that might not be wise, as it could lead to a speeding ticket. He explained that police cars were only factory-tuned, implying that if he maintained a certain speed, they wouldn't pursue him. The Yakuza man pondered this information as they continued their journey. To throw off any suspicious heroes, Izuku made a couple of stops for snacks and drinks. Once back on the road, they finally reached the drop-off point. Izuku inquired about the next steps, and the Yakuza man directed him to pull into an alley. After parking, Izuku waited while the Yakuza man knocked on a door. Moments later, a group of men emerged and approached the car. Izuku opened the trunk, allowing them to unload the bags of the delivered items. Soon, a more imposing figure appeared, carrying a duffel bag that matched the size of the others. After inspecting the 𝗕𝗏𝗍𝗀, he smiled, expressing satisfaction with the early arrival and indicating that they would likely call on Izuku's services again. Izuku nodded and firmly shook the man's hand, requesting to be contacted for future jobs. The man handed Izuku a small case, which he opened to find red vials inside. Curious, Izuku asked about them. The man explained that they were temporary quirk erasing bullets, designed to disable a pro's quirk temporarily if needed for escape. Izuku concealed his excitement and thanked the man for the business. As the man walked back into the building with the others, Izuku closed the trunk and got back into the driver's seat. As he drove away, he received a call from Nobody. With a smile, he answered, introducing himself. Nobody chuckled, reminding Izuku of their friendship. Izuku playfully noted that he could be less friendly if he wanted to, before mentioning he had acquired one of the bullets as requested and asked how to send it. Nobody revealed that they had an agent in town ready to receive his orders and meet him. Izuku planned to send over some bullets for analysis. As he rounded a corner, he waved to a few street racers he had met. He wondered how he would recognize them, but nobody answered right away. Eventually, he learned that the person he was supposed to meet would be taking over when his contact retired. Izuku smiled, thinking of the new recruit as a sort of nobody junior. This earned a laugh from his friend, who mentioned that the new recruit was learning quickly. He also shared that a certain contract was finished, and the individual would soon be arriving, advising Izuku to prepare for her arrival. Izuku took a moment to process this information before realizing who was being referenced. His friend confirmed that the job was indeed done, but they had to part ways as they had other business to attend to. Izuku feigned disappointment, expressing that he enjoyed their conversations but understood the call of duty. After hanging up, he navigated through traffic when he suddenly heard the sounds of a street race starting. Checking the time, he decided he had enough time to investigate. As he changed his destination, a crash and screams pierced the air. The moment traffic began to move again, he accelerated, weaving through the cars to locate the source of the chaos. The buildings blurred past until he spotted smoke and a figure running. As he got closer, he recognized the purple bob cut and the jacks hanging from the hero's ears. It was 𝗂𝐭𝐻, pro hero, earphone jack. Behind her were several thugs, their weapons having damaged her speakers. Realizing she needed help, Izuku muttered to himself about saving a pro and kicked his car into a higher gear. He drifted around a corner and saw 𝗔𝗀 running desperately ahead. He opened the door, calling for her to get in. Once she did, her earphone jacks pulled the door shut, and she found herself sitting on his lap as he performed a small burnout before speeding away from the thugs. Izuku teased that this wasn't how he expected his day to go, but he wasn't complaining. 𝗔𝗀, however, was focused on escaping and urged him to concentrate on driving. He pointed out the awkwardness of her position, but he managed to keep an eye on the road by tilting his head. 𝗔𝗀 blushed as she realized how close they were, holding onto him tightly while trying to look out the back window. When she glanced at the speedometer, her eyes widened, and she urged him to slow down. Izuku dismissed her concern, insisting this was nothing. He turned a corner, making her grip him tighter to avoid being tossed around. Once they reached a straight road, he adjusted her position so she was sitting beside him, allowing him to maintain control of the gear shift. She blushed even more at the proximity but didn't protest. When he finally deemed it safe, he slowed down and pulled over, letting her exit the vehicle. Grateful, 𝗔𝗂 confirmed his identity, and he acknowledged that Shoto had mentioned him. She noted that he should leave before she had to call an officer. Izuku smirked, mentioning that no cop had caught him yet, sharing a story about an American pro who had chased him across the country. 𝗔𝗂 found his tale amusing, and he offered to help her if she needed anything in return for saving her. He added that if she thought of something, she should ask Katsumi to reach out to him, which made her blush again. He then drove off, leaving her watching as he disappeared down the road. Just then, her best friend Momo Yaoyorozu and Nijire Hato approached, having witnessed her exit from Izuku's car. 𝗔𝗂 quickly defended herself, claiming she was just thanking him for helping her. However, her blush deepened, prompting Nijire to tease her about her feelings for Izuku. 𝗔𝗂 tried to downplay it, but she couldn't help but recall how well he drove, describing his skill and how he had remained unaffected even when she had been in such close proximity to him. Meanwhile, Izuku stood in line at a cafe, ordering coffee for himself and his housemates. He sensed someone behind him, who commented on how easy it was to spot him. The man mentioned that nobody sometimes exaggerated, to which Izuku replied with a slight smile, acknowledging that he should have expected the successor to be trained similarly to how he had been. After a few minutes, he paid for the drinks and stepped aside to watch the man behind him place his order. Once the man finished, they both walked to a corner, and Izuku extended his hand, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya. The man, who referred to himself as Little Nobody, smiled and shook Izuku's hand, mentioning that he would eventually take over for the original Nobody. Curious, Izuku asked how much Little Nobody had learned. Little Nobody shrugged and smiled, indicating that he was almost ready, or at least that was what the big man thought. Just then, Izuku's phone chimed with a message from Mr. Nobody, suggesting that Little Nobody was more prepared than he realized, but it was important for him to learn the ropes before taking over. Izuku put his phone away and got straight to the point, assuming Little Nobody was there to pick up a package that nobody had mentioned. Little Nobody nodded, expressing that any insight into the bullets that temporarily suppressed quirks would be beneficial. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out a small case containing the red bullets, glancing outside to ensure they were discreet. They agreed to make the drop outside, as there were too many eyes in the cafe. Little Nobody acknowledged the need for caution, and they both heard Izuku's order being called. Izuku nodded and walked over to collect his drinks, then returned to the car, where Little Nobody joined him in the passenger seat. This was Izuku's cue to reveal the container with the red bullets. He handed 2 of the 5 bullets to Little Nobody, hoping they would provide the necessary information for Nobody. Little Nobody assured him that he would share his findings and expressed eagerness to work together in the future. After Little Nobody left the car, Izuku drove home. The ride was uneventful, aside from a phone call from Nobody. Izuku had many questions about how Nobody had come to need a successor, but those would have to wait. Upon arriving home, he spotted Rumi washing her car in the driveway. She waved playfully at him, returning to her task. Izuku greeted her, offering coffee, and Rumi paused to accept the drink, asking if he felt better. Izuku replied that he did and shared that his first job with the Yakuza had gone well, as he had managed to acquire some product from the Shy Hasaikai. He mentioned needing to plan how to bring them down. Rumi wished him luck, returning to washing her car. Inside the house, Izuku found Katsumi focused on paperwork for her agency, while Izumi worked on her homework. He announced his arrival, bringing coffee, which caught Izumi's attention. Katsumi waved without breaking her concentration. Izumi was recovering well, only experiencing some physical exhaustion. Izuku placed their coffees in front of them, and Izumi happily took hers, sipping before returning to her studies. Katsumi finished her paperwork and asked how close Izuku was to taking down the Yakuza. Izuku admitted he wasn't as close as she might think, noting their skill in covering their tracks. Katsumi expressed excitement about the prospect of confronting them, and Izuku chuckled, joking about turning into her brother. Katsumi laughed, remarking that he was more restrained than her brother. Just then, Izuku received a call from an unfamiliar number. After confirming it wasn't a scam, he answered. A familiar voice greeted him, Nydia Flores. She explained that she had been working with the FBI and CIA to dismantle Santa Blanca and had finally been cleared to travel to Japan to meet him. Izuku expressed happiness at her arrival, mentioning that he would have 3 housemates, 2 of whom shared her background. Nydia teased him about having fun without her, to which Izuku replied that it wasn't the kind of fun she might think. He had to end the call but looked forward to seeing her soon. After hanging up, he sighed, relieved to have a spacious home. Katsumi approached him, curious about the call. Izuku clarified that while he knew Nydia, their connection was more about helping her escape the cartel. Katsumi recognized her as the ex-cartel woman he had mentioned and realized she was on her way. Izuku speculated that Nydia might be eager to reconnect after their time apart. Just then, Shoto's voice interrupted, surprising everyone. Izuku defended himself, explaining that it wasn't intentional and attributing it to his natural charisma and good looks. Shoto acknowledged his point but playfully urged him to stop praising himself. He then inquired about when Nydia would be arriving. Izuku estimated that she would be there soon, within a few hours at most, before checking Racer's eye to confirm. He found her boarding an international flight in first class, affirming his prediction. Shoto remarked that Nydia would learn a lot about Izuku from Kat, Rumi, and Izumi. However, he had come for a specific reason. Izuku sensed that Shoto's visit wasn't just for casual conversation and asked what was on his mind. Shoto mentioned the Yakuza that Hawks had tasked Izuku with taking down and expressed his longing to help. He emphasized that tackling such an organization required all the support they could muster. Izuku welcomed Shoto aboard, raising his coffee in a toast, with Katsumi joining in. They shared a light laugh, unaware that Hawks, somewhere in the skies of Japan, sneezed, puzzled by the sudden tickle in his nose. Izuku was on the phone with Nobody, who had just received the results from the bullets he had given to little Nobody. Nobody confirmed that there were traces of BLD in the bullets, expressing his surprise. He explained that the BLD belonged to someone with a powerful quirk called Rewind. This revelation complicated matters for Izuku, who recalled his sister's injury and her recovery while protecting a girl who had been bandaged. He mentioned that Overhaul, the leader of the Shy Hasaikai, had taken her. Nobody warned Izuku that this couldn't be a coincidence and asked what his next steps would be. Izuku decided he would need a trustworthy crew and smiled, knowing exactly who to ask. Nobody chuckled and suggested calling Izuku's family, but Izuku declined, stating he wouldn't involve them in his problems. He already had a plan in mind and thanked Nobody for the information, requesting that he send the details. After hanging up, Izuku prepared for the busy days ahead. Soon, he received an email from Nobody containing the test results for the bullets. Without wasting any time, he printed the results and called Hawks to arrange a meeting. Hawks inquired about how many heroes Izuku wanted present. Izuku instructed him to gather anyone he trusted, along with a few others for whom he would send dossiers. Hawks assured him that he could make it happen, confident in the abilities of the heroes he would bring. The following day arrived quickly, with Izuku driving Katsumi to Hawks' agency, closely followed by Mirko. They parked in the agency's garage, where Izuku recognized several cars and smiled at the unfamiliar ones. Once parked, they entered the elevator with Mirko, heading to the specified floor. Upon arrival, they found a number of heroes gathered in the lobby. Eijiro Kirishima greeted Izuku and Katsumi warmly, expressing his excitement about being part of the action. Katsumi welcomed his presence, noting that they could use his defensive skills to enhance their offense. Kirishima responded with enthusiasm, and soon Kaminari joined the conversation, teasing Katsumi about her choice in partners. Katsumi playfully reminded him of his past attempts to flirt with her, asserting that she was already committed to Izuku. Izuku wrapped an arm around Katsumi, affirming that if treated well, she would never seek another. Just then, a voice called for attention, belonging to a man in a light gray suit with dark green hair and glasses. This was Sir Night-Eye, All Might's former sidekick, who acknowledged Izuku's return and mentioned hearing about his activities in the street racing scene. 𝗕𝗓𝗓 and Izuku exchanged pleasantries, with 𝗕𝗓𝗓 expressing relief at Izuku's progress in helping his younger sister. He was glad that Izuku had agreed to assist with the growing issues among the Yakuza groups. Izuku smiled in response, just as the main doors opened to reveal Hawks, who greeted everyone with a smile and expressed his gratitude for their attendance despite their busy schedules. Mirko and 𝗕𝗓𝗓 caught each other's attention. Mirko, arms crossed and foot tapping, expressed her impatience about the meeting. Hawks playfully suggested that she enjoyed spending time with the younger heroes but urged everyone to take their seats so they could begin. As the room filled, Izuku recognized several heroes present. Among them were Red Riot, Charge Bolt, Tsukuyomi, and Creati, along with Eraserhead, Lock Rock, Fat Gum, Sun Eater, and Nijire-chan. Hawks thanked everyone for attending and explained that they had discovered something concerning a new weapon affecting heroes. He called Izuku to the front, introducing him as a volunteer who had valuable information about the Yakuza, specifically the 𝗓𝗂𝗓𝗂𝗓. Izuku presented a red bullet to the room, explaining that these bullets had been found in areas where heroes were combating drag rings. Reports indicated that the bullets caused heroes' quirks to temporarily vanish, with the duration of this effect increasing over time. Fat Gum noted that they had encountered these bullets firsthand, and Sun Eater shared that he had been hit but was relieved that the effects had worn off by morning. Izuku continued, revealing that his resources had uncovered troubling information. He displayed test results on the big screen, showing traces of human DNA in the bullets, likely from a young girl. 𝗕𝗓𝗓 connected the dots, recalling that this girl had been encountered by Izuku's younger sister before her injury. Izuku speculated that the bullets were created from the girl's BLD, designed to revert heroes to a state before their quirks awakened. A sense of discomfort filled the room as the implications of the bullets sank in. The 𝗓𝗂𝗓𝗂𝗓 had been exploiting a young girl to produce these weapons. Eraserhead asked about the location of the Yakuza's base, to which Hawks replied that they needed the collective efforts of all heroes present to cover more ground and locate them. Mirko inquired about the threats they might face, particularly regarding Overhaul, who had taken control of the 𝗓𝗂𝗓𝗂𝗓, and the mysterious group known as Lotus. Hawks explained that Lotus was relatively unknown but seemed to consist of individuals without quirks who aimed to level the playing field against heroes. Izuku expressed confidence in handling the situation, mentioning a contact who could assist him. When questioned about his authority, he acknowledged his lack of a quirk but insisted that he was prepared to fight. Just then, a new voice entered the room, revealing a heroine in a green suit with striking emerald hair. It was 𝗏𝗏, who announced her support for Izuku and her intent to join the fight against corruption. Izuku, while appreciative, expressed his lingering reservations about his mother's involvement. 𝗏𝗏, undeterred, emphasized the urgency of the situation and the need to act. Izuku agreed to continue his work with Lotus while the others searched for the 𝗓𝗂𝗓𝗂𝗓. Mirko affirmed that Izuku would be gathering intelligence as well, and 𝗕𝗓𝗓 confirmed their objective. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, chaos erupted as machines malfunctioned and walls were rapidly destroyed and rebuilt, signaling that things were not going as planned for those within. Someone was on a rampage. A voice echoed through the hall, filled with frustration, questioning how such a situation could have occurred and why it hadn't been anticipated. The man responsible, clad in a dark green coat adorned with purple fur along the collar and wearing a red and gold plague doctor mask, was seething with anger. He was dismantling objects around him with ease, only to rebuild them just as quickly. In a corner, a scientist trembled in fear, desperate to avoid the wrath of the furious man. He stammered that they had never expected an outcome like this, explaining that quirks typically didn't affect the body unless the user intended it. In this case, it seemed to be an exception. Another figure entered the room, dressed in a white robe and a full plague doctor mask. He addressed the enraged man, suggesting that it might be simpler to deconstruct and reconstruct the girl in question, restoring her quirk in the process. Overhaul, the man in the green coat, retorted that he had already attempted that approach. He insisted that they simply needed to wait until she matured and keep her existence a secret from their partners. Chronostasis reminded Overhaul that their partners were present for the new batch they had promised. He warned that if they discovered the girl and what had been done to her, they would take her away, jeopardizing their profits. 𝗏𝗏 acknowledged that even if she were taken, she would be kept away from the heroes and the villains they frequently encountered. He emphasized the importance of keeping her hidden, as she was their secret weapon against those who threatened their operations. 𝗏𝗏 agreed to ensure that no one entered that part of the base. As 𝗏𝗏 left the room, 𝗏𝗏 followed, aware that he shouldn't keep him waiting. They soon arrived at what appeared to be a meeting room within the 𝗕𝗁 base. Inside sat a representative from the Lotus Yakuza organization, accompanied by 2 guards. They had been waiting patiently, knowing there was no rush to begin their discussions. 𝗏𝗏 greeted the representative, introducing himself as Yamamoto, who was there to represent his busy boss. 𝗏𝗏 acknowledged the need for the meeting and took a seat, ready to discuss updates on their partnership. He mentioned a significant setback in the production of their 𝗏𝗏 racing bullets. Yamamoto confirmed that this was indeed a topic his boss wanted to address. He opened a briefcase and retrieved several documents, explaining that they had used the bullets to prevent low-ranking heroes from interfering with their operations. They had conducted tests to understand how the bullets were created, assuring 𝗏𝗏 that they had no intention of producing them themselves. 𝗏𝗏 expressed gratitude for their restraint but questioned their motives for investigating. Yamamoto clarified that they wanted to understand the process behind the bullets. He revealed that their boss wished to take care of the girl 𝗏𝗏 was using, intending to raise her in a respectable home. Once she was older, they could ask her to provide BLD samples in a controlled manner to aid in the production of more bullets. 𝗏𝗏's demeanor shifted as he realized they had discovered the girl's existence. He inquired how many were aware of her situation. Yamamoto indicated that only he, the 2 guards, and the boss were in the know. He explained that the boss wanted to adopt her as his daughter, ensuring she was raised properly. 𝗏𝗏 reluctantly admitted that the girl was currently an infant, having panicked and unintentionally reverted her body to that of a baby. He explained that he had deconstructed her body to accelerate her growth, but she had continued to panic and rewind herself. Yamamoto expressed disapproval, stating that 𝗏𝗏 had intentionally harmed the child. He concluded that his boss would insist on taking her in. 𝗏𝗏 agreed, but he expected Yamamoto to continue providing him with her BLD. Yamamoto gathered his papers and bowed to 𝗏𝗏, indicating that his boss would arrange another meeting to discuss further matters. 𝗏𝗏 nodded, instructing 𝗏𝗏 to provide Yamamoto with the girl's files and any other necessary information. He revealed that her name was Eri. Yamamoto expressed appreciation for the cooperation before leaving the room, promising to inform his boss that Eri would be taken into their care. 𝗏𝗏 followed him, heading toward the entrance of the underground corridors. Once 𝗏𝗏 caught up, he questioned whether it was wise to hand Eri over, noting that she was their only connection to their former boss. 𝗏𝗏 reassured him that Eri would not be forgotten. They planned to place a tracker on her so they could monitor her whereabouts, allowing them to retrieve her once she matured and her quirk awakened. 𝗏𝗏 realized that 𝗏𝗏 had cleverly devised a plan. Instead of simply handing her over, they intended to ensure her safety while preventing her from panicking and using her quirk. Once they had her back, they could resume their operations. Meanwhile, back with the heroes, Izuku knew he needed to call for backup. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number he hadn't expected to, but he knew the person was the right choice for the task. He greeted the individual, mentioning that it had been a while and that he would provide a briefing upon their arrival, urgently requesting their assistance. It was just going to be the 3 of them, taking down an entire Yakuza group while the heroes dealt with the real threat associated with them. Deckard Shaw, in London, had just thrown a man through a window and vaulted through it himself, standing over the fallen figure as his unmistakable accent resonated with determination. He had made a promise to help if called, but first he needed to finish the mess at hand. With a swift motion, he fired at the man on the ground, confirming he was on his way and requesting the details. Meanwhile, Izuku waited at the airport, his face lighting up the moment he spotted one of his closest friends. He raised his hand, and Shaw would have to be blind not to notice the familiar green hair that belonged to Izuku. As they drew closer, they embraced, both smiling brightly. Shaw greeted him warmly, then mentioned that he had run into someone on his way. Izuku pulled back, his brow furrowed in confusion, but his smile remained. He was curious about who 𝗧𝗏 had encountered. Just then, a voice with a soft accent purred from behind him, followed by slender arms wrapping around him. It was Nydia Flores, the beauty queen herself. Izuku welcomed her to Japan, guessing she had recognized 𝗧𝗏 and decided to join him for this surprise visit. Nydia confirmed that both she and 𝗧𝗏 were excited to see him, especially since he had called for assistance. After a brief exchange, Izuku led the way, eager to introduce them to his sister and housemates. 𝗧𝗏 questioned how they would fit into one of Izuku's cars, noting that most were two-seaters. Izuku produced the keys to his Impala, smiling as he mentioned that he hoped 𝗧𝗏 wouldn't mind sitting in the back. 𝗧𝗏 called out to Nydia to grab her bag from baggage claim, and she nodded, mentioning that she had packed only what the FBI and CIA had allowed her to bring from Bolivia. Once they regrouped, Izuku drove to the front of the airport, waiting for them to emerge. Eventually, Nydia and 𝗧𝗏 appeared, each carrying a suitcase and a carry-on bag, with Nydia's luggage noticeably more packed than 𝗧𝗏's. 𝗧𝗏 climbed into the back seat first, followed by Nydia in the front passenger seat, allowing Izuku to start driving them home. 𝗧𝗏 asked to be caught up on everything, and Izuku informed Nydia that she would be updated on his recent activities. He explained his plan to pose as a driver for the Lotus Yakuza, delivering a shipment from the Shy Hasaikai to the Lotus headquarters. Once he arrived, he would signal the heroes to prepare for action. 𝗧𝗏 would be on standby, and after the mission, they could suit up together. 𝗧𝗏 guessed that they would need to sneak into the Yakuza base, and Izuku confirmed that Racer's eye would handle that part. He had set it to scan the building upon arrival, ensuring they would have the layout and information on everyone inside. However, he noted that he couldn't predict when he would be called for the job, so he asked 𝗧𝗏 to spar with him to maintain his skills. 𝗧𝗏 smiled, both amused and slightly incredulous, reminding Izuku that he had taught him everything he knew. Izuku insisted that there was no harm in having a sparring session with his mentor. 𝗧𝗏 chuckled, accepting the challenge, and they agreed to train until it was time for the raid. Nydia playfully teased Izuku, commenting on how attractive he was when he got fired up. 𝗧𝗏 interjected, reminding her that Izuku was driving and suggesting they wait until they reached their destination before getting too carried away. Nydia, eager to spend time with Izuku, expressed her anticipation for their reunion once they arrived at his home. As they pulled into the driveway, Izuku noticed his sister Katsumi cleaning her car just outside the garage, while Rumi was busy working on her engine. Both women looked up, surprised to see Izuku's Impala pull in, especially with the unfamiliar faces in the car. After parking, Izuku stepped out to greet them, only to be met with their curious expressions. Katsumi remarked that they had expected someone else when he mentioned picking someone up at the airport. Izuku quickly defended himself, explaining that Nydia and 𝗧𝗏 had met on a connecting flight and could be trusted. As Nydia and 𝗧𝗏 exited the car, Katsumi and Rumi were taken aback by Nydia's beauty. Katsumi admitted that she had thought the title of Beauty Queen was an exaggeration until now. Nydia graciously accepted the compliment, insisting they all get along since they would be living together. Izuku introduced Nydia to Katsumi and Rumi, clarifying their relationships. Nydia asked about Izuku's sister, inquiring why she wasn't present, to which Izuku explained that she was at school. She was younger than him and was already showing promise as a great hero, Izuku thought. Katsumi beamed with pride at being recognized as Izuku's girlfriend, while Rumi felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, realizing why he referred to her as his second girlfriend. 𝗧𝗏 stepped forward after grabbing his suitcase, introducing himself as Deckard 𝗧𝗏, a close friend of Izuku's from America, and encouraged them to call him 𝗧𝗏. Katsumi expressed her gratitude for 𝗧𝗏's friendship with Izuku, bowing slightly in respect. 𝗧𝗏 assured her it was no trouble and asked Izuku where he could put his belongings. Izuku informed him there was one more empty bedroom upstairs, allowing 𝗧𝗏 to head up on his own. With everything falling into place, they were one step closer to being ready for the upcoming raids. A week passed without a call for Izuku until the day he finally received one while sparring with 𝗧𝗏. The familiar ring of his phone interrupted their training, and upon answering he heard Yamamoto's unmistakable voice. Yamamoto informed him of an important job and instructed him to meet at a specific address without asking questions. Izuku acknowledged the request and promised to arrive within half an hour. After ending the call, he tucked his phone away and grabbed a towel to wipe off the sweat. He received the address via text and informed Hawks to prepare for a location drop concerning the 𝗕𝗁𝗂𝐁𝗵𝐴. Shaw, wiping his forehead, asked if it was time, and Izuku confirmed it was. He suggested Shaw gear up and inquired about the weapons he had brought. Shaw smiled and teased that Izuku would find out once he returned. Katsumi entered, already dressed in her hero costume, and asked if Lotus had really called. Izuku confirmed the news, prompting Shaw to head to his bedroom to prepare their gear. Katsumi expressed her concern for Izuku's safety, and he reassured her, mentioning his training and the support he would have as they confronted their enemies. Katsumi appeared uncertain about the idea of killing to dismantle the organizations but understood the need for payback against Overhaul and the 𝗕𝗁𝗂𝐁𝗵𝐴 for what they had done to Izumi. Izuku reminded her that they were fortunate Recovery Girl had healed Izumi, but some scars remained. He urged Katsumi to take her revenge on Overhaul, and she smirked, promising to do so for both him and Izumi. Izuku grabbed his car keys and unlocked the Impala, starting the engine's rumble. Once on the road, he found Katsumi and Rumi waiting in the garage, and they carpooled in Katsumi's Charger to Hawk's agency, where all the heroes involved had gathered. Among them were Creati, Earphone Jack, Uravity, Tsukuyomi, Charge Bolt, Red Riot, Fat Gum, Sun Eater, Ryukyu, Nijire-chan, Froppy, Sir Night Eye, Lemillion, Parawave, Mirko, and Ground Zero. Hawks took the lead alongside Night Eye, announcing that the day had come. Once they received the location of the 𝗕𝗁𝗂𝐁𝗵𝐴 headquarters, they would move in force, with some heroes staying outside to manage the thugs. Ryukyu volunteered her agency for that task, joined by Nijire-chan, Uravity, and Froppy, who agreed to support the police. Hawks confirmed that the rest would enter to search for the girl, and if they encountered the 8 bullets, they might need to split up to handle each one. Katsumi expressed her concerns about facing each member alone but believed teamwork would help them succeed with proper planning. Mirko agreed, emphasizing the need to stay close, especially for heroes with sidekicks. Katsumi suggested they focus on Overhaul to overwhelm him, but Creati reminded everyone to be cautious, as he could reconstruct anything. Rock Lock raised the crucial question about Lotus, and just then, Hawks received a message that brought a smile to his face. He revealed that their ally, who had helped organize the mission, would deal with Lotus. Their goal was to take down Overhaul and rescue Eri to prevent her from being used to create bullets. With that, they prepared to move, as Izuku had sent the location of the 𝗕𝗁𝗂𝐁𝗵𝐴's main base. Within an hour, the police, clad in riot gear, stood ready behind the heroes. Izuku, fully equipped, smiled as he secured a Heckler & Koch P-30L to his waist, loading magazines with bullets. Shaw, pulling out bulletproof vests and flexible clothing, noted Izuku's preference for stopping power in close quarters while also being able to aim accurately. Izuku found a 9mm Pit Viper he had been eager to try, and Shaw cautioned him to handle it carefully. They shared a smile at the light-hearted banter before gearing up completely and peering out from the alleyway at the Lotus Yakuza's main compound. With determination, Izuku declared it was time to make their presence known, leading the way as he activated his wristwatch to locate the entry point identified by Racer's eye. Once outside, he pulled down his mask to conceal his identity. Their escape vehicle, Izuku's Skyline, was parked a few blocks away with Nydia at the wheel. Shaw cautiously opened a window, but a silent alarm was triggered, alerting Yamamoto. He glanced at the cameras and saw 2 armed men entering the compound, realizing they had intruders. They were in the storage room. Men rushed toward the storage area just as the doors swung open, gunfire erupting and bodies collapsing to the floor. One masked figure grappled a thug's arm and swiftly kicked his foot out from under him. A second pistol was drawn, and a single shot rang out, striking the thug in the head before being holstered again. Izuku exchanged a nod with Shaw, both of them scanning the corners as they moved deeper into the compound. Shaw inquired about their destination, pausing at a doorway while Izuku quickly took position on the opposite side. They entered, only to find it was merely a bathroom. Izuku informed Shaw that the leader was on the top floor, sending Racer's Eye's visual to Shaw's watch. 𝗧𝗏 acknowledged the information and asked about another signal he was receiving on the map. Izuku shrugged, indicating they would investigate it later. As they advanced, they were unaware that someone was observing them, noting their progress but predicting it would only take them so far. Izuku nearly turned a corner but stopped when he heard the unmistakable sound of a gun. He peeked around the corner and spotted two thugs armed with guns down the hall. He declared that he would handle it and urged 𝗧𝗏 to keep moving. 𝗧𝗏 nodded and executed a combat roll to avoid gunfire. Izuku turned back, firing 3 shots that struck both assailants in the stomach, stunning them. He quickly adjusted his aim, firing 2 more shots, one hitting a thug in the head and the other piercing the heart of the second. He then proceeded down the hall, heading toward the unknown signal. Izuku instructed 𝗧𝗏 to pursue the leader while he checked the ping. 𝗧𝗏 confirmed his understanding and mentioned he was picking up additional readings nearby, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire. Izuku reloaded his P-30L, then threw a knife across the room, hitting another thug in the shoulder before finishing him off with his pistol. As he passed another room, something caught his eye. He informed 𝗧𝗏 about his discovery and decided to investigate further. 𝗧𝗏, engaged in close-quarters combat, encouraged Izuku to take his time. Inside the room, Izuku found numerous files and realized they contained profiles of the men associated with Lotus, including medical exams and quirk reports. He muttered to himself about the heroes, claiming they only recruited quirkless individuals. He opened a file cabinet and discovered a transaction involving quirks for money, shaking his head in disbelief. He knew that no quirk should be completely 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲 from someone, although it could be copied by another quirk. Izuku then turned to a computer in the room, using Racer's eye to hack into it. Once he bypassed the firewalls, he accessed several recordings. One recording detailed dealings with the 𝗧𝗏, mentioning the provision of temporary quirk erasing bullets. The voice explained that with their new driver, they would be able to transport the product more efficiently, avoiding complications with heroes or drag addicts. Izuku realized this was the reason for their alliance with the 𝗧𝗏. Another recording began, featuring a worried voice expressing concern about their boss's intentions regarding a child's quirk. The voice argued that the quirk was valuable and should be protected. The response indicated that the boss believed giving the quirk to a villain would ultimately benefit everyone involved. Izuku sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation and the implications for the child involved. He contacted 𝗧𝗏 to update him on the situation, revealing that they might have one more person to save. 𝗧𝗏 paused, questioning why, and Izuku explained that a little girl needed rescuing and that the heroes would not find her at the 𝗧𝗏. As he stepped out of the room, gun in hand and a serrated knife ready, he faced a group of thugs armed with bats, katanas, and metal poles. Izuku noted the unfairness of the situation before taking aim with his pistol. The thugs charged at him without regard for their safety. He fired rapidly, stunning several of them, then swung his knife in a wide arc, cutting through clothing and flesh. He maneuvered to avoid being overwhelmed, picking off easy targets with his pistol while dodging unnecessary hits. When he lost his knife after stabbing one thug, he quickly adapted, spotting a metal bat. He seized it and kicked the thug away before delivering a decisive shot to his throat. With only a few thugs remaining, the bat became severely dented. Izuku threw it to catch the remaining thugs off guard, then pulled his pistol and fired 2 more shots, hitting them in the legs. He charged forward, vaulting over one of the downed thugs and kicking another back, determined to clear the path ahead. Izuku aimed his pistol at one of the kneeling thugs, taking him down with precision before swiftly kicking back to stun another thug who attempted to charge at him. He then drew the pit viper, delivering 2 shots to the abdomen, followed by a third shot that struck the thug in the head. With only 2 thugs remaining, Izuku aimed both pistols, eliminating the last kneeling thug before turning his attention to the final thug. He warned the thug that he had 2 options, to run or to face the consequences. The thug, however, did not flinch. Instead, he smiled before undergoing a surprising transformation, shrinking in size and changing from a male to a female. Standing before Izuku was a blonde girl with messy buns, grinning widely as she brandished a knife and lunged at him. Izuku reacted quickly, using his pistols to deflect the knife away, but stumbled back and rolled further away. He holstered his pistols and noticed his own knife embedded in the thug he had previously fought. Pulling it out, he displayed the BLD-stained blade to the girl. She giggled excitedly, commenting on the BLD covering him. Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine as she raised her knife again, declaring her intent to cover him in his own BLD, which she believed would make him perfect. As she lunged again, Izuku grabbed her arm, preparing to execute a judo throw. However, she dropped her knife, catching it with her other hand. He released her and stepped back, using his own knife to parry her strike. The girl seemed entranced, watching him as he stepped forward, grabbing her arm and pushing her to turn around. She leaped over him, landing behind him, only to be met with a swift kick to her abdomen that sent her sprawling. She spotted his knife from earlier and threw it at him. Izuku turned to catch it but missed, forcing him to dodge. Unfortunately, the knife grazed his skin, causing a small wound that began to bleed. He stumbled back, raising his head just in time to see her lunging for him, trying to touch his bleeding lips. Izuku caught her hand, holding her up by her arm before kicking her away into a table, stunning her. Apologizing for the interruption, he decided it was time to leave and dashed down the hallway he had intended to explore. He retrieved his knife, now marked with his BLD, and continued on, leaving the girl behind, who was on her hands and knees, smiling and clutching her stomach in pain. She admired him, noting his fiery spirit and strength, realizing he was too powerful for her. She resolved to retreat to her base, having met her match in someone skilled with a knife and martial arts. Izuku moved through the compound's hallway until he reached a more secure door, noticing a handprint scanner. Curiously, he wondered about its purpose before activating Racer's eye to open the door. Upon entering, he drew his pistol, anticipating what lay ahead. Meanwhile, Katsumi was engaged in battle with Overhaul alongside Mirko, Hawks, Night Eye, and Lemillion, while their allies were either injured or occupied elsewhere within the 𝗓𝗂. Her wrist buzzed as her earpiece activated. She inquired about Izuku's status, to which he responded that he had the package, revealing that he was holding a sleeping baby Eri in his arms. Katsumi instructed him to get Eri to base and wait for her, assuring him they were close to defeating Overhaul. Overhaul overheard the conversation and expressed his frustration, urging Izuku to hurry. Izuku, hearing the chaos, nodded and carefully placed Eri in a car seat. As he secured her, he noticed she was waking up and smiled at her. He greeted her warmly, asking if she wanted to go for a ride. Eri responded with excitement, waving her hands. Before they left, Izuku placed a set of headphones over her ears, explaining they would help protect her from the loud sounds outside. Eri adjusted them, and Izuku smiled before playing music to drown out the noise. Now, this was a rescue mission rather than a search and destroy operation. Shaw observed Izuku as he prepared to leave with Eri, informing him that he had dealt with the head of the Lotus Yakuza and warned him about the approaching armed men. Izuku acknowledged the complication and requested cover or an extraction. Shaw asked him to send Racer's eye to him, which Izuku promptly did. As he exited, he relied on cover, using his body to shield Eri in the car seat. Gunfire erupted, but Izuku used the cover effectively, subduing the attackers. Eri seemed to react to the music, exclaiming happily, and Izuku smiled as he stood, using his back to shield her from the incoming fire. He took advantage of the pauses in their shots to eliminate them one by one, carefully placing Eri on the floor and pushing her car's seat under a table. Izuku reassured her that he would return shortly, before drawing his knife and swiftly incapacitating a man by targeting his arm, flipping him over, and then striking decisively. After quickly sheathing the knife, he drew the pit viper and fired at 2 more men, efficiently using the magazine until he landed the final shots. Crouching down to check on Eri, he encouraged her to smile, and her bright expression brought a chuckle from him. He asked if she enjoyed the music, then reloaded his P-30L and picked her up, continuing through the compound with vigilance. As he navigated the hallways, he remained alert for the knife-wielding girl, uncertain of what he would do if he encountered her. Suddenly he heard doors closing, but one remained ajar. He pressed his back against the wall, car seat behind him, and peeked around the corner. Down the hallway, he could hear Shaw's voice crackling through the radio, urging his team to stay focused while he managed the doors. Grateful for the update, Izuku sprinted to the other side of the hallway, glancing at Eri and suggesting they put on a good show. Her delighted cooing in response filled him with determination. As he moved into a lounge room, he spotted two men searching the area. He aimed and shot one in the shoulder, causing him to fall, while the other thug missed his shot as Izuku dropped to the ground. With precision, he targeted the second thug, hitting him in the stomach and then firing two more shots, ensuring the first thug was taken down as well. Hearing footsteps approaching, Izuku quickly pushed the car seat into a hidden gap between the couch and wall, promising Eri he would be back soon. He vaulted over the couch and kicked the first thug who entered the room, causing him to crash into his companions. This allowed Izuku to fire off a few shots, wounding two and eliminating one. Spotting two more armed thugs, he had no choice but to holster his P-30L and grab the fallen thug as a makeshift shield. He threw the body at them before drawing the pit viper and firing, adrenaline surging through him and sharpening his focus. Eri's cheerful voice reached his ears, reminding him of his purpose. As he ducked under a wounded thug's punch, Izuku retaliated with a powerful strike to the man's side, causing him to writhe in pain. Seizing the opportunity, he grappled the thug's arm and executed a judo throw, knocking him down and delivering a swift kick to incapacitate him. The second wounded thug was shot in the abdomen, leaving him unable to move. Izuku approached the couch, picking up the car seat and smiling at Eri, who clapped in delight, unaware of the chaos around them. He reassured her before hearing the click of a gun behind him. Reacting quickly, he drew the pit viper and fired the last bullet in the magazine, neutralizing the newly arrived thug. Tapping his earpiece, he requested directions from Shaw, who instructed him to continue down the hall and take the stairs to the garage. Izuku set Eri on the couch to reload the pit viper and double-check his ammunition in the P-30L. Once satisfied, he picked Eri back up and paused, catching a foul odor. He asked her if she needed a change or if it was something else, to which she pointed out the source, confirming it was from the intruders. Continuing down the hallway, he suddenly broke into a sprint, sliding Eri's car seat across the floor before dropping down next to her, drawing his knife as three more thugs appeared. He swiftly incapacitated the first thug, then used a second knife to neutralize another. With only one thug left, Izuku rolled closer, kicking the thug's legs out from under him and delivering an uppercut from the ground. As the last thug fell, Izuku fired the remaining bullets in his P-30L, ensuring both threats were eliminated. Dusting himself off, he moved towards Eri, picking up her car seat and making his way to the stairs. As he ascended, he felt the adrenaline beginning to fade, but he knew he had to keep going to keep Eri safe. Upon entering the garage, he spotted Shaw waiting and saw his skyline pulling in. Izuku smiled as Nydia exited the car and embraced him, which he returned with his free arm. Noticing his condition, Nydia expressed concern, pointing out the BLD on him. Izuku explained that he had encountered a skilled girl with knives, which had resulted in his injuries. Shaw commented on her need for more practice with them as he climbed into the back seat. Izuku nodded, handing Eri to Shaw before taking his place in the driver's seat and watching Nydia get into the front passenger seat. Once everyone was buckled in, he reversed and spun the car around to drive out of the compound. However, their escape was cut short as a monstrous figure loomed over the buildings. At its head stood 𝗏𝗏, mutated and unnatural, seething with rage as he spotted the car. Izuku was determined to retrieve his cure, confronting 𝗏𝗏 with a fierce intensity. An explosion erupted near him, attempting to weaken his formidable arms, but he remained undeterred, calling 𝗏𝗏 a pest. He swiftly swatted away several airborne heroes, including Katsumi, Hawks, and 𝗏𝗏, who leaped into the air for a higher strike. Izuku then reversed his vehicle, creating distance between himself and 𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 noticed Izuku's car and manipulated the stone beneath them, acting barriers at intersections and crafting ramps that forced Izuku to navigate a treacherous path. Izuku had to skillfully maneuver around the obstacles 𝗏𝗏 continuously created. It dawned on him that this was akin to a street race, and he needed to treat 𝗏𝗏's quirk like any other challenge on the course. He urged everyone to hold on tight, smirking as he shifted gears, specifically warning 𝐻𝐸 to be extra cautious since 𝐈𝐵 was with them. With a deft pull of the e-brake, he drifted into an alley, straightening out as if taking a shortcut. Emerging onto an open road, he pressed the gas, speeding away. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝗫, realizing the change in Izuku's tactics, chased after the car, bewildered by the driver's skill in evading his traps. Izuku accessed the racer's eye on the laptop, letting Nydia know he was searching for someone specific. He explained that the only way to ensure 𝐈𝐵's safety was to get her into the hands of the heroes, and he needed to find Ground Zero. Nydia quickly located her, confirming she was nearby. Suddenly, 𝐻𝐸 warned Izuku of incoming stone pillars that threatened to impale the car. Izuku reacted swiftly, pulling the e-brake and spinning to avoid the obstacles just in time. He then accelerated down an alley flanked by buildings. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝗫 attempted to seal off the tunnel, but the car burst through, revealing Izuku standing on the roof, gripping the spoiler. Inside, 𝐻𝐸 was at the wheel, while Nydia focused on keeping 𝐈𝐵 calm and distracted from the chaos outside. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝗫 taunted Izuku, recognizing him as the quirkless son of heroes, and questioned what he could possibly do against him. The car came to a halt, and Izuku stepped off, prompting 𝐻𝐸 to voice her concern. Izuku revealed he was about to undertake something unexpected. Katsumi appeared beside 𝐒𝐽𝐻𝗫, who had removed her mask, her green hair flowing in the wind. Izuku asked Katsumi to protect the car as it made its way home and turned to 𝗏𝗏, seeking her permission to act as a hero, even without a quirk. 𝗏𝗏 placed her hand over her heart and nodded, granting him her blessing. Izuku smiled, feeling a sense of forgiveness towards her. He began to shed his armor and stretch, preparing for what lay ahead. Nydia and Katsumi watched anxiously, fearing for Izuku's safety. Suddenly, sparks ignited from his hair, spreading to his chest, arms, and legs, culminating in a steady stream of energy. He sighed, acknowledging the legacy he was about to embrace. Weeks earlier, Izuku had sat by Izumi's bedside, holding her hand as she expressed her longing for him to take on the responsibility of One for All. Despite his reluctance, he agreed, understanding the weight of her request. They performed the transfer, and Izuku became the 10th user of One for All. Now, in the present, Izuku felt the powerful quirk coursing through him, hearing the encouraging voices of past users, including Nana Shimura, who expressed pride in his decision to embrace his power. He resolved to protect 𝐈𝐵 and prevent any further harm. With determination, Izuku crouched and launched himself into the air, surprising 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝗫 with his speed. He reappeared above 𝗎𝐻𝐻𝗫, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing down into a devastated part of the neighborhood. As Izuku landed beside him, he knelt briefly before standing tall, feeling the energy of One for All surging through him. Curious about his power level, he inquired of his grandmother, who informed him he was using about 40 to 50% of his strength, which was impressive given the circumstances. Nana acknowledged his genuine intentions with this power, encouraging him to continue. Izuku opened his mind to absorb the knowledge of the quirks he was unfamiliar with, including Nana's quirk. He silently vowed to use this newfound information wisely as he charged One for All within him. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝗫, finally recovering, glared down at the green-haired young man. He questioned Izuku's identity, clearly unsettled by his presence. Izuku smiled and shrugged, revealing that in America, he was known as the Street Racer King, but here, he was simply an older brother concerned for his family and loved ones. He lived his life one road and 1/4 mile at a time, but at that moment, his focus was solely on 𝐈𝐵, declaring that she would not be returned to 𝗎𝐻𝗻𝗫. 𝗎𝐻𝗻𝗫 threatened that if Izuku kept 𝐈𝐵 from him, he and those he cared about would face dire consequences. Izuku's smile faded as he nodded, then lunged at 𝗎𝗻𝗫, executing a rising axe kick that sent the villain soaring into the air, forcing him to deconstruct and reconstruct his body. Now, 𝗎𝗻𝗫 had his original form, but with 2 additional limbs crafted from the flesh of others he had used. Izuku shook his head, disapproving of 𝗎𝗻𝗫's monstrous transformation, and propelled himself into the air. He confronted 𝗎𝗻𝗫, questioning why he would choose to become a monster when he was tormenting a girl who deserved a childhood. 𝗎𝗻𝗫 insisted he would never be seen as a monster when the world was rid of quirks. He unleashed a flurry of punches at Izuku, who skillfully dodged and countered, using the remaining flesh to form sharp spikes aimed at him. Izuku challenged 𝗏𝗏𝗀's understanding of his own actions, asserting that he was only making himself more monstrous in pursuit of an unattainable dream. 𝗏𝗏𝗀 growled, dismissing Izuku's perspective, but Izuku countered with his own experiences, revealing that he had faced and defeated those who posed a threat to society. He had risked his life to confront the worst individuals, either by stopping them or imprisoning them for life. 𝗏𝗏𝗀 was taken aback by Izuku's resolve, realizing that this boy had always acted heroically, regardless of the circumstances. Izuku activated float, propelling himself toward 𝗏𝗏𝗀 at incredible speed. To 𝗏𝗏𝗀's surprise, black tendrils emerged from Izuku's fingers, wrapping around him and preventing him from using his quirk. Izuku swung the tendrils, launching 𝗏𝗏𝗀 into the air, where he collided with a mass of flesh still suspended in the air. This allowed 𝗏𝗏𝗀 to reconstruct the flesh into wings, enabling him to fly alongside Izuku. Izuku, maintaining his position in the air with float, kicked off behind him, soaring toward the villain. 𝗏𝗏𝗀 reshaped his extra arms into sharpened tendrils, aiming to strike Izuku down. Izuku executed a barrel roll around the tendrils, using his own to pull himself closer to 𝗏𝗏𝗀. 𝗏𝗏𝗀 shouted about his intentions to cure the world, but Izuku countered fiercely, asserting that such a cure should not come at the expense of a little girl's suffering. With one for all surging in power, Izuku prepared to strike. He reared back his fist and kicked upward, positioning himself above 𝗏𝗏𝗀 before delivering a powerful punch that sent the villain crashing to the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settled, Izuku floated down to land a short distance from 𝗏𝗏𝗀. He noticed a revolver on the ground, its red tint catching his eye. He picked it up, checking that it was still functional. 𝗏𝗏𝗀, weakened and exhausted, questioned whether Izuku intended to kill him. He warned that more would come for Eri. Izuku declared that he would protect her and raise her as a daughter, unlike 𝗏𝗏𝗀, who had experimented on her. He aimed the gun at 𝗏𝗏𝗀, demanding the release of his allies or facing the consequences of his actions. 𝗏𝗏𝗀 acknowledged his responsibility for using others without their consent. Izuku explained that the difference lay in 𝗏𝗏𝗀's chance to live and witness his comrades serve their sentences alongside him. 𝗏𝗏𝗀 sighed and, with a reluctant gesture, released his allies, restoring their bodies and confirming their survival. Izuku, with a firm resolve, addressed 𝗏𝗏𝗀, reminding him of the rules and consequences. He pulled the revolver's hammer back, and a single shot rang out, the quirk-erasing bullet piercing 𝗏𝗏𝗀's shoulder, rendering him quirkless. With that, Izuku completed his mission. His earpiece buzzed to life, and he answered the call. Katsumi's voice came through, expressing concern about the fight they had witnessed from a distance. Nydia followed, asking if he was okay. Izuku smiled, assuring them that he was fine and that it was over. He felt a sense of fulfillment, knowing he now had a daughter to raise. Later, Izuku cradled a swaddled baby Eri in his arms during a meeting with 𝗎𝗍, Sir Night-Eye, and Hawks. 𝗎𝗍 inquired if Izuku was certain about adopting her. Izuku nodded, confident in his decision. Hawks reminded him of the responsibilities that come with caring for a baby, to which Izuku proudly stated that he had been taught how to take care of one by his older sister. Night-Eye, confused, questioned the existence of this sister, prompting Izuku to clarify that she was not his biological sister but had been a significant influence on him since he had run away to America. He shared that her brother had taught him about cars and that she had helped raise him, even homeschooling him until he completed his online classes. She had certainly earned the title of Big Sister in his eyes. 𝗎𝗍 cleared his throat and mentioned that he could arrange for the proper adoption papers for Eri. Izuku smiled and shook his head, saying there was no need for that since his associate and former boss was already handling it. Everyone looked puzzled until the door opened, and 𝗏 entered, carrying a set of papers. He informed Izuku that the documents had just been delivered to his home and that he thought Izuku would want to see them. 𝗏 glanced around the room, noticing the hero's confused expressions and 𝗎𝗍's surprise, and asked who they were. Izuku explained that they were pro-heroes who had requested his assistance with the job. 𝗏 acknowledged this and stated he would head back to pack, mentioning that his brother needed him. He then smiled at the sleeping 𝐻𝐸, saying that when she grew up and asked about her adoption, he wanted her to know who her uncle was. Izuku teased 𝗧𝗵𝗲, calling him Uncle Deku, to which 𝗧𝗏 rolled his eyes but patted Izuku's back, saying he would catch up later. After 𝗧𝗏 left, Izuku looked at the still gawking faces of the pros and Nizu, wondering what was wrong. Nizu asked how 𝗧𝗏 had gotten past their security, smiling yet slightly apprehensive. Izuku pointed out that he had done the same when he first arrived, referencing his quirk, Racer's Eye. Nizu nodded, recalling that day and realizing that Izuku considered 𝗧𝗏 an ally. With the adoption papers in hand, Nizu reminded Izuku that all that was left was to fill them out and deliver them to make it official. Izuku thanked Nizu and left the office, feeling 𝐻𝐸 stir in his arms. He walked slowly outside and approached his Impala, carefully placing 𝗍𝗑, who had woken up, into her car seat. He greeted her with a playful nickname, asking if she had a good nap. 𝗍𝗑 reached out and gently touched Izuku's nose, smiling adorably as he secured her in. Once she was fastened in, he headed to the driver's side and checked his watch, realizing classes had already been released. It wasn't long before Izumi appeared from the building, looking remarkably recovered and back to her usual self, despite not having one for all anymore. Izumi greeted her brother and noticed 𝗍𝗑 in the back seat, calling her cute. Izuku reminded her that they needed to get home because Nidio was making enchiladas, and he didn't want to miss out. Izumi rolled her eyes and climbed into the passenger seat as Izuku started driving back. During the ride, Izumi glanced at 𝗍𝗑 in the rearview mirror, noticing the baby was focused on a plush toy car in her hands. Curious about his new role, Izumi asked how Izuku was finding fatherhood so far. He replied that officially he wasn't a father yet, but in reality, it felt good. He expressed that it was refreshing to have something new and challenging in his life. Izumi then connected her phone to the car's radio, filling the space with music. 𝗍𝗑 responded positively, waving her arms and making happy sounds as they drove through the neighborhood. As they approached home, Izumi asked who would be 𝗍𝗑's mother if Izuku was to be her father. This question almost made Izuku hit the brakes as he considered the 3 women living with him, all of whom would likely want to be recognized as 𝗍𝗑's mother. He shook his head and sighed, explaining that they would all share that role and contribute in their own ways, as long as their influence was positive. They soon arrived home, where Katsumi and Rumi were seen carrying a crate labeled as dangerous. Upon noticing Izuku's car, they carefully set it down outside the garage. After pulling into the garage and turning off the car, Izuku exited with Izumi, who was carrying 𝗍𝗑. Katsumi asked about the adoption papers, and Izuku held up the envelope with a smile, confirming that he just needed to fill them out, and then he would be 𝗍𝗑's father, while the others could each be considered her mothers. Rumi expressed surprise at the idea of becoming a mom but felt she might enjoy raising a little girl. Izuku began to think about all the changes needed in the house to accommodate 𝗍𝗑. Katsumi assured him they would figure everything out in due time and mentioned a crate that had arrived with a note from someone named Nobody, which she found odd. Izuku shrugged, opened the crate using one for all, and discovered it was filled with ammunition for the warthog in the garage. He noted that he would check the safety features to ensure it wouldn't fire automatically. Izumi called out from the stairs, already taking 𝗍𝗑 into the house. Izuku asked if 𝗧𝗏 had made it back safely, and Rumi confirmed that he was packing his things but had left Izuku the 2 pistols he had used in his previous encounter with the Lotus Yakuza. Something about the need for their owner instead of him lingered in the air. Izuku acknowledged that he had been trained in firearms by 𝗧𝗏, a member of the group he had been part of before returning home. He walked toward the stairs and closed the garage door behind him. As Izuku, Rumi, and Katsumi ascended the stairs, the delicious aroma of food wafted through the air, indicating that Nidio was in the kitchen preparing enchiladas as promised. Izumi was with 𝗍𝗑, who was playing in a makeshift playpen, while she read messages from her classmates about homework and projects. 𝗧𝗏, who was packing his belongings, finally stepped out and addressed Izuku. He mentioned that everyone was eager to see the place and hoped to meet the person who had not raised him, for obvious reasons. Izuku smiled, assuring 𝗧𝗏 that when everyone arrived, they would have their chance, especially 𝗵𝗵𝗏. They exchanged a handshake, with Izuku promising to bring his best. 𝗧𝗏 smirked, confident in his abilities, and mentioned that his ride would be arriving soon, as he needed to assist his brother. Izuku wished 𝗧 good luck, who expressed that he would miss the young man. Before leaving, 𝗧 gently picked up 𝗬𝗎, who smiled at him. He promised to check on her later and maybe teach her a few moves. Izuku playfully warned that if 𝗬𝗎 ended up defending herself against boys, he would hold 𝗧 responsible. 𝗧 replied that it was important for her to learn how to protect herself. After 𝗧 left, Izuku took out the adoption papers and headed to the dining room table. He filled in the information he knew, but when it came to the mother's name, Katsumi crossed it off with a smile. She insisted they wouldn't argue over who would be listed as 𝗬𝗎's mother on paper, stating that the little girl would be a daughter to whoever ended up dating Izuku. He teased that it included Katsumi, Nydia, and Rumi. Katsumi rolled her eyes but acknowledged that Fuyumi had feelings for him, thanks to Shoto, and mentioned Midnight as well. Izuku shrugged, suggesting they would have to wait and see. He completed the paperwork and prepared to leave. Just as he grabbed his keys, he heard 𝗬𝗎 start to cry. Izumi was trying to soothe her but was struggling. She called for Izuku, who quickly took 𝗬𝗎 into his arms. The moment he held her close, she calmed down, resting her head on his shoulder. Katsumi remarked that 𝗬𝗎 seemed to see Izuku as her father. Izuku sighed, acknowledging that this bond would only deepen as 𝗬𝗎 grew older. He assured the girls he would return soon. Once downstairs, he opened the garage and got into his Impala, securing 𝗬𝗎 in her car seat. After starting the car and pulling out of the driveway, he remembered something and pulled out his phone. He placed it on the stand and dialed a number he had meant to call earlier. After a few rings, the call was answered. Yaoyorozu greeted him, and Izuku apologized for not reaching out sooner. He mentioned wanting to discuss something later. Yaoyorozu remembered giving him her number and expressed a longing to meet for coffee to thank him for defending her. She also mentioned that he had helped one of her best friends recently. Izuku asked if her best friend had purple hair and a punk rock style, to which Yaoyorozu confirmed it was Kyoka. She thanked him for ensuring Kyoka's safety and mentioned the teasing that followed when their friends saw her getting out of his car. Izuku recalled Kyoka's embarrassment during the ride and assured Yaoyorozu that he would keep in touch. As 𝗬𝗎 cooed at the passing scenery, Izuku smiled at her, feeling a sense of connection forming in this new country. He soon arrived at UA, carefully took 𝗬𝗎 from her car seat, and made his way into the building. Outside Nizu's office, he submitted the adoption folder. Nizu reviewed the documents and nodded with pride, stating that the forms would be officially processed and legalized. He congratulated Izuku on becoming a father. Izuku thanked Nizu and turned to 𝗬𝗎 to face him, explaining that Nizu would be one of her uncles. 𝗬𝗎 looked at Nizu and let out a joyful sound, her smile brightening the room. Nizu, though appearing unfazed, sighed contentedly, reflecting on the joys of infancy. Izuku was determined to become a cherished member of her family. Just then he received a call on his phone and glanced at Nizu. He apologized, stating he needed to take the call and promised to see Nizu another time. Nizu nodded in understanding. Once outside the office, Izuku answered the phone, recognizing the familiar voice of his big sister figure, Mia. She expressed her surprise and mild disapproval at not being informed about his decision to adopt a baby. Izuku attempted to explain, but Mia insisted that they should have been informed before hearing the news from 𝗧. Dom's voice then came through, asking Izuku what he had gotten himself into. Izuku responded that he had probably gotten into as much trouble as when he infiltrated a Yakuza base with 𝗧, taking down several men to rescue a little girl. Roman chimed in, expressing disbelief that Izuku had a child before any of them. 𝗕j clarified that Izuku had adopted the little girl, while Brian and Mia were still ahead of him in starting a family. As Izuku arrived at his car, he learned that Brian was now part of the family too. Dom expressed pride in Brian being his brother and inquired when they could visit. Izuku replied that it was hard to say but promised to make barbecue if they came to visit. Letty suggested they make plans after Izuku settled in with his new daughter. Izuku jokingly pretended to be offended at the idea of being replaced, but Mia assured him that they would never replace family, just expand it. Dom sighed, reminding Mia that Izuku was joking, and Mia realized it had been long enough since she had recognized his humor. Izuku reassured her that she would get used to it again soon. He mentioned he needed to head home to prepare for Eri's arrival and to ensure she had everything she needed. Mia reminded him to baby-proof the house, and Izuku interrupted, noting that Katsumi was already getting started and would want to take Eri shopping. Letty chuckled at the thought of Katsumi's embarrassment if she had to revisit her baby clothes. Dom concluded the call, stating they would coordinate a visit soon. Izuku smiled and promised to send his regards to everyone else before ending the call. He began driving, preparing his home for the new chapter in his life, aware that dinner awaited him. Night had fallen over Japan as Izuku tucked Eri into bed. It had been a few days since the official adoption, and Katsumi's embarrassment was evident. Mitsuki's discovery of a future granddaughter had ignited her maternal instincts, leading her to take a keen interest in caring for the baby girl. Katsumi had been learning from Mitsuki about childcare and was doing her best to teach others. Nydia was also stepping up as a caring figure for Eri, ensuring she had baby formula, but an incident had caused Nydia's protective instincts to kick in. That night, Nydia discovered she could lactate, and Eri quickly became attached. Meanwhile, Rumi struggled with her maternal instincts, having focused her energy on fighting villains. However, she made sure Eri had a stuffed animal, and to everyone's amusement, Eri consistently chose a white rabbit. Izuku embraced his role as a devoted father after the adoption papers were finalized, ensuring that any guests were approved to see Eri, particularly those from his past like Katsuki and Toshinori Yagi. Inko remained on thin ice, having made it clear she wouldn't visit until she had proven herself. Despite his new responsibilities, Izuku still found time for street racing, though Eri was never part of that scene. Throughout his time with Eri, he had been reviewing files he recovered from the Lotus Yakuza, which he and Shaw had dismantled. The revelations about quirks being taken and large sums of money being exchanged were hard for Izuku to believe. He sent images of the documents to nobody and worked diligently with Ramsey to trace the payments. Not only were there payments being made, but there was also someone receiving them to take the quirks. Izuku pondered who could be behind this, trying to find a trail to follow. Even with Racer's eye, he was struggling. The person orchestrating these transactions had an impressive cover, as if they were intentionally hiding from detection. His phone buzzed and he answered the call, identifying himself as Izuku. Ramsey checked in, expressing regret that they hadn't found anything. He explained that God's Eye wasn't functioning as well as he had hoped, and he suspected Racer's Eye would face similar challenges. Izuku shared his thoughts, indicating that the recipient of the payments was likely in Japan since the Yakuza was operating there. However, the tracking was failing to connect the dots regarding the money or transactions. The receipts were available, but it seemed they might be dealing with physical cash. Ramsey acknowledged Izuku's insight, suggesting they could try to find footage of the individuals involved and their movements. Izuku offered to send GPS information from his cars to assist in narrowing down the search. Ramsey appreciated the help and encouraged Izuku to get some rest, knowing he would need it for the ongoing investigation. Izuku felt relieved to hear that and leaned back in his chair. Soon, Katsumi joined him, wearing casual attire and wrapping her arms around his neck. She noticed something was off and inquired about his situation. Izuku explained that he was caught up in an investigation but desperately needed sleep. Katsumi smiled, understanding the importance of taking a break, and guided him to the bedroom, playfully pushing him onto the bed. She insisted he rest before she had to take matters into her own hands. Izuku teased her about her playful threat, and Katsumi responded with a playful purr. As she settled on top of him, he wrapped his arms around her, feeling a sense of comfort. Katsumi expressed how much she had missed him during his absence, and Izuku reassured her that he wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. As they drifted off to sleep, a secret meeting was taking place in a hidden part of Japan. A man pleaded with a sinister voice, reminding him of a promise to keep Izuku out of the conflict. The calm yet menacing voice acknowledged the agreement but warned that if All Might got involved, things could change. The man trembled as he recalled the deal made to allow the quirk to be taken after 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. The sinister figure explained that the human body could be likened to a glass, with quirks representing the liquid inside. The man had requested to empty the glass before its potential was realized, but now it seemed Izuku's glass was full once again. Desperate, The man begged not to involve Izuku in their schemes, bowing deeply in 𝗵𝗵𝗻𝗻. The sinister voice agreed to keep Izuku out of it, but warned that if he chose to get involved, it would not be their responsibility. As dawn broke, Katsumi remained snuggled against Izuku. He felt the urge to rise, but Katsumi stirred first, sitting up and letting one of her tank top straps slip off her shoulder, revealing a glimpse of her figure. Izuku greeted her with a smile, pulling her back down to kiss her forehead. Katsumi playfully suggested that their night could have been better if something more had happened, teasing him about saving it for his next birthday. Images flashed through Izuku's mind, but he quickly shifted his focus to their responsibilities, noting the unusual quietness in the house. Eventually, they both got out of bed and found Nydia preparing breakfast, a blanket draped over her shoulder. Izuku recognized that she was bursting airy, and he greeted her with a smile, kissing her cheek. Nydia expressed her excitement about practicing for when Izuku would eventually have a child of his own. Izuku took over in the kitchen while Nydia cared for Eri, who was now settled on the floor with toys to play with. Rumi entered, looking exhausted from an overnight shift. Izuku inquired about her night, and Rumi explained that there had been unrest following the heroes' recent victories. She then asked if they would be taking care of Eri in shifts. Izuku shrugged, glancing at Nydia as she finally burped Eri, who seemed to be a quiet little girl. He shared his concerns about Eri possibly remembering her past, fearing what that might mean for her future. Nydia finished breakfast and divided the food onto 4 plates, reminding them that Eri now had a family to support her. Katsumi noticed some files on the table and slid them over to Rumi, asking for her opinion. Rumi examined the documents and noted a pattern, indicating that the amounts of money varied depending on the type of quirk involved. Nydia agreed, recalling that 𝐴𝐿 would assess the value of newcomers' quirks before assigning them to specific branches. He wouldn't meet directly, but he would examine the profile and make a decision that way. The individual acquiring these quirks was not only compensated based on how well they matched the quirk, but the payment varied depending on whether the quirk was heteromorph, emitter, or transformation type. He received significantly more for emitters, while heteromorphs also earned a decent sum. Transformation types, however, were more unpredictable in terms of compensation, depending on the quirk's quality. Izuku found this information intriguing as he attempted to piece together the puzzle. He wasn't getting any closer to identifying who was behind the quirk thefts, but the accumulating evidence made the idea of someone stealing quirks feel increasingly plausible. He realized he needed assistance, but from whom? Who could provide insight into a person capable of such actions? The more he pondered, the more he arrived at one conclusion that he didn't like. One man likely held the answers: All Might, his former stepfather. Katsumi noticed the troubled and frustrated expression on Izuku's face and understood his thoughts. She reassured him that he didn't have to consult him. Izuku countered, acknowledging that All Might might possess the information he sought. Despite his longing to ignore All Might's existence, he recognized that the answers he needed could lie with him. Nydia placed a hand on his arm, offering a supportive gesture, affirming that whatever decision he made, they would stand by him. Izuku smiled, grateful for the encouragement from Katsumi and Rumi, knowing they were all in this together. The choice was his to make, but he understood that every option would come with its own consequences. He would contemplate this decision further, but another possibility emerged that felt more acceptable. In a flash, Izuku grabbed the laptop gifted to him by Ramsey and launched Racer's Eye, quickly narrowing down his target. Once he had a phone number, he dialed it, prompting Katsumi to take notice and ask whom he was calling. Izuku replied that he was reaching out to someone who knew just as much as Toshinori did. When the call connected, a surprised and irritated voice responded, demanding to know how he obtained the number and insisting he wasn't interested in any sales pitches. Izuku saw through the old man's irritation and calmly reassured him, identifying himself. The old man relaxed upon recognizing Izuku's voice and expressed his happiness to hear from him. Izuku then asked if they could meet to discuss some questions he had. Gran Torino, also known as Sorahiko Torino, shifted to a more pleasant tone, agreeing to come over. Katsumi stood up and suggested that instead of having him take the train, she could pick him up on her way to work, ensuring he would arrive before she headed to her agency. 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻 accepted the offer, and Izuku felt relieved, mentioning that his great-granddaughter would be there too. Sorahiko expressed pride in Izuku for adopting the little girl, noting that it would teach him responsibility. After hanging up, Izuku prepared for 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻's arrival. Meanwhile, Rumi, feeling exhausted, nearly collapsed while trying to finish her coffee, but Izuku used his quirk to catch her just in time. Once he released her, she requested some privacy to change into more comfortable clothing. Nydia finished cleaning up breakfast, and Izuku finally sat down to eat, having previously neglected his plate. Nydia noticed and smiled, playfully ruffling his hair as she walked by, reminding him to be more aware of his food. Izuku apologized, explaining that he had other matters on his mind. As Nydia settled on the couch and turned on the TV, the news reported on recent events surrounding the Lotus Yakuza organization. There had been an increase in hero patrols for new heroes and enhanced police presence. Following the disappearance of the Lotus Yakuza, only a few knew that Izuku and Shaw had taken down the entire organization. A wave of corruption within the police precinct had been exposed, leading to the arrest of officers who had accepted bribes from the Lotus. However, the cause of the demise of the men at the Lotus headquarters remained a mystery. Security footage had been erased, and recovering it would require extensive decoding. All of this was thanks to a certain woman who had assisted Izuku on his way home. Nydia smiled at Izuku, who was happily enjoying the breakfast she had prepared, reflecting on the complexity of the situation. Once he finished eating and cleaned up his dishes, he was approached by Eri, who crawled toward him. He picked her up and returned to the living room, where Nydia leaned against him as they relaxed and watched TV. Before long, they heard a knock at the door. Izuku stood to answer, but the door swung open on its own, revealing a yellow boot that he instinctively caught. Looking up, he saw 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻, his declared grandfather, dressed in his hero outfit. Izuku playfully questioned the unconventional greeting, while 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻, upside down and smiling, complimented Izuku's reflexes. Izuku explained that he had been cautious, not knowing who might enter without warning. 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻 commended his instincts but admonished him for leaving the front door unlocked. He then shifted to the reason for his visit, noting that Izuku needed information that he might possess, which could also be known to his stepfather. Izuku confirmed his need for information but expressed his reluctance to see All Might just yet, contemplating whether his mother might know something as well. Still in the trusting stages before he could invite her over, Izuku felt a mix of anticipation and caution. 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻 expressed relief that Izuku's mother was starting to improve as a person and parent. He then inquired about what Izuku wanted to discuss. Izuku slid a folder across the kitchen table, revealing documents that detailed a series of transactions linked to an unknown wire transfer investigated through Racer's Eye, which had yielded no results. The information indicated multiple transfers for a single transaction, leaving Racer's Eye unable to trace the origin. When 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻 reached the section Izuku was particularly interested in, his expression turned serious. He shook his head, acknowledging the grim reality. He had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but he had known it was only a matter of time. He explained that the documents revealed a partnership between the ex-Yakuza group Izuku and his friend had taken down and a villain who had existed for at least 2 centuries. Izuku was taken aback, questioning how such a thing was possible. 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻 elaborated, suggesting that the villain might possess a quirk that granted him immortality or slowed his aging. Izuku nodded, realizing 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻's knowledge stemmed from his close ties to All Might and his grandmother. 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻 smiled and removed his eye mask, requesting some tea and taiyaki. Nydia, who had been quietly listening, stood up with a warm smile, introducing herself as one of Izuku's partners. 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻 was surprised by this revelation, his voice rising in disbelief. Nydia reassured him that Izuku had been nothing but honest and kind to all 3 of them, hinting at the possibility of 2 more joining their circle. 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻 reminisced about his youth, sighing at the thought of simpler times. Nydia soon returned with a plate of taiyaki and a cup of tea for 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻, who expressed his gratitude. Nydia shared her relief that Izuku had family who cared for him, prompting 𝗓𝗂𝗄𝐻 to ask if Izuku had confided in her about his past. Nydia confirmed this, revealing her initial anger towards All Might Katsuki, and 𝐭, but also her happiness about 𝐭's transformation. Izuku reassured her that they would address their grievances in due time. He expressed his trust in everyone present, ensuring that their conversation would remain confidential. Gran Torino then got straight to the point, revealing that the villain responsible for the quirk theft was also linked to the death of Nana Shimura. He had been a menace in the criminal underworld since the dawn of quirks, known as All for One. The mere mention of his name seemed to resonate with the power of One for All in Izuku's hand. Sorahiko, noticing Izuku's reaction, took a bite of taiyaki and continued, explaining that Izuku's possession of One for All meant he was now part of a much larger world. He expressed relief that Izuku had taken the quirk from his sister, allowing her to live a fuller life. He elaborated on the fate of a previous user who had suffered due to the quirk draining his life. Izuku began to connect the dots, realizing that most previous users of One for All had possessed quirks, except for Tashinori and now himself. Sorahiko confirmed this, explaining that Tashinori was now barely holding on as the symbol of peace, and that mantle had now passed to Izuku. Curious about the connection between One for All and the files, Izuku sought clarity. Sorahiko explained that All for One was responsible for the quirk thefts, but the identities of those who had received them remained a mystery. All for One could take and give quirks at will, stockpiling them for his own use. Izuku pondered how they could locate this villain, but Sorahiko grimly informed him that it was not something they could do unless All for One chose to reveal himself. Izuku glanced at Eri, who was happily playing with a stuffed rabbit on the couch beside Nydia. He shared his concern that Eri's rewind quirk could make her a target for All for One if she were to unlock it again. Sorahiko acknowledged the possibility, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. He then stood up, expressing his commitment to help Izuku in his quest to confront All for One. Izuku felt a surge of gratitude and embraced Sorahiko, who reciprocated the gesture. After a heartfelt moment, Sorahiko turned his attention to Eri, eager to greet his great-granddaughter before heading to UA to inform Nizu of his willingness to assist in the fight against All for One. Izuku nodded, leading Sorahiko to the couch, where Eri eagerly reached out to him. Sorahiko smiled at the little girl, expressing his hope that she understood him. He reassured her that she had a wonderful grandfather who would take great care of her. Eri, trusting him already because of Izuku's warm presence, reached out and grabbed his finger before letting go as he lifted her up. She embraced the elderly man, and Sorahiko felt immense happiness knowing he had a great-granddaughter in such safe hands. Once he set her back on the couch, Eri eagerly returned to her white rabbit plushie, shaking it playfully as if it were bouncing. Sorahiko then made a request, asking to be informed if Tashinori tried to make contact or if any progress was made in locating All for One. He picked up his taiyaki from the table and finished his tea before turning to Nydia. He expressed his pleasure in meeting her and hoped she would continue to bring joy to his grandson. Nydia responded with a smile, mentioning that it had been the other way around since Izuku had helped her escape from the cartel she had once worked for. She promised to keep making him happy as she hugged Izuku from behind. With that, Sorahiko Torino left the house, and Izuku was left with a name connected to the transactions within Lotus files. It was a name he hadn't recognized at first, but he could sense it was one of the most dangerous he would ever encounter. Now that the story was progressing, Izuku felt confident about starting a new story arc. He contemplated the relationships that could unfold, considering the possibility of introducing another member to the group, although he had yet to decide who that might be. He felt satisfied with the direction the narrative was taking and looked forward to sharing more updates in the future.